In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption. The world needed a hero, and Miller was ready to answer the call. With his flute in hand, Miller played a tune that echoed.
All right, hello and welcome, lads and ladettes. This is episode 118 of Flat Earth Fridays. We're going to watch Proud's new intro video, and then we're going to join the panel. Take it away, Proud.
What they could not resolve perfectly was, so they believed that all of the planets moved in perfect unison and perfect cycles around the sun or whatever. They could not figure that out. Later on, Newton came along and said that the planets are not moving in perfect circles, they're moving in ellipses. And once he developed calculus, then it was, so with Copernicus and Tycho Brahe, they could not perfectly flush out the math because the planets were not measuring up. They were not measuring up with the perfect circular math that they thought they were trying to prove. Newton comes along and says they are not perfect circles, they are ellipses. And it is much more complicated than that, and he proved that the planets move in ellipses, not circles. Point one.
I just want to correct one thing before my man leaves. It wasn't Newton that said it was not perfect circles. It was Kepler. And that's a lot of issues that we have in the globe Earth community of the misinterpretation of the history of the sciences. So just not Newton, it was Kepler. But yeah, man, I appreciate you guys.
Correct. Man. You are. I stand corrected.
Yeah.
All right, boys.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre.
Shout out to the level heads.
Back when like Floyd Mayweather would do shit.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
You tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. Still crossed you up, he was still gonna dunk on you. You can't stop what's about that.
Appreciate everybody that stopped in, even Sacred.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you giving me a mic back, man. This is how I handle myself. I know you may have some other interactions with other flat earthers, but I really enjoy the sciences, so I do appreciate you bringing me back up.
If everybody's as cordial as Sacred, you know, like, man, like, we wouldn't have a problem.
It would be nice.
You know, we would just have a discussion, and that's all.
Yo, man, that's literally my approach. That's just what we like to do. We want to show everyone that, you know, we don't got to be toxic in order to have a polarizing conversation. So,
Yo, shout out to Proud and Sacred, always in the TikTok streets, ladling the gravy. All right, we're going to join the panel now. Actually, wait a second.
Looking like Disney, seeing sixes, all these agendas and all these false flags. How many times till it gets familiar? They've multiplied so many times they form in the line to normalize the pedophilia. Half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone with one snap of my finger. Yeah, damn. Yeah, I see your eyes, your shit be shining, but how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds? Huh? Tell me. They wonder why they're living so divided with all those rooms in that big ass mansion with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrities got blood on their hands. Marina Abramovic, Hillary Clinton, she's gonna send.
No, we been playing away games all week.
If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your tossia secretly off a bridge. Exposing them, smash the internet, cause we don't fuck with.
That's
no
where we at.
shit. Nah, NASA images, yeah, thanking your highnesses, yeah, for paying the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn, Yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxatex, the new Dr. Moreau, and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a diet woke. Lady Liberty covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see Matt Murdoch. All these dark occultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is
just get warmed up.
If you don't, you gonna get hurt, him you need that. Let the 5G spread, and you gonna see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
He's heating up! Yeah!
This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my goals, keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop globing, never stop trolling. Why is you mad? Yeah, you keep coming back. You do the meth. What do they pay you in crack? Shout out to all of my Globers. Don't get it twisted. We're your opponents. You were so phony, full of baloney. The Globe is a lion. We know it.
We know it.
This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my Globers. This shit
ain't no boys come grab a mic, gang.
Rolling. Never stop globing. Never stop trolling. Duh. And you know they never gonna stop trolling.
They never gonna stop, man.
As the earth keeps rolling, even though it really is not rolling. We know this.
If you like
focus, focus. And you know they never gonna stop trolling. As long as the earth keeps rolling, even though it really is not rolling. We know this. Focus, focus. This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my Globers, this shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop globing, never stop trolling.
Redirect that
eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat, eat the cat, eat the cat.
Ain't no with me.
Did you find that the surface was equally firm or were there harder and softer spots that you could detect? And secondly, when you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics.
Make up your mind, man!
I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we
9 steps are what you take, walking on the moon. I hope my legs don't break, walking on.
This time I'd like to introduce the Apollo 11 crew, astronauts Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin.
The moonwalking.
Bob, what the hell you doing? What the fuck does Stanley Kubrick have to do with astronauts and movement? Who the hell you fooling? Fuck you and this whole stupid flat earth movement. Well, you don't like assuming yet the science proving. You a college student shouldn't be assuming green screen, soundstage, soundproofing. Time to film a movie shoot. Gotta use my tools in a glass case, astronaut suit, footprint, don't match the to the moon once, and ain't been back since. And I'm just trying to figure out where the tax dollars went. NASA.
You want me to knock you in the head? Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon. If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon. I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out if you don't believe me alone.
Walking on.
Well, I take your stuff and get the fuck out.
Not a huge fan of the award for the best rapper, but they give the Moon Man award to the best actor. Actors who must go straight to the source. Let's ask NASA. How do you explain the occurrence of lunar waves? Why do we only see one half of the lunar face? How do you explain air bubbles you view in space? Why is it so important to lie to the human race? internet that travels light years, but they can show a space shuttle re-enter the atmosphere. Okay, to blast off, you gotta practice Freemasonry. An acronym that stands for Space Agency.
I'm wishing my days away. No way. And if it's the price I pay, some say tomorrow's another day. You stay walking on.
I'm playing in my face, man.
Now put your hand on the Bible. Swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Cybro, knowing you, that's probably a fake fight.
They go pack up that little Discord over there, right?
Like the Suburbans, they watching.
You watching?
Stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Background we swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, nursing it a seed, medicated meme, generate disease. 18, 23.
Hold on, let me do my dance.
Patient get deceived, elimination leaves, taken by the beach, running around with your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cops won't dumb it down for the people lost. So sorry, that's your ego, sorry. Fun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off. Can't go down to word my Glock, and thanks to y'all, we can't be stopped. The Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 1984. Knocking at the door, should've read George, food supply absorbed, wonder what's in store. 1984. Planning to explore what's beyond the shore. Such a shit is to bring your sword. Better than veteran, don't wanna let him in. Ain't got a choice but to let him in. I thought in the ether, it's gonna be a speaker. You're talking to see me speaker, but you're not about a type of legal confounded. But thoughts are profound. So deep they drown. And I wonder what sound is a perturbation, reverberation. I heard the hate, and I swear to fake and absurd debate when people still in the matrix. Stage away, station to say it, take it, debate it, regurgitate it. Like a Suburbans, they watching. Like always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Like always swerving and stocking.
Nobody in the world know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Long live Bob No Dale.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
Chill out, Neil.
That stuff is flat.
Hey, Kyle, talk to him real quick, Kyle.
Piecing up the puzzle, need a buster bubble, evil gonna crumble, yeah? Down, be humble, got to buy you back. Still getting mad, cause I just fight about your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Bob shot the president, Jan got the evidence. Eros laying Jesuits and Zachron from is evident. That the earth electric and it's resonant. Your residence is heavens and I hope you settle in like some sediment.
How many flows he got?
Why they lying to discredit it? That's not true.
How many flows does he got?
But we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
I'm getting on one of these remixes. You Bob Modell.
Inner World Productions.
Welcome to the show. My name is Proud Flurf, and I'll be your cruise director. Shout out to my host, Sacred. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. We don't block, kick, or mute. Everyone has a voice here. We don't take disrespect or racism of any kind, and we will not tolerate disrespect or racism of any kind here. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, or add-ons, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. If this is your first time tuning in to Flat Earth Fridays, please grab a snack, strap in, and get comfortable. You're in for a long ride. Welcome to the show.
Go and tell your master that we have been charged by God with a sacred quest.
You heard? You feel me? Hey, it's Friday.
Feels like it.
Feel like it, right? Seem like it,
Can
right?
y'all hear us in the ether? Can y'all hear us clearly from the ether?
Sound waves reverberating through the ether to the squad. 118 on their head top. Feeling good, man. We've been playing away games all week, man. Getting a little workout in. Stretching these globe earthers. These heliocentrists. Look, man, we ain't talking about no geography or geometry. We can't get on the same page about the motion. Let's be for real, bro. If SciComm not going to acknowledge at least the equivalence, what is we going to talk to them about? One step at a time, bro. It's Flat Earth Fridays, man. It's episode 118. At your favorite Globie. At your favorite anti-flurf. Tell them we live.
PhD.
What's up, Proud?
At your favorite PhD.
Oh, yeah, them too. They got to speak with a little bit more honesty, you know, the credential follows. So we might get into that a little bit later, actually. But first things first, man. A lot of these guys, it seem like, still to this day, after 100 plus episodes, still is not caught up with the truth and the facts of the matter, bro. I've been telling y'all since day one, what I've been trying to do is bring these communities together. I'm doing my best, y'all. These TikTok lads is on some different stuff, man. Check my pin tweet. We gonna get into it. It's fun though, bro. It's fun though, but super interesting. The guys that claim to have all the information and all the science get it all wrong all the time. Well, first things first, before we get into all of that, let me see who's in here. Proud, how you feeling, Proud?
Beautiful on this etherical Friday. I'm feeling very level and stationary here. Reporting to you guys, there is minimal ether wind. So yeah, you guys don't have to worry.
When it's minimal, does that mean no?
That depends on if null means non-existent.
See Orwellian in the building. See my guy Alan at AlanSpaceAudits. You know, we live. Shout out to the YouTube world over there in the chat. Squad, of course. Winston, what up, my bro? Banksy in here. Dane, of course, Ken, the OG. Plain in truth, I see you. Libra, what up, bro? Brock in here. Leliana, the ambassadress. Face the reality, what up? Hey, yo, Barra. Flat Earth Japan in the building. Oh, y'all ain't know? Yeah, we all over. Mr. Ed, I see you. Zetetic, I see you. Oh, Fish is back. What up, Fish? Rod79 playing Blaze. Who it is, what it is. Brian Sweet. J-Rod, what up? Thin Fink, Barbara Dan, Mr. Xavier. Gang, gang, gang. Will Hopi. Howdy Bill. Matt Lump in here. Shout out Stone. Stone and the cats. Pray for the cats, man. Pray for the cats. Luke, what up? Ominous in here. Lynn Fox in here. Piezo, what up, bro? RG. Amphibious Globe Skeptic. Shaz, I see you. Mr. Human, what up? Galatrax gang. Plocky gang. Jose, shout out to the Flat Earth gang over there on Clubhouse. Karen, what up? I see you. Nothing in here. Trevor in here. Dastardly, what up? Ash in here. Joshua in here. Ed in here. Couple trolls. At least they ain't incognito. Thought you were pulling up. Dasky. I don't know. Who else in here proud?
Well, first and
Better late than
foremost,
never.
I definitely got to give a warm shout out to all the Globe gangsters that we chased off of Twitter. I hope you guys are comfortable watching from the corner of Discord. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to the 7 other listeners who haven't gained the balls to come on their main pages. I see you, Concave Earther. Give us a second. We're going to rotate some mics a little later. Jan, welcome. Magna, welcome. Donatello, Flat Bob, Dreamer, Bowser. We got Douglas in the building. Mithra, Tesla? Interesting. We got Pyro. We got Frozen Strawman, Joshua, Ed, Zach, Biblical Earth, Pysoctus in the building, Brandon, Sam. Begin to hate them. I feel you. Hey, Grouper. Hey, Shaz. Mister in here. Globe Skeptic. Ash in the building. Methuselah. Cass. Marty. Luke. Bill. Hoffman. IC. Mr. X in the building. Shout out to y'all. Welcome, welcome. John, if you are new here,
Hey,
once again,
Grouper. Hey,
welcome to your first episode of Flat Earth Fridays. We discuss the sciences and the nature of our Earth, biblical cosmology. We get into it, so y'all get comfortable.
Hold on, proud. Look like there's a glitch in the system. They saying we ain't got no purple pill? Bro, we ain't got no purple pill?
Uh-oh. What did y'all say to Elon?
Elon, chill. They just got an office. Y'all got everything y'all needed. You taking away the purple pills, bro? Then we have a deal.
Uh-oh.
Proud for real, you don't see it?
Nope.
Come on, bro. Yo, last week they crashed my joint early. We had to start up instantly after. Now y'all taking away my purple pill again, bro. Oh, goodness, bro. Yo, how do we treat people who renege on their deals, bro? Elon, chill.
Turn him into the Vatican. Hey, sorry, my cats are fighting. Sorry, guys. Back to the Stone Age. We'll have to comment under the main pin tweet. Remember how warm fire was when you could use a lighter, guys. Just remember.
I like that analogy. Come on, yo, we just have to make it work. I don't know why they did us like that, man. You only go live once a week, bro. We don't even be applying pressure. Yo, Elon, we not even up here. I was literally chill dolo, like off of Twitter all week long, playing them away games over there on TikTok, trying to get these guys on the same page with us. Twitter lessons, like Proud just said, we ran all the anti-flat earthers off the block. Y'all remember that a couple years ago? It was all like tweeting, yo, flat earthers be running. They don't got no answers. They're always scared. Bro, we ran them off Twitter into Discord, and they watching our shit on a whole different platform through YouTube. Damn. Tables turn. You live and learn. So now we seeking out smoke everywhere else, it look like. Anyway. Sorry, y'all. Just go to my page. There's a tweet there where everything's supposed to populate in the comments if you don't have a purple pill. If you do, shout out to you. But I'm getting a little notice that we don't really got it this week. And that's up.
Yeah,
let me do this.
If anybody else is having issues from other spaces, just let us know.
Yeah, if there's any sound quality issues, if there's any glitches, let us know. Anything else that we should be aware of, we're gonna check the comments, check the notice. Damn, man, I hate that, bro. All these upgrades, now they trying to downgrade our joint, bro. Well, I want y'all to get me caught up with some of the current events that have been happening in the community over the week. I got a few things that I want to talk about. Then we'll probably rotate up some of the squad later. I do want you guys to kind of hear some of the back and forth that I had over on TikTok. Very interesting. Some of the arrogance from these anti-flat earthers and never have any coherent frame of thought. Although I will say, I was able to establish some type of civility. I was able to neutralize some of the toxicity with my approach. And I think that was really cool. Because there's just a lot of friction when trying to have these conversations and we can never like get anywhere with it. So, just trying to stay, level-headed to kind of get through some of the look, bro, we're not going to be able to get them to acknowledge anything that we say if we are not appealing to their better side. I know it sucks that we got to hold their hand through some of all this stuff, got to rock them to sleep, kind of, baby them and things like that. But if it results in them having to acknowledge the things that I'm saying because I'm not insulting you, I'm not antagonizing you, I'm not, doing any of the other stuff that they probably deserve, then you is forced to address what I'm saying. You can't deflect, you can't obfuscate. You got to acknowledge the actual science while accusing me of being the science deniers, and y'all don't really know the science. So I found a little bit of success in some of these different platforms, kind of bringing our energy that we do over here, over there. So that's cool. I want to play some of that. But first things first, I just want to make sure I take a little bit of time. I'm probably late, probably belated and everything like that, but I got a notification that it may have been Bob Nodell's birthday this past week. Long live Bob Nodell. Look, man, I don't even know if I could put the words together of how much of an influence Bob Nodell has had on me personally. Just his demeanor, his calm approach, his attention to detail, open mind. I didn't come into Flat Earth listening to Bob Nodell, but definitely one of the things that I tuned into every single week and still tune into Globe Busters to this day. Shout out to the squad for, doing your best to fill in those, big of shoes because, there's no replacing Bob Nodell. So shout out to Bob, long live Bob. Shout out to Cammy, another great mind in the community. Like I said, there's no words that I could really say to show my appreciation for everything that he has contributed to this conversation, all the information that he's brought to the internet. It's just sad. It's sad in the sense that I wasn't able to have any interaction with him, but because of him, we're able to do the things that we're doing today. Like this is that trickle down effect that we talk about, that ripple effect that we're talking about. The same way that I say, hopefully I can inspire the next generation or the next mind to do something bigger and better than what we're doing here is the same sentiment that I'm pretty sure Bob Nodell had for all of us here in the community. So, man, he's passing the torch. We're doing the best that we can to hold him down. So I just wanted to just take just a few moments out of Flat Earth Fridays just to say, oh, Bob, we miss you. We love you. We appreciate you. And we're going to keep this thing rocking just for you, bro. happy belated birthday. One more sun's trip around the earth. Because we know we're not going around the sun, right? Probably got anything for Globebusters, Bob Nodell, Cammy, or anything?
Yeah, it's just like surreal that we were like a few degrees from separation, basically. Like right when we came into this topic, at least talking about it on Twitter, you know, he was around, he was still here, he was still active on YouTube. Like we were almost there. We were almost within that window to like be around him, get him in here, you know, have conversations with him, just to meet him. So I definitely do think you guys should still, you know, support Cammy and still show her that love so she's not fully taken on that by herself. You know, with the journalism, they do great jobs over there, holding down Globebusters journalism as well. Alan and Shane be over there breaking down papers. So yeah, just as long as we keep supporting and we keep it running.
Facts, man. Probably wouldn't be none of this going on if it wasn't for them. They put so much work in, so much time, so much energy. And like I said, we just trying to keep this thing moving, more emotion than the earth. You know that. So yeah, man. Drop some W's in the chat for Bob Nodell. Long live, big homie. Got to take some time to appreciate the greats, right? The legends. So yeah, so the next thing, hold on. Let's kind of smooth through some of these other things because I really want to get to more like the topic, but there are some other things that we gotta address real quick. And then I'll bring up some of the guys. I see you guys requesting. Just be patient. We're gonna get to y'all just a second. Make sure that we clear the air over here. I've been made aware recently that there seems to be more issues in the community about putting children in danger. Don't like it. That is my stance, no matter what side of the argument you stand on. This isn't an Earth-specific thing. If you put women and children in danger, we not rocking with that. And we not aligning with that. No way, no how. Y'all heard my stance on this before. I'm going to keep repeating it. That is like the number one thing that I will always put first. Protecting the women and children and protecting the community. Now, I won't go into too much detail because I haven't got any evidence. I'm just letting y'all know I don't care if you're a flat earther, globe earther, concave earther, pyramid earther, doesn't matter. If you're hurting somebody else, not cool, not rocking with it, and you should be held accountable. So like I said, I'm not going to go into specifics because I didn't get any substantiation of the evidence regarding the accusations. But if it is confirmed, if I do receive that, you know, again, we're going to make sure that we are very clear. We not rocking with that, bro. Like the first thing first, we got to protect the youth. There's no excuses at all. Like there's just no way around it. And I'm going to always make sure that this community is protected against that because we do have the youth in Flat Earth Fridays. And I'm super okay with that because we make sure that we protect them at all costs. So if we're going to continue to have this conversation, I got to make sure, at least on this platform over here, that everybody feels that this is a safe place to engage and no one's being threatened or in harm's way. All right, so again, that's my position. That's just what it is. Not going for it, bro. If you need to talk to somebody, please reach out to somebody. No matter what side you're on. If you're having weird thoughts, please talk to somebody. If you've been harmed or whatever the case is in the past, please talk to somebody because we want to make sure that everybody stays safe. Straight up. I just hate I have to keep on bringing this back up, bro. It's just so annoying.
We're talking to you Mr. the those who believe that you can be minor attracted, yeah, you guys fall within that category of people who need help. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, that's a fact. You know, not to get too off track, but that's where it kind of gets weird playing this like identity politics things. You know, if you can identify as anything, and what like you could just identify as a. I'm not saying that this is the accusation. I'm just talking, you know, broadly and generally. It's a slippery slope, bro. You know, like we got to keep things in its actuality and stop placating into people's feelings, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you think you are, the whatever feelings or thoughts you may be having, ain't no way are you supposed to be putting anybody else in harm's way, especially somebody who is unable to protect himself, specifically the youth. Next thing is the women too, but specifically the youth. So yeah, all that I identify as a child, so I get I'm not going with that. Not happening. So yeah, we're gonna keep it like that. Like I said, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but I want to make sure that y'all are very, very clear about how I feel about that shit, bro, because that's like the number one issue that I think that come before anything else, even flat earth, bro. Protecting the community, protecting the children, protecting the women, you know? Aside from that, and then after this, I'll probably bring up some of the squad here. Because I think there's been some things that's been going on the timeline that I think some of the homies want to address. So maybe we'll bust down a quick little prezi for y'all. Then we'll get into a little bit of like a light little listening party. And then we'll slide over to Proud's tweet and see me pack up a few anti-flat earthers. You know they can only deal with us when it's 20v1, right? I be telling them too. I'm like, yo, y'all lucky. Look, Proud been telling y'all for a while before I was over there. Wait till Sacred and them come over there. Then she got me over there. So now I'm over there. I'm telling them, bro, you wait till I get my whole squad over here, bro. Like, it's not going to be nothing that y'all could do with us. Like, you guys are on Flat Earth 101, level 1, rudimentary arguments. Like, this is just, it's going to be a straight wash, bro. Like, we're going to run through them playoffs, grab the chip, and, like, it's going to be over. I'm telling you, bro. Tap in with me on TikTok, bro. We be going crazy. We're going to be doing more lives. But just as of recently, I just been playing a lot of Wade games, you know, going into the Globe Earthers live. They swear that nobody's going to pull up. I'm like, bro, like, level heads is in this. So if I sit, tap in with me on TikTok, because I'm trying to send them lives that I jump into. And we can get some great content, some great back and forth, some great value out of that conversation. So that's what I've been focused on recently. However, just to kind of like end off on this last dark point, you know, that, you know, I had to address real quick. I want to make sure that some other things get addressed in regards to that last weird ass topic. Because now we are being accused of the weird shit by your favorite failed space host. And, you know, they've been saying like y'all been wanting our attention for so long. I don't know why you so focused on us. You could just pull up, but we know you not really like that. So I'm not even going to mention your name. You could come pull up, because, you know, the last time I went to go press you in your space, you shut the whole space down. Straight censorship. You even censored yourself, head ass. Just so you ain't have to deal with me in your space. But let me read something to y'all, because I want to make sure that we're on the same page, because I would never want, you know, your favorite failed space host to claim to be a prophet and interpreting scripture, but can't even interpret lyrics to a song. I'm not going to spend too much time on this either, but I think homie needs a little bit of clips unloaded so we could get that out the way and get straight to the shit, you know, because we're here to really talk about the sciences, but we're not really going to let y'all play with us. And because your disdain for how successful the level heads and Flat Earth Fridays in the squad is compared to you, to make light of accusations in regards to PDF files and harboring PDF files, because that's nothing to joke about. Like when I hear an accusation when it comes to like minor being endangered, like that's not nothing to joke about. I've always made that clear. And it's not nothing that you take lightly. When I hear that, I want to know, okay, there's some substantiation behind it. And when it's specifically directed at me, that's just the craziest that you could ever even try to accuse us of, bro. Like, you can't hate us that much where you're making light of children being abused. Like, that's not rocking with that. But it seems to be a little bit of an issue with some songs that we play. Out of all the things you can complain about, so let me read this tweet to y'all real quick. And then let's see if we have someone who's blatantly dishonest and lying, or if the level heads is wrong, right? Don't y'all want the truth? If the level heads is wrong, we should be held accountable. If a failed bitter ex-space host is lying and deceiving the community and the timeline while representing God and scripture, y'all would want to know that too, though, right? You can't have somebody hiding behind God and then lying and shit, right? Like, that's not what y'all would want. Y'all would want to know the truth about the situation. So this failed space host get to tweeting saying, as sacred, I'm guessing, calling me a cult leader. I don't know why you say this is a cult when we all have different views, different ideas, and I can't control nothing that nobody do over here. Everybody got their own mind and opinion in Flat Earth Fridays, literally the premise and the foundation of what we do over here. Exchanging different views. But anyway, we got the personal attack calling me a cult leader. And then he says, we assert that those who don't join their cults are PDF files by default. And this failed space host says they would really like some clarification and some specificity. So basically he's saying because of the songs that we play, we are curating an environment that says if you don't come to Flat Earth Fridays or if you're not a flat earther, you're automatically a PDF file. So there's a song that he referenced in one of his clips because, you know, they all sit there and watch Flat Earth Fridays. They can't stay away. They'll never come join and get on mic and challenge this 1v1, get this, play them away games over here. They'll never do that. And then when I go over there, they'll shut down the space so I can't get my shit off, right? Being as respectful as I am. So we just gonna have to embarrass you in real time. And let's see how this play out. So the song in question is a song that's been on the internet for over 5 years. And it's called Not Round. It's a Post Malone parody. The original song is called Better Now. And in the song, it's a parody of Post Malone. They're basically singing about flat earth, globe earth, and some of the things flat earthers have to deal with engaging in the conversation. I'm not going to go play your failed space hostess clip. I'm just going to play the song. And I want everyone to see, just pay attention over the next week to see if he corrects himself, walks back his claims, or anybody else around him hold him accountable for misrepresenting and dishonestly lying about the lyrics in the song and then framing us as some type of environment where we house PDF files, bro. Let's just listen to the clip and let's see if this is exactly what happened. Let's see if the song is saying which is his claim, that if you don't believe in flat Earth or come to Flat Earth Fridays, that means you're a PDF file. Should I roll the clip now, Proud?
I was gonna play it, yeah.
I got it up already.
Okay. Yeah, play it.
Here's the clip in question. Pay attention.
In and out, they made up everything since 1983. Whoa. I'm mocked and disrespected, told that I'm gay, cause I don't believe the round lie. I'm not gay. Everybody think that you a pedo now, because you say the world is not around. You asking Jesus for a peso now. You got a penny G, I could use anything.
Okay, let's play that one more time so we're all on the same page. Mind you, I got the video. I might just drop the video right in the chat over here. Oh, we don't got a purple bill. I might put it right in the chat over there. Because if you really wanted to know what the song was saying, the lyrics are in the video. One more time.
In and out, they made up everything since 1983. Whoa. I'm mocked and disrespected, told that I'm gay.
So the singer is singing as a flat earther. He says, I'm mocked and disrespected and told that I'm gay. That's what the flat earther in the song is saying.
Cause I don't believe the round lie.
He says, because I don't believe the lie, the round lie, the earth being a sphere. And then he harmonizes, I'm not gay. He's saying, bro, just because I don't believe the earth is a globe, don't mock me. Don't disrespect me. Stop calling me gay. I'm not gay. That's the lyrics to the song. Let's continue.
Everybody think that you a pedo now, because you say the world is not around.
He said, now everyone thinks that you're a PDF file now because you think the world's not round. Everyone thinks you're a PDF file now because you think the world is not round. He's not saying you're a PDF file if you don't believe in flat earth. It's literally the opposite. He says they are calling me that because I think the world is not round. So, Mr. Failed Space Host, why are you running around on the internet, constantly tagging Flat Earth Fridays, constantly atting me and everyone that come to Flat Earth Fridays that's here to talk about the science, ducking the mic when we go live every single week, lying to your small 3 to 5 member audience who just stroking your ego for some reason, and telling everybody that the song is saying, if you're not a flat earther, you're a PDF file, when everybody that just heard that is the direct opposite of what the song is saying. Mr. Failed Space Host. So everyone in here is going to be waiting for you to respond to this. I'll be on the lookout too. And let's see if you're going to be intellectually honest enough to say that you were wrong for misrepresenting the song. Talking about you can interpret scripture, but you can't interpret lyrics to a song. Lying, misrepresenting, and slandering us for no reason. It's because we play songs which you, my friend, came to Flat Earth Fridays bringing your child over here talking about you listen to everything that we be over here doing. Yes, you did. It's on replay, link in bio. All my spaces are up there. Why are you misrepresenting the situation? Why are you misrepresenting the song? And why are you making light of accusation as crazy as this? This makes zero sense. I bet you won't address it. And I bet you won't have anything else to say other than misrepresent us again. Because you're not honest. And to be frank, I don't think that you represent God. because somebody who is a God-fearing man wouldn't go out of their way to lie, misrepresent, and be dishonest about a situation as crazy as this. This is nothing to make light about at all. So that's just for the audience. So y'all are all hear the song and the lyrics in case y'all seen it, because a couple people sent that to me. And I want to make sure that everyone is aware of the things that we play over here and it's not being taken out of context just to slander and bash us because you have no scientific literacy to refute our position. Because that's what this really is about. Seems like envy, seems like jealousy, and it seems like your position isn't strong enough for you to come up here and stand on your own too. Which is why you don't play no away games. And which is why when I come over there and press you in real time, you take my mic and shut down the space. Stop playing with us. We got a lot more in the clip that I could unload, but this is a serious thing. So I had to address the shit because I'm not playing with those type of accusations, and I'm not playing with you making light of a situation that's as serious as that. You should be ashamed of yourself, bro. Because it ain't that deep. Ain't no hate in my heart. If you feel embarrassed because I done cooked you on something, hey, that's what it is. If nobody shows up to your failed space because of your weird behavior, hey, that's just what it is. Stop tying us to weird-ass accusations and misrepresenting songs that we play in order to take a swipe at us. For what? You wanted the lyrics to the song, go hit the thread where we have the Flat Earth playlist. It's over there. You have anything else you want to touch on this, Proud? Because I think I'm about done over there.
Pathetic. God would be embarrassed. Useless. Scum.
Like ultimate low blow weird shit, bro. Just weird.
Stay away from drugs, guys. I think that about wraps it up. I could check the list to see what's next.
I think how about this? We got a few requests. But I do to see if you want to just go ahead and pack that up real quick. And shout out to that little that little Discord band in the corner, banished to the corner of the internet. We know you watching. Anti-Flat Earth Fridays screen share. We gonna get that
Send
too.
your best.
Yeah,
Send your best and your brightest.
exactly. Send them over here, bro. If you're gonna send people over to Flat Earth Fridays, make sure that they address everything that we about to say right now. Tell them not to obfuscate. Specifically you, DC, because I know you watching too. And we see what's happening over there. We see. We don't care. It's funny watching y'all post from a distance, not coming over here where the real smoke is at. I think we know why, though. The lack of confidence is glaring. But let's bring the homie Alan up, and then we'll jump into maybe some of the things that I talked about on TikTok, and then we'll bring the rest of the squad up and we kind of kick it for a little bit. Alan, you there, my bro?
Yo, what's up, Sacred?
Yo. Good to see you, bro. How you feeling, man?
Feeling great, man. Had a little sinus issue earlier in the week, but I'm feeling a lot better tonight. We got a lot to get into tonight, man. A lot's been going down in the timeline, apparently, on these streets of Twitter.
These Twitter streets. Give us a little bit of background on some of the things that you think will be pertinent to address this evening.
Well, let's see. We got a Battle of the Beams refutation, so-called, coming up, so we'll definitely hit up a review of that. And we have the 2024 Flat Earth presidential election that took place between Run Boston Bear and Mr. So we're going to get into the political subterfuge that was involved there. Miraculously and unanimously, JT did come out on top, but the disgusting behavior of his political opponent needs to be exposed. So we'll definitely talk about that. And I think Shane had something to talk about too, but I can't remember.
Nice. Okay, so we got some things to talk about. Specifically, it seems like some guys wanted to focus on Battle of the Beams. You want to give us a little bit of that background on some of the things that been happening as of late?
Yeah, dude. So there's been some challengers that have stepped forward to add refutations to Battle of the Beams. The first one, and I think we touched on a little bit last week, was our boy Jason Bjorn, who said that he was basically comparing the radar system to a Wi-Fi router. And like, obviously that's not analogous to what's going on, right? So a Wi-Fi router would be an omnidirectional signal that's being sent in all directions, right? And when it hits something, it's going to diffract and fill in that gap and, be fine. So that's how it works for that. But when you get into a horizontal radar system that's creating a beam with specific geometry that requires two different frequencies to overlap and make an equisignal in the center, talking about an entirely different situation that is not analogous to a Wi-Fi router. So we're definitely going to get into that with some visual images here in a second. And then this week, the current refutation put forward is I'm not even quite sure how this gentleman came to this conclusion. So I'm just going to be as nice as I can be about it. What he did is he took the equisignal distance, which comes out to be 1,500 feet if you convert it from yards to feet. So anyway, he takes the equisignal distance that was measured at 270 miles, 1,500 feet, and he takes the elevation of Cleve, which is the where the radar system was located, where it sent the signal from, which is about 200 something feet, and then he added 100 feet for the radar system itself, because that's another 100 feet. So he comes up to a total of about 1,875 feet, and came to the conclusion that that's the maximum altitude that the beam could be propagated at, and it wouldn't have been able to reach the bombers who were at 19,000 feet. And then he goes on to say, how would I explain it on a globe? Well, falsification is independent of, yada, 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 right? Which is what we say. But the thing is like this erroneous interpretation of how radar propagation works in general, right, leaves him no explanation for how it would work on a globe either. So don't look forward to him explaining how it would work at a capped height of 1875. But shout out to your boy for throwing his hat in the ring and trying it out. But I would like to show the actual issue at hand and why that's not appropriate either. So if you're on your mobile device or you're on the computer or what have you, if you click on my profile name and go to my profile, you'll see that I'm streaming. You can click on that and you can bring up the visuals in the background for what I'm about to go over. There will be a slight delay, but all the audio will be in real time or whatever. So you can keep the space up in the background and then watch the images as I go through them.
Yeah, let me go ahead and just retweet. Wait, where is it? I don't see the link.
No.
Broadcast. Is this it right here?
I think so.
Okay, yep, here it is.
Gotcha.
All right, I'm gonna post this up top just so you guys, or you can just go over to the YouTube if you want to listen there. Like I said, like Anna said, it might be a slight delay. But I want to make sure that you guys get the visuals. So basically, this is a geometric challenge, right? We're challenging the curvature of the Earth based off of how the beam propagates and where and how they were able to pick up the signal over vast distances. I mean, a couple hundred miles, maybe a few hundred miles. And one guy said, it's like a Wi-Fi router, flat earthers. And the other guy said, the elevation doesn't line up, even though that argument doesn't work on the globe Earth either, but falsification is independent of replacement flat earthers. And Alan's going to highlight how ridiculous both those things are with the visuals. So tap in with us, man. We live.
All right, cool. So here we go. We'll give it a second to catch up. But what we're looking at here is three-dimensional projections of the radiation pattern that's created by the radar system. So I'm going to scroll up a little bit here. We're going to look at the radar system. This is a top-down view. And what you can see here, there's these little red dots along this grid here. And what these dots are, these are called dipoles. And the dipoles are just metal rods that are in a vertical alignment. And what those do is those, let's see, they change the radiation pattern formation such that the peaks and troughs will overlap and intersect. And basically what you do with that is you create this folding effect that when you get to the center, all of the outward, like omnidirectional energy is refocused by the dipole alignment, because those metal rods are, they're magnetic, right? So they're using a magnetic field to bend the radiation pattern before they're sending it out. So this folding pattern that you're looking at is created by these dipoles in a specific alignment that go across the structure. So the output here makes this. Now, if you think about this, I mentioned earlier that the beams they create an intersection point that you fly through, and that's called the equisignal. So if you just imagine a straight line going through the center of this right here, that would be where your equisignal's at. And now we're going to scroll down a little bit and look at a side view of that beam pattern, because this is extremely important in relation to the angles and everything involved in regards to where these beams were measured at. Let's see here. All right. So I'll give it a second to catch up now. All right. This is a cross section of that same beam geometry. Now, you should note there's no distance axis on this, so we can't say for certain, at what distance this beam geometry would deviate 3 degrees above the horizon, right? But what we can do is take the arctan of the angle between the radar system and the bomber's altitude over target and what was measured, right? And what we can do with that is we can derive the angle between the radar system and the plane. And when we do that, we get angles that are all sub 1 degrees, right? So we got, and these are for different targets, but assuming the same bomber height for the altitude. But, we get into 0.4, 0.6, 0.7, 0.22, all sub 1 degree angles. So when we go back to the beam geometry pattern here, 3 degrees would be out here at some distance, but we know that at 600 to 800 miles from their point of origin, so it would be this 0 point right here, we know that the divergence is less than 1 degree from the horizon. So it would be somewhere back here before it starts, actually deviating upwards. And that would fall within 19,000 feet over target for the intersection point. So the reason that this is impossible on a globe, if you were to invoke diffraction and Wi-Fi router it and all that, right? As soon as this beam hits Earth curvature at 30 to 50 miles, it then has to travel another like 70, 80 miles, sometimes longer, depending on the distances, to overcome the Sagitta, right? So when we're talking about the distance between 2 points that's obscured by Earth curvature, like the high point of that would be the Sagitta, right? And that's when you would start coming over, and then you're going around the ball, you're going back on the other side, right? So before you would even have anything to diffract over, you would have, 30, 40, 80 miles of a physical obstruction that's just, your signal's annihilated. You can't diffract out of that, and then on the other side it starts to diffract out, and it just magically maintains that geometry where it's less than a degree above the horizon on the other side, and then they could still manipulate the equisignal width. That's preposterous, right? This is a line of sight radar system, and that's really all there is to it. This is why this is such a good proof. And with these angles and these altitudes and whatnot, there's really no way around this to explain it if there's curvature involved. Because, so for example, right, suppose the Earth's concave, well, that angle would be different than where it started from, right? But it's not. It's literally the radar system goes out horizontally over a plane. And that's really all there is to it. It's very
Alan, can you go on
straightforward.
the screen what the actual signal propagator what it looks like?
Yeah. Oh, right. The radar system itself.
Yeah, the actual system itself.
Yeah,
just so everyone.
Gotcha. So in a couple presentations I did before I was corrected on this, I was showing this picture right here. This is from the Bernard station system, and it has this little cone grid thing on it. This isn't the radar system, but well, we can look at this. See these right here? These are dipoles right here. These metal poles. That's what I was talking about when I was talking about dipoles. So when you get into the actual radar system, this is what it actually looked like. It was just a grid like this, and then they had vertical dipoles that would go across it. And when you look at it from the top, again, this is what it looks like. It's very straightforward. And then the beam geometry produced from that is this right here.
So that one doesn't have any tilting, like vertical tilt mechanism. This one's just a linear propagator, or a linear signal propagator, right?
Yep. So when you look at the dipole alignment right here, they're adjustable by a cable. So what you could do with that is you could change the width of the intersection point by tightening up the V shape. And you could also bring these closer together to, set up this overlapping fold here, which is going to, send like the maximum power, that's focused into a point outwards from this midpoint. So this is all about adjusting how much power you need for the target. So say you want to hit a target that's 300 miles tonight, and then tomorrow night you want to hit one that's 500 miles. You would adjust the beam width and the power, through this alignment, through this vertical mesh here, but it doesn't tilt to the sky. Or when I say vertical, it's just like literally perpendicular to the horizon, like 90 degrees. It's not like tilted off at like 12 degrees or some shit like that. So these are all, perpendicular to the horizon, just at a straight 90, and the overlapping, gives this focus point for them to converge on, from which they're like ejected from as a whole. So
just think about this, guys. Think about what Alan's saying. Say you have two different beam systems, and they're shot toward a specific target. And say you were in a plane and you couldn't see what's going on because you were in a blind zone for whatever reason.
You're flying at night, by the way.
Right, and you're flying at night. So way more difficult to have any like optical visibility. So the only way that you can navigate is through the intersection of these two beams, what's called the equisignal. And then maintaining an altitude at, what you say, like 19,000 feet?
Yep, the bombers flew at 19,000 feet.
So you maintain over hundreds of miles an altitude at 19,000 feet, where these beams propagated linearly within this equisignal area of the beams. How would that work on a globe? It would be some type of deviation if you're going around a curve. It seems like it would work perfectly along a flat surface over hundreds of miles.
Yep. Yeah, specifically, man. And that's why, because what was done was all plane trigonometry was used to get the angles, to get everything, and everything we derived, matched what was physically measured by the Brits. And that was also the estimates that we got, and the numbers that we got also matched the estimates that were given from the intelligence officer that was in charge of investigating these beams before they measured them. So he used plane trigonometry as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have got the same results that we did. So you only get these angles, you only get this accuracy, this usefulness, if the radar is going parallel to a plane, right? So earlier when I was talking about how if you hit Earth curvature and you say diffraction, well, you're pretty much ruined on that. Like you have like an additional, hundreds of miles to overcome in before you even start diffracting down to recreate your signal, which is just, GG, well played. But if you were to take the other approach and say that it hits the Earth curve and then follows a tangent to the sky over target, basically invoking skywave propagation, Well, that's going to put you, depending on the distances, you know, anywhere from 60,000 feet to 100,000 feet above target, because the planes only flew at 19,000 feet. So you would still be off on the accuracy and usefulness, trying to preserve that beam geometry. And that's even before we get into what was tested by the Telefunken radio company that was hired to make this radar system for the Yermans. Those guys got even crazier measurements. What was it at 13,000 feet at 1,000 kilometers out? They were receiving their signals and stuff. Like, that's insane. And they were under, what was it, under a degree for beam width divergence as well. And so, like, even the technical specs that they gave, you know, that the Germans were carrying around and all that, were actually, like, you know, obviously overestimated from what was actually measured. Because when you take technical specs like that for a system like this, you don't deliver, like, you know, what you actually measured. You always plus or minus it a little bit. And like, dude, it's even better than what they overestimated it's the air margin for. So, you know, there's just there's no real way. This hasn't been refuted in any meaningful way ever. It's only through, like, gross misinterpretations of it, where it's like, oh yeah, if I hard cap the beam to 1875 feet, it's like, what does that like, what, bro?
But this is what I don't understand, though, Alan. I mean, the reason why we're giving Alan some time to break some of this stuff down, I mean, there's definitely an open invitation. Alan's been saying, hey, if anybody want to debate this, tap in. You know, we host debates as well. I am fully open to being a moderator without incorporating any of my bias. I'll hold Alan accountable, just like I would hold a Globe Earther accountable if you guys wanted to do this in spaces. And that goes for anybody. But there's definitely other platforms too where we can get that in and get it popping. But it's strange to me because this fellow, DC, he's a radio specialist. So what doesn't make sense to me, first of all, DC, we know you listening. Feel free to come grab a mic over here. We would love to hear you. We don't want to straw man your position. We want to make sure that we fully understand what you're saying, because I don't. It makes no sense to me anyway, why you would be denying historical events, because by you claiming that this system wouldn't work above 1,800 feet, when literally documentation shows that the signals were received at 19,000 feet, that just sounds like, to me, a radio specialist is denying the science and historical accuracy of the events that we can all verify ourselves. Why would you just blatantly deny what happened and misrepresent values intentionally as a radio specialist, bro?
I like how he was like, I falsified it on a flat earth, but don't expect me to explain how it worked on a globe either based on my falsification. It was like, oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah, like, come on, bro. Like, you can't sit there and say, oh, it can't happen on a flat earth. It wouldn't work on a globe earth either. But don't ask me to explain how that doesn't work on a globe earth, because I'm just falsifying the flat earth argument. Bro, you falsified the globe earth too. Weird ass claims. Anyway, go ahead, Alan. You can wrap this up.
No, that's all I wanted to say on it. But yeah, open invitation, man. If anyone wants to talk about it, there's always, you know, you guys and everyone knows where I'll be on Fridays, obviously. But if you want to set up something formal, like, we can do that as well. It's a pretty straightforward topic. So
yeah, that's a fact. And these guys know, bro. Like, they know if they come request the mic, if they want a back and forth, they can have it their way. If they want to get some unimpeded, uninterrupted mic time to speak, without any, you know, pause or anything like that from interjections, they can request it as well. They know that's how we run the space over here. So there really isn't any reason or excuse not to come present your position, unless you just aren't confident, in my estimation. But there it is, DC. We'll be waiting for you to come pull up. You got a mic open here with your name on it. I would love to hear from the radio specialist. Explain the misinterpretation of the values. and specifically address Alan on why that reasoning is completely and utterly flawed as someone who has a background in radio. Appreciate the attempt, though.
Yep. Yeah, there was one more thing I wanted to add. So when you get into like the actual size of that radiation pattern, right? Like it's pretty big, but it's the equisignal and the preservation of that geometry that matters. Like that's why the system works. Just like, just trying to keep that in mind when you're looking at the radiation pattern. It's that center point, the overlapping, and that's what specifically is the important part that has to be preserved. And that's why if any of it starts getting diffracted down and bouncing up and it starts intersecting at different points, it's over. There's no use for it. That's why it was hypothesized by the Brits that it wouldn't even work. So once you have diffraction, it's over. You can't adjust the beam width. And the whole point of this system was to be able to adjust that beam width at distances. So
yeah, facts. Like they act like these guys, like as they building the system, didn't take any of this into account, even when they documented like them saying, hey, we think that this may not work because of curvature, and then end up working. Like, come on, bro. Like, you can't just deny some of this stuff, bro. Open mic with your name on it, bro. Thank you, Alan. Appreciate you, bro.
Yep, no worries, lad. And then just let me know whenever you're ready to get into the election scandal.
As a matter of fact, we're probably going to bring some of the squad up here in a second. Probably, what you think? You think we should run through your pin tweet real quick? Because I really want everyone to kind of hear this back and forth that I had. And I kind of want to get everybody's opinion on, how I did, maybe some critique, some criticism, some things that you may not have known, maybe some of your ideas about what you heard from the anti-flat earthers, which they were pretty cool after I neutralized a lot of this emotion and stuff that they had before I went up there. But before I bring everybody up, I probably want to have you guys listen to that first, so that way when we do pass y'all the mic and kind of listen to some of the things of, what people want to say from the audience, y'all can chime in on that too. What you think, Proud? You think that's a good idea?
Yeah, everyone can grab a snack and some type of recreational activity that they choose to partake in, and we could get it rolling.
Bet. We've been thinking about doing like a little Flatter Fridays mixer. Stay tuned.
Come single and ready to mingle.
Damn. Is Witsis still in here? Or did he bounce? I really wanted him to hear this too. I wanted him to give me some of his feedback, some of this back and forth that I had. If not, it's all good. Y'all can always go catch the replay. Link in bio. Shout out to y'all for showing all the love and support. Another little sidebar. I think I'm at 10K. Shout out to me. Shout out to y'all. Yeah. Big squad, man. Big squad, yo. We was gonna do like a 10K special, but it kind of just like fell on today. I'm super proud of that, bro, because again, I kind of spoke on this before. I don't really have no viral posts. I don't got no blue check, right? And I don't really tweet that much unless I'm trying to, hold down a squad or something like that. But I'm be playing a lot of away games on TikTok. But, a lot of the people that decided to click that follow button probably heard me speak, or I had some type of like personal engagement with them. So I really take pride in like what we do over here. And anybody that rocks with me, even if you don't agree with me, if you're following just to see what, the different type of things that we're talking about and keeping up with the conversation, that means we made some type of an impact and has some type of influence, whether positive or negative. You're here to, hear what we got going on. So I appreciate each and every one of y'all wholeheartedly whole circuitly. You know, I'm a cyborg. Whole motherboardly. But yeah, man, I just want to say thank y'all. I just don't know what to say, man. It's super dope, bro. Super dope. Gang for real, squad for real. All right. Oh, Wiss is up here. Cool, my man. So, Wiss was one to put me onto this, right? These equivalents, right? The scientifically descriptive papers to equivalents from geocentrism and heliocentrism, right? And not only showing like the kinematics we talk about all the time, but even using dynamics as well to show that, you know, these globe earthers have to acknowledge how viable geocentrism is, one step at a time, right? Because I always say they got to hold their hand. You know, you can't show them exactly why geocentrism is way more viable and just dunk all over heliocentrism, but that cog this really be kicking in, bro. Like, it's crazy once y'all listen to some of this conversation played out. But you know, before we can get into geometry, and I really, really, really appreciate this approach. Before we can get into any of these other things, even though it's like completely demonstrable, just like y'all heard Alan just break down so eloquently, how we could falsify the geometry of the globe Earth all day long, right? But it's not going to be able to settle in until we could, you know, get to step 1. We can't jump to step 2, 3, 4, and 5 with these guys because they're just not going to hear anything. So if we can get them to at least acknowledge the lack of motion of the Earth, or at least the viability of a geocentric framework, and have them show some intellectual honesty by holding their scientific community accountable and saying, look what them guys are saying over there. Then we can start moving into some of these other topics, bro. Because if they're not going to show any intellectual honesty with something coming from their own community, why would I waste my time talking about falsifying the radius and battle of the beams and the electric field that has no curvature to it? Like, why would I even try to get you to acknowledge any of those things if you're not even going to acknowledge what they're saying from your own squad? So that's been my approach over the past couple weeks over and on TikTok. Getting all of them caught up to where the level heads is at on Twitter, because everybody on Twitter already know that we done substantiated geocentrism and falsified the radius of the Earth, but specifically the motion of the Earth as well. So I'm just trying to get them guys over there caught up because they are oblivious. And shout out to the Flat Earth TikTokers, the TikTok lads over there. They be coming over here showing support, holding us down over there when we go pop into these different lives. And I keep telling them, man, y'all wait, bro. Y'all wait till the rest of the squad go over there, man. It's going to be a huge problem. But I do want to play this clip. It's like 15 minutes long. That's why I probably said get comfy. We're going to do a little level heads listening party. And then we're going to bring up some of the squad. And like I said earlier, I don't know if Witz had heard, I definitely want to get some feedback on my articulation, my approach. Maybe some things I said well, maybe some things I didn't say well. There was some parts I was like, didn't really like that. But we try to compile like this whole hour and a half long conversation of trying to get the globe earther heliocentrist caught up to the viability of geocentrism. And it was a long one. So we try to compact a 90-minute interaction into like 15 minutes. So I don't know how the hell Proud be doing this. Real cyborg shit for real, because I have no idea like how she be doing this, bro. Like, it's crazy. So let's go ahead and let's run it. And we'll go ahead and bring some of the squad up here and get some feedback. So this live was hosted by a Kentuckian anti-flat earther named Buttered Sausage. And just some context, I don't know if this in this clip we'll probably hear it, but he was like super antagonistic when I first tried to get up there. I was kind of just like kicking it on some just cool shit. Like, he threw some Flat Earth Society trolling tweet in his backdrop. And I was explaining to everybody, like, yo, bro, we don't know nobody from the Flat Earth Society. Just so everybody in the chat knows, like, that is a complete psyop, seemingly. Because I haven't met nobody from the Flat Earth. Does anybody know that? If y'all know somebody from the Flat Earth Society, any members, any affiliates, y'all put them in the chat. Because I ain't met not one yet. So I went to just address that real quick, like, bro, just so you know, your backdrop is pure cap. And I got censored in silence, and I had to wait like another 30 minutes before he was willing to bring me back up. And then it turned in from this 1v1 into like a 20v1. You know how that go. So let's see how Sacred fares over on TikTok. This is Levelheads versus TikTok. TikTok Topics Volume 7. Heliocentrics. It's Flat Earth Fridays, man. Shout out to the Levelheads. Let's get it. Bro, cats don't like spheres, bro.
What makes me think that the Earth is flat?
Bro, cats don't like spheres, bro. Cats only like flat surfaces. Stop it.
Look, cats can't come from flat Earth. They don't like water, bro.
What? Y'all don't have no water on the globe no more?
Cats are from Saturn, dude. Cats don't like water, bro.
No, save this guy. I was trying to cook this guy.
Bro, we can get this one.
Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter. Shout out to Legends.
Bro, let's do it, bro. I think actually looking pretty lit.
Lit. Golly. Hey, yo, does anybody up here got like exclusive evidence that the globe is in motion around the sun?
Dude, man, look, check this out. Look, you can go to you don't even need the NASA link if you don't trust them. You can go to Afar TV, AFAR TV.
Okay, just real quick, just to add some context. I just asked, like, after we was kind of, BSing for a little bit, and they brought me back up and started bringing all these anti-flat earthers to kind of gang up on me. I just asked and posed a question: does anybody have exclusive evidence that the globe is in motion around the sun? This is the response I got.
.com, or you can check out Afar TV, AFAR TV at YouTube, and they broadcast live feed from the International Space Station that you can triangulate, not trilaterally. It's not trilaterally.
Did he say trilaterally? Let's keep moving.
Anyway, you can look at the telescope, bro, and see that it's where it says it's supposed to be. $150 at your local hobby store, same place you buy model cars and stuff. Go there, ask them for a telescope. $150 will get you a pretty decent one that you can see the ISS with. No questions asked.
What does that have to do with the globe being in motion around the sun, though?
I heard the explanation, but I missed the question.
I feel like
I was just asking for exclusive evidence that we live on a sphere in motion around the sun, and he's talking about using a telescope. I was trying to find out how does that make sense.
So the ISS that you can see with the telescope, the ISS has live feed, and if you don't trust the live feed, you can go buy you a telescope, and it's got an app that'll say where it's located in the sky.
Bro, this man thinks you could use a telescope and an app to determine if the Earth is moving around the sun.
You can find that position with your telescope and look and see the ISS right where it's supposed to be at. It's not like a hologram, none of that stuff. It's real, and it's there, and it's broadcasting live footage at this very second. You can also see these weather patterns that are occurring in live time on the face of the Earth all over the globe from the ISS that correlates with what's being broadcasted. It's an impossibility to do.
I have people look through them. I talk to the public. It's kind of a public speaking role. I invite people to shows. We take them out to the telescopes and we have conversations. And sometimes it's flat earthers, and it's pretty fun. One thing you can do to elaborate on sausage point is you can sign up to. I can try to figure out the exact website, but it's part of the NASA website. You can sign up for emails.
So this is a guy that says that he is involved with his job observing planetary motion. Okay, this is the guy like jumping in 20v1, like I've been saying. And now he's gonna build off of buttered sausages point. Oh my God, this man needs a new name. Anyway, let's just call him BS, okay?
Shout out to your boy Butter Sausage.
No, not shout out to him at all. Literally no shout outs.
Zero shout outs.
Zero shout outs.
Unlucky.
Okay, let's hear Mr. Planetary Motion Guy explain his reasoning why we're in motion around the sun.
That will give you automatic notifications on your phone when the ISS is going overhead. And you can communicate. Fucking second to the second. Yes. It will pop up over the horizon and fly over you. And you can communicate when it's overhead, like when it's directly overhead, you can communicate via radio telecommunications as long as you have a transponder and a receiver.
Yeah. May I respond now, or are you still going?
Yeah, go right ahead. So I wanted to.
Now wait, did y'all just hear me ask if I could respond after all of that? Y'all heard me say that, right? The host said, "Oh yeah, go ahead, sir. You can respond to that." I don't know if I got my chance to speak.
Communications, as long as you have a transponder and a receiver.
Yeah. May I respond now, or are you still going?
Yeah, go right ahead. So I wanted to expand on something else as well. Is
Bro, this man just literally ignored the host and proceeded to talk for another 5 minutes, bro, about how your phone is evidence that we're in motion around the sun, bro. And I sat through it uninterrupted. Hey, y'all gonna sit through it too, but we gonna speed through it on 5X, okay? How about that? Let's get it. Too long, didn't listen. Bro, look how long he's talking.
that is the easiest way, hands down. You have the technology in your pocket. There is no excuse to debate anymore.
May I respond now, uninterrupted?
Yep.
Since it's turned into a 20v1, so hopefully the flat earth can get a word in here. Just go back to what I'm calling Buttered, I guess. Buttered was talking about the ISS. Let's say the ISS is up there, right? They launched the ISS using an Earth sensor. Again, the ISS, when launched, they use an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. So that implies that the Earth, they use and treat the Earth as it's the center. So not exclusive evidence that we're going around the sun. Also, to talk about Data's point, I do agree that you can get a lot of information using the technology that we have today. You know, no one denies that. You know, we can extrapolate a lot of information by looking at the sky, especially with using the upgraded technology that we have. The problem is the Earth and the sky was mapped out. Well, let's just focus on the sky for now. The sky was mapped out already by the Babylonians. The Babylonians were flat earthers. So just seeing a cycle happen in the sky isn't proof that we're in motion, especially when the sky was mapped out by flat earthers and then given to like other civilizations like the Greeks. So again, I wouldn't say looking up at the sky from a centered Earth fixed coordinate system is proof that we're going around the sun. Do we all agree on that?
I disagree.
I just told you why it's a problem. So why would you disagree?
So I would disagree for the example that I proposed a moment ago, where I can use my phone, you can use your phone.
Oh my God, here we go again. He really think you could use your phone to determine if we're in motion around the sun, gang? Let's keep moving.
If you're already just not familiar with like where things are, because I do this every single day. But if you don't, it's okay. You can use your phone and point around and figure out where Jupiter is and watch it come up the eastern horizon, come up overhead, even during the day, even if you can't see it because of the daylight.
It is there, and it will continue from the east overhead and set in the west, and throughout the night it will go underneath you.
So how do you know it's going underneath you?
Because during the night I can see it going overhead in one pattern, and it continues the same pattern during the day underneath, depending on where it is on its orbit. Sometimes it's only quote unquote visible during the day, but that depends on where it is in its orbit, where we are in our orbit around the sun. But you pick any other planet, Saturn, Mars, Venus, like you can see the whole track of it. We know where it is exactly, and it is entirely predictable with a simple app on your phone.
Okay, let's do this. Now, I had to slow him down because he was just going off the rails. I'm asking about exclusive evidence of the Earth going around the sun. And the man starts talking about how Venus disappears underneath you, as if he was arguing geometry. So I'm like, let me reel this guy back in because the this is kicking. Let me try to approach this from a different way. Let's keep moving.
Track of it. We know where it is exactly. And it is entirely predictable with a simple app on your phone.
Okay, let's do this. How about this, right? Instead of me challenging, right? Instead of me challenging you saying, oh, we could do this over a flat surface, like this is not exclusive evidence for a globe Earth in motion around the sun. Instead of me challenging with that, what if I say that there are scientific papers that validate geocentrism as a viable option when viewing the sky? Even in your own paradigm, what if I were to show that? Will you then agree that heliocentrism is not exclusive?
Talk to us, I am willing really quick to look at this. I'm willing to look at these papers if you provide them, and I would like to look at the dates provided on those and the sources.
Yeah, okay, so this is what I'm doing now. So I'm saying, hey, bro, I hear your arguments, which is non sequitur to my to the topic about motion while you're talking about geometry. But if I provide a paper from your own community, will you then acknowledge the viability of geocentrism? And it seems like he's doing everything except saying yes. I will then accept it if you provide a scientific paper or scientific literature showing how geocentrism is equally valid to heliocentrism. Listen how he tries to get away from me trying to just establish some intellectual honesty. Again, y'all, I'm not finna be, and neither should y'all, I'm not finna be wasting no time with anybody that can't be intellectually honest, especially when we're referencing scientific literature, right? Because if I show him the math, if I show him the diagrams, if I go through every single 10, 11 pages in that document, and he won't accept it, what's the point of me providing it? So I'm just saying, yo, bro, if I go ahead and get this and show you, hey, even from the scientific community, they all acknowledge how viable the geocentric framework is, will you retract your statement of heliocentrism being exclusive or proven? And once you admit to, yes, I will be able to do that, then I can continue further into the conversation about how geocentrism destroys heliocentrism. And then I can take it into geometry. But if you can't even acknowledge things that are coming from the scientific community, I'm telling you, bro, I'm not going to be wasting my time. It's 118 episodes, bro. Like, I don't know what else we got to do. We can't be babying them forever, but I'm really trying to work with them here. You feel me? So establishing some intellectual honesty, a baseline for you to acknowledge, then we can continue. If you don't demonstrate that honesty, there's no point in continuing. Let's keep it moving.
Jump in here really quick to look at this. I'm willing to look at these papers if you provide them, and I would like to look at the dates provided on those and the sources.
Yeah, but let's just say I did, right? Because I can. But let's just say I did. Would you agree that geocentrism would be equally viable as heliocentrism if your scientific community wrote papers on this? Would you agree?
I would agree to look at it and communicate with it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you read the paper and you said,
communicate with it, bro.
It does have the cycles. It does have the planetary motion from a geocentric framework. If you read that and saw the math behind it, would you agree that heliocentrism is not exclusive? It's just an intellectually honest answer, bro. Like, so you don't gotta like concede to anything.
Absolutely, I would agree.
Okay, cool.
Give me like absolute evidence.
Cool. So let me just. All right. So I finally got him to agree, because once you agree to that, I've already led the parameters, right? I said, yo, if it got the math, if it got the diagrams, if it come from the scientific community, they ain't flat earthers. Will you finally acknowledge geocentrism as a viable option? As soon as you agree to that and say yes, now we can move forward. So I got him to say yes, y'all. Clap it up a second, man. Got him to say yes. Let's see what happens.
I hope
Just
he
an
communicates
intellectually
with you.
honest answer, bro. Like, so you don't gotta like concede to anything.
Absolutely, I would agree.
Okay, cool.
Give me like absolute evidence.
Cool. So let me just reference the paper and then I'll let you jump in, Face. The paper is called the Newton-Machian analysis of the Neo-Tychonian model of planetary motions. Doing off the top of my head, yeah, it's called the Newton-Machian analysis of Neo-Tychonian model of planetary motions. So even in your own paradigm, we're going to use everything that you appeal to in the sky, and we're going to show an equivalence of a geocentric framework. So for guys to be talking like geocentrism isn't a viable option is objectively incorrect, even in your own paradigm. And I would like anybody to challenge that paper. So y'all can go ahead and do y'all research, but I'm just saying, even in your own scientific community, they're not intellectually dishonest. They're saying, hey, there's some equivalence here. We don't have any exclusivity when observing cyclical nature in the sky to make the positive claim that we're in motion around the sun. These aren't like flat earthers. I think the author of the paper is Luka Popov, Popov. So y'all should stop saying heliocentrism is exclusive when even in your own paradigm, they say it's not. I'll mute up.
I would have to say, if we look at Mercury and Venus, those two planets right there would tell you that we do not live in a geocentric solar system or in a geocentric system, because the way they move across the sky, you know, at one point they're going one way, and then once they cross the path of the sun, then they're moving the other way.
Boy has never seen a Neo-Tychonian model in his life. Clearly.
It's retrograde.
Retrograde, correct. So at night, we always see the stars moving from one side of the sky to the other. We never see it, you know, reverse.
Y'all never see the stars reverse? Bro, you ain't see the whole timeline crash out when we did negative parallax? Why is you claiming your stars don't go in reverse, gang? You missed that episode? Yeah, you should go tap into Flat Earth Fridays, whatever episode that was, and go look up negative parallax. That got all the timeline tweaking because your predicted stars was going in the wrong direction, squad. Oh my God, this is too many ways to pack these guys up, and I gotta take it one thing at a time. Go ahead, sir, get them.
And that's because we're looking out
a period of time, and like in respect to the constellations of stars behind us. So it moves forward, and then it moves back a little bit, and then it moves forward again.
and towards the center of our solar system, which is what makes it seem to reverse and then head back in the other direction.
I would like to see the math because I have a degree in physics and orbital dynamics. So
yeah, I mean, I could pull it up for you real quick. Call it luminary, but we could say planets for all intents and purposes. They say it's equally viable for all the planets in the sky. Y'all should really go look that up, bro. Because I was I was of the same. I had the same questions that you guys had until I was made aware of the math and the analysis of this planetary motion from a geocentric framework using the Neo-Tychonian model. So I really, really advise you guys to go look that up. So that way we can at least get on the same page about the equivalence of geocentrism. Because once we can do that, then we can talk about other things. But if you guys are denying the science, that doesn't look good for the scientific community, right?
So, okay.
I'm looking.
You hear him glitch out? Hold on. Y'all gotta hear him glitch out. Yo, Proud, you did amazing with some of these images, yo.
To go look that up, so that way we can at least get on the same page about the equivalence of geocentrism. Because once we could do that, then we can talk about other things. But if you guys are denying the science, that doesn't look good for the scientific community, right?
Right?
So, okay.
I'm looking at the PDF right now. It's got 11 pages on it, but there's math all over it. It's not bad.
Okay, so now the other anti-flat soldier was the host tagged in the guy that got a degree in physics, and now the guy in degree in physics, he's glitching out. So then there's a third guy jumping in and say, "Hey, yo, so I gotta pull the paper up right now. Let's see if you're talking that real shit or not. Let's see what happened."
Let them know, Stitch. Right. Matter of fact, Stitch, read the conclusion for everybody. If you want, I could pull it up on the screen for you. But if you want to just read it for everybody, so you know it's not coming from a flat earther, you can let these guys know. Jump to the conclusion.
Right. So I told him, I said, bro, I'm not even gonna read it, so that way you can't even deny just because it's coming from the sacred sounds, right? You can't deny now. We're gonna have the other anti-flat earther read it to y'all. So that way you're gonna have to address what's coming out of his mouth. Let's see. Let's get it.
The conclusion. An analysis of planetary motions had been performed in the Newtonian framework with the assumption of Mach's principle, the kinematic equivalence of the Copernican, heliocentric, and the
what? They taking a knee or something? Copernic.
The Colin Kaepernick principle.
Is the Copernic principle? He got his own principle too? What are we doing, TikTok anti-flat earthers? What are we doing?
Just read it for everybody so know it's not coming from a flat earther. You can let these guys know. Jump to the conclusion.
All right, the conclusion. An analysis of planetary motions had been performed in the Newtonian framework with the assumption of Mach's principle, the kinematic equivalence of the Copernican, heliocentric, and the Neo-Tychonian geocentric systems is shown to be a consequence of the presence of pseudo-potential in the geocentric system, which according to Mach must be regarded as the real potential originating from the fact of the simultaneous acceleration of the universe. This analysis can be done on another celestial body observed from Earth. Since Sun and Mars are chosen arbitrarily, and there is nothing special about
obituarily. I mean, we know heliocentrism is dead, bruh. But I think the word is arbitrarily. Oh my God, bro. TikTok is crazy, bro.
This analysis can be done on another celestial body observed from Earth. Since Sun and Mars are chosen arbitrarily, and there is nothing special about Mars, one can accept to come up with the same general conclusion.
What he's saying is we use Mars arbitrarily, right? But it works with any planetary motion, as per the paper. And it says, basically, if you account for a universe that's in motion with all the masses that are predicted to be out there, you can have the same observation from a geocentric framework. In fact, Einstein actually quotes Mach, or he acknowledges Mach and said, hey, I never considered that if we had a universe in motion, the mass of everything in the universe would translate down to Earth, and we would have an equally viable framework from a geocentric position that I
really the motion of the masses, not the mass actually translating down. Chill up off me, y'all. It was a long day dealing with all this anti-flirt TikTok stuff. Chill out.
The mass of everything in the universe would translate down to Earth, and we would have an equally viable framework from a geocentric position that I had never considered. So even Einstein says, thank you, Mach. I hadn't even considered this. We should take this into account for equally viable framework. So that's pretty much what the paper is saying. And like you just heard from my man's, he's not a flat earther. So y'all gotta accept the equivalence, at least the equivalence, even though it's actually more viable than heliocentrism. You have to at least acknowledge the equivalence of geocentrism, being that we make all our observations from the Earth.
Bro, you gotta say it multiple times in a row. It's not gonna stick. I know it's a little bit repetitive. Chill off me, guys. I'm trying to appeal to my audience in TikTok. You gotta say it over and over.
Actually more viable than heliocentrism. You have to at least acknowledge the equivalence of geocentrism, being that we make all our observations from the Earth.
You're saying things like equivalence. These terms, this terminology, it doesn't equivalence to what?
What? Wait. Is equivalence too much syllable? We don't know what equivalence means now, gang? Level heads. Am I tweaking? Do we not know what the word equivalence means? Ain't no way, bro. I mean, he said he had a physics degree, right?
Earth. You're saying things like equivalence. These.
It's not even me saying it. It's the paper that said it.
Terms, this terminology, it doesn't equivalence to what? It doesn't make sense in scientific terms when you just say equivalence. So that's where I'm hung up.
Bro doesn't know that we're talking about geocentrism versus heliocentrism after an hour and a half of conversation. Equivalence to what? Yo, bro, this is what we saying, bro. This is why, this is exactly why, bro. You can't talk no flat earth to nobody. We have been talking about geocentrism versus heliocentrism for almost 2 hours. The anti-flat earth read the conclusion to the paper, and the man still don't understand what we're talking about. Equivalence to what he says?
Dude, honestly, respect.
No respect at all, bro. Zero respect.
Equivalence to what? It doesn't make sense in scientific terms when you just say equivalence. So that's where I'm hung up.
So what you have is called a delusion. And I don't know if you're familiar with what a delusion is, but a delusion is a false belief that is held on too tightly by someone who will still hold that false belief when presented with evidence that what they believe is false. So that is the textbook definition of delusion.
Do y'all hear that last part? So that's how the conversation actually started, with the host calling me delusional. I walked their ass through. I'm sorry. I walked their behind through it, which I owe you 10 push-ups. My bad, bro. I walked them through geocentrism versus heliocentrism and how their scientific community is literally acknowledging the equivalence and the equal viable option of a geocentric framework. And by the end of the conversation, boy was trying to press me on what the terminology of equivalence means and how it's relevant to the conversation, bro. And the man had the nerve to say that I was the one being delusional. Bro, you can't make this up, man. You can't make this up. So that was the back and forth of me versus TikTok. Shout out Proud for clipping that up. And I think we're gonna start pulling some people up now. I know we talked on a few different topics thus far. We're kind of like focusing just on the conversation of geocentrism and heliocentrism. Again, the scientific community at the highest levels are acknowledging how viable geocentrism is. And we can even get into how, all of our observations actually is more viable than heliocentrism. But I kind of want to hear some of the squad's feedback. Again, which equips us with so much information, bro. That's just like a death blow to the globe and heliocentrism on a regular basis. We got Middle Ground and some new shows that he just launched recently. Yeah, we sit back in the field with it. So I'm definitely, yeah, man. Like I'm so excited. I got my Mondays and my Wednesdays back. You feel me? Super dope. I definitely want to hear from Witsit. To have him give his analysis of my approach to the conversation. If there's some things I should tweak, some things that he liked, maybe didn't like, and maybe some of the other guys that come up and want to chime in on some of the things we talked about, and we can kind of kick it for a little bit. What you think, Proud? That sound good?
Hear ye, hear ye.
All right, that's what's up. If y'all want to go get that in full with all the images and things like that, I did post it to the Nest. It's on Proud's pin tweet. I got a shorter version of me correcting that same guy. I could play that too, but it's not nothing really crazy. The guy was just thinking that Newton was the one that was challenging circular orbits and turned everything into ellipses. The guy who got his physics degree. And I had to tell him, bro, it wasn't Newton. It was Kepler. Like, guys are just completely out the loop of all historical science. But anyway, not to get too much off topic, I want to make sure that everyone got a mic. I think we're loading up. We got some other requests we'll cycle through. Witsit, Alan, you want to jump in? Maybe give some of your analysis, critiques, pros, cons of some of the things you heard thus far?
Yeah, absolutely. Give me 1 sec. I'll jump back in on the next round.
Dope. Witsit, you there?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Hey, was you able to hear some of that we just played?
Yeah, I actually watched it right before the space, and the edit's hilarious, bro. you got Colin Kaepernick, and then he tries to say arbitrarily, and he put a gravestone like an obituary.
They're trying, bro. They're trying. TikTok is trying, man.
It's funny. Like I think it's my take on I think it's the best approach is to go right there. So I think that was ace. I would say obviously there's the kinematic dynamic distinction, right? So when he's like, I look at the ISS, I mean, it's such a retarded response, to be honest, that what can you do with it? But to claim anything about the ISS or the planets or anything, they're just talking about kinematics. And that paper is dynamics specifically. So, of course, the kinematics is built into it. So it still serves the purpose of proving the equivalence. But like from a kinematically equivalent perspective, like literally you can go all the way to Einstein, you know what I'm saying? Like Einstein tells you that. But yeah, so that's all I would say is I would say that scenario is not really one that you could have gotten into that. I mean, they're not like equipped for any of that. Although it was funny that this guy jumps in and says that my degree's in physics and orbital dynamics, But yeah, that's all I would say.
The funniest part, because I'm like, bro, you led with your credentials. So I'm thinking that this is gonna be like a nice build. You won't have some stuff that I could learn. Maybe we can get but like you said, bro, he was just unequipped. It's crazy.
Yeah, like that they weren't even close to getting, being able to get into the details. But yeah, because that's obviously he's taken Newtonian gravity, the Machian principle, and then he's working out like the assumed gravitational orbit with the assumed masses, with the assumed distances and stuff, and showing that it works from a geocentric position. And so, yeah, I mean, I think you may know all this, but that paper is exclusive to Newtonian gravity. The other one that is both relativity and Newton is the Andreas Cease paper, the relational mechanics one. But when they bring up anything to do with planets, or really anything to do with gravity, the average person's always only talking about Newton because it's the only one they can even like ostensibly understand enough to regurgitate, So yeah, that's my take. I mean, I think it is the best approach is they all go in here with their chests sticking out and they think that they can literally point to any observation in the world and it proves their model somehow. Like that's how like uninformed they are about it. right? So when they're talking about using their phone, they're trying to talk about GPS, and we're talking about they see the ISS, they think that flat earthers all universally denied that thing's even there because it couldn't be there. And when they talk about how we can use a telescope to see the planets, they think that this caricature in their mind, that flat earthers deny that there are planets and deny that we can see the stuff in the sky. So that's just how they're coming about it. Like, you have to teach them all about it. So there's really no reason to get into like the intricacies of a replacement model or anything close to that. You shouldn't even get, this is just my opinion, which I've said 1,000 times at this point, but you shouldn't even get into geometry with those people, right? Because if you can't even get to that first step, what does it even matter? So I think it's like the perfect approach.
Yeah, no, absolutely, bro. And I definitely took a page out of your book because again, they're not going to be able to visualize or internalize any actual geometrically sided like flat earth arguments if they're not even going to concede to the motion. So it's like literally step by step. So when you hear him like glitching out and he's like, well, or when you hear him say, when you say the word equivalence, like, I don't understand what you mean. That right there, I think he's honest. Like, I think he's literally being honest that it's not clicking. Like, that is a demonstration of cognitus. I know we like Tro was saying that, you got cognitus when you're just denying something, but that is actually like cognitus, where it's like, I can't even wrap my head around you just destroying my whole worldview right now. Because I thought that it was like completely proven that we was going around the sun, and geocentrism has been refuted. So when you bring up something that they have to acknowledge, right, with the approach, because you can't be toxic or they're just gonna ignore everything that you say. Right?
It's just like looking at through a telescope, right? You see something at one point, you shouldn't fucking see the same thing, the exact same thing the next fucking day or next 3 days or the next week, the exact same fucking thing.
All right, hold on a second. I feel you on that. It's a little bit of a different of a point. But again, we're just like trying to get them to take the first steps into opening up their mind and being able to intake new information. And this is what it sounds like. Not being able to function with a coherent thought or to internalize and maybe not have anything to say because their brain is rewiring in the moment. That's why I really try to be extremely patient. TikTok is already designed for like short attention spans. Right. So like you almost got to kind of build rapport with like the anti-flat earthers so they could chill out a little bit. Then you got to approach it a specific way because if you're toxic, they're not going to acknowledge anything. And then you got to present something that is undeniable. That way you can start to open up their mind. One last thing that I'll say, and maybe Wissa can just comment on this, because we couldn't really get into like the details too much because they were just glitching on the surface level. And shout out to them, man. At the end of the conversation, they it was a pretty cordial back and forth. So I'm not really trying to make an example out of them. I just want to highlight like this is kind of what it is when you talk to some of these guys. But one thing in the paper that I found super interesting, and like I said, Wiss, if you want to chime in on this before Alan jumps in, this is the last paragraph in the conclusion by Luka Popov. He said, there is another interesting remark that follows from this analysis, aside from the fact that geocentrism is extremely viable, right? Something else that's interesting. If one could put the whole universe in accelerated motion around the Earth, right? All the cosmos, spinning in motion around the Earth, the pseudo potential corresponding to pseudo force would immediately be generated. That same pseudo potential then causes the universe to stay in that very state of motion without any need of exterior forces acting on it. Now, this is super interesting. And like I said, I'll let Wissett, if you want to like kind of break this down a little bit for you guys, because they always say, well, like if the Earth's not spinning and the universe is spinning, how does it stay in motion, level heads? And the paper just tells you exactly how. Wissett, did you want to like kind of chime in on this?
No, that's so the part to understand, because what a lot of them will do is they'll go and they'll look at the paper and they'll see the word pseudo and they'll immediately be like, oh, so it's saying you have to invoke pseudo forces. which is really funny because it actually says that in the heliocentric paradigm, effectively, it would be pseudo. But in the Machian geocentric position, it would be real. That's what it says in the conclusion, right? But so they'll go from like thinking that a refutation is that it's a pseudo force to immediately the pseudo force is accurate and true and real somehow, because that's what, when they find out, that's actually what their model claims, which is super funny. So that's just like the number one thing I hear is like, it has to invoke pseudo forces. It's just the easiest way to know they have no idea. They didn't comprehend the paper at all, right? They're just looking for some way to dismiss it. But anyway, he points out that it's a pseudo force, and he's obviously operating from within the assumed framework that's accepted in consensus. And he's pointing out that in this other framework that he's proposing, it would actually be a real force, which is what I always try to point out, is that like the satellites themselves are actually, they would actually be a dynamic proof of geocentrism, because they account for real inertial forces, and that's a dynamic distinction. So you can't just say it's like kinematically equivalent, because it's like dynamically different, right? It's like physics. But anyway, so then what the implications are with what you just brought up is that the only thing that would be needed for a geocentric universe with this type of framework, which I do think that this framework is accurate, not specifically Newtonian gravity or the distances or the masses, but the general physics. I think that this is how it works. I think it's actually just all within a torus field, right? But you would just need some primary mover to start it. That's literally all you would need. So because like the PhD astronomer Robert Parks, right? He came back finally after I nagged him to read it, after he was pretending that I never sent him the papers, and I called him out publicly, and then he responded. He could only come up with, well, what's causing it to move, and I'm like, did you not read it? And I explained it, right? Obviously, you have the centrifugal. The centripetal is twice the magnitude of the centrifugal. So, in like really simple terms, you have the force that's generated outward, like the tendency for the object to continue out away from the center of rotation, and then you have the force that's generated towards the center, and that force going towards the center is twice the magnitude, meaning that you would have a net inward force. So it would be this like seesaw balancing back and forth, right? These forces playing off of each other, and there would be a stronger force going in, so it would just keep spinning around, basically. So it wouldn't someone's tried to say that it would like defy the second law or something, right? Because entropy increases, usable energy increases, but they don't know it wouldn't, because it's balancing back and forth, right? Like it's got multiple forces acting, and so then it's going back and forth and basically always trying to equalize, and so it would perpetually move. So you would just need something to start it. And what Professor Parks said was, like what's causing it to move, and so I had explained that to him, and then he's like, oh well, then what? Yeah, but okay. So the only problem, he basically what he's saying is that out of all the papers and all this fake claim about how we know the Earth's moving around the sun, once I really pushed the claim on him and made him address it, the PhD in astronomy, our professor, came back and said that the only thing that he could come up with as a rebuttal as to why it wouldn't work, or he doesn't believe in it, is, well, what would have caused it to move in the first place? I'm like, really? Is that the standard that we're holding cosmology to now, right? Where you have dark matter and dark energy and a big bang with a pre-existing energy that you don't acknowledge and you can't define, you're not sure how it works, and you have the horizon problem, and you have the cosmological constant problem, and you have the flatness problem, and all of a sudden, this problem that exists for any cosmology, right? What was the primary mover? We're asking about God at that point. I'm like, that's all you got. So I'm guessing you're going to keep that same energy for your cosmology, right? So then you're a geocentrist, because you have like 10 more questions that can't be answered, whereas my answer would just be God, right? It's whatever you want to call it, the supreme consciousness, the primary mover. Regardless of what cosmology you believe in, something had to set everything into motion, right? Something had to, so, And anyway, long story short, that's all you would need. And then the basically the magnitude of the whole universe, when it started rotating, it would just keep doing it, And so it's like geocentrism is significantly more viable, even within the Newtonian framework. Significantly, it's not even remotely close. So I love that paper for that reason. He has 2 follow-ups where he tackles like parallax and retrograde and stuff like that. So I won't rant anymore on that. Although I think those are really important points. And the last thing I'll say, they obviously started to bring up retrograde as if they were going to school you on what it was, like they were telling you about the phenomena of retrograde, and that's kinematics again. And so that's why with this second episode I did on Middle Ground, I just covered kinematics dynamics, and it was like super redundant. Because that is actually the first thing I guess we figured out you have to make sure people understand is like the difference in kinematics and dynamics. So that would be the only thing I would say in that scenario. I know how that goes. I'm in environments like that a lot. There's a 0% chance you were going to be able to like actually explain the difference in kinematics and dynamics and how it applied to the conversation. Like, there's no way you could have done that. But that is the proper.
Not even to the guy with the physics degree, bro. Not even him.
There's no chance. There was no chance. They would have been interrupting you and deflecting and avoid. I know how it goes, So that's why I kind of stopped doing it, honestly. But yeah. So anyway, that would be my only. It's like people need to understand that paper. That's like the home run paper, right? It's like people need to understand the kinematics first. Like everyone has this like misconception in their mind that the fact we can map out the planets and their paths and their orbits and their cycles, which you did point out, like the Babylonian, like flat Earth civilization mapped out, right? They didn't understand the magnitude or the implications of that because honestly, like they weren't following you, bro. Let's just be real. But so it's like they need to understand the first step of it, which is kinematics. So like how we see the planets move, parallax, so how we see the stars move, aberration, retrograde. I mean, you can grant all those things. You can grant parallax, even though there's a huge dispute, and it doesn't really seem to be the phenomena that they even pretend has to be explained. It's like completely fraudulent. But it's like just grant it all. It's like they need to understand, dude, the way that Mars moves and Mercury and Venus and the sun and the moon and all that, that's all just kinematics, and it works perfectly both ways, and that's called relative motion. If you go the approach of teaching them the very basic, like elementary aspect of relativity, their pride and ego, they're going to immediately concede because what they're going to do, you're basically trapping them. It's like mental jiu-jitsu. You're trapping them to concede because they're going to be like, of course I know what relative motion is, right? And so you're just going to trap them into conceding the kinematic equivalence. And so then once you can get them to understand that and that phrase, that's going to make the conversation like 1,000 times more efficient. That you can now start using the word kinematic, the phrase of kinematic equivalence, right? Like, and then of course you'll just have to keep correcting them. They'll start conflating dynamics and kinematics, and then you'll pull out that paper, because what they'll end up doing is defaulting to like, oh well, then what causes it? Because we can explain it, and then you can say, well, actually, you can't explain it. And neither Einstein nor Newton work, and everyone knows this, and they're trying to replace it. And so if you're going to keep that same energy about how, oh, well, you need to have a force that adequately explains it, or your model can't be true, then applying your own logic, your model can't be true. But even further than that, I can take both of those and show you the dynamic equivalence. Then you give them that paper. So that's what I think, right? I think not only do you have to start with I'll actually stop now. This is the last thing I'll say. Not only do you have to start with motion and geocentrism, because if they can't even get there, which you're going to never get past there with most people, because it's not about any specific details or evidence. It's about either the mainstream model I was told and everyone thinks is true, or I can't handle it. That's why you should start with just this. No way you should be talking about eclipses with these people. It's retarded. These people can't accept that the Earth may not be moving around the sun. You start with geocentrism, you get the kinematic part, and you make sure they understand it, and then you get into the dynamic part. If they get that far, right? I mean, that's going to be a whole night.
Well, that's the whole thing, man. Like, they did not expect somebody like you realize this. Like, they thought they were beyond you. They thought they were fucking smarter than you. And nobody would fucking realize this. And we have. Well,
really quick, you guys, I don't have much time. I want to ask Witsit one question before I go, because I don't have much more time. I've been trying to wait. I raised my hand. Is that okay if I interrupt? I hate to do it.
Yeah. I do want to touch on something else real quick before we get to the hands, but since you got to go, Morgan, feel free.
Okay, Witsit, how's it going, man? I have one question. You had a argument, or no, I guess a debate with Professor Dave. on YouTube. And during your coffee cup caustic demonstration, he asked you if the sun was on the inside or the outside of the dome, and you said you don't know. So it's just a yes or no question, or not yes or no, but I want to ask you, where is the sun on the flat Earth model? Is it inside or is it outside the dome?
Okay. I'm going to answer it. Please don't cut me off because you tried to tell me it's yes or no. It's not yes or no. Okay. So really quickly, with coffee cup caustic, it doesn't matter if it was inside or outside of a dome. The effect happens either way. Just really soak that part in. If there's a dome, if there's a light inside it or outside it, you get coffee cup caustic. I said I don't know, and then I immediately specified there could be layers, meaning it could be both. It could be inside a dome and outside of a dome because there could actually be layers to some type of dome or a firmament. And it's actually just irrelevant because the coffee cup caustic would explain the phenomena, whether it was inside or outside the dome. So
Well, I
that's
think you have to
what
show it both
actually
ways,
was
though.
said and then
Wouldn't
has
you
been
have to show it
misrepresented by
both
all of
ways?
you for like I don't know, half a year now. It's really weird.
Wouldn't you have to show it both ways though? Then for
Yeah,
you only showed it one
I've
way.
shown it both ways. I've shown it both ways.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen it. Where can I see that?
On my channel, or I'll even share my camera. Can you share camera in here?
I'm not. But
Nah, yeah, Elon, give us video spaces. Elon, you took away the purple pill, bro. We need.
So why did they? One more question. Why did
Elon.
they take away the purple pill? Why does that happen?
Bro, I have no idea. So y'all stop tweeting at Elon. Let him chill for a little bit so we get our purple pill back. But go ahead.
All right. Well, hey man, Whitson, thank you. I mean, so really quick in layman terms, because I don't know, it's kind of a long question or answer. Could you say that one more time?
It could be inside or outside. I don't know. Right, there could be a dome with layers, so the sun could be outside the closest layer.
Either way, it's irrelevant because either way, it's irrelevant, though. You're saying correct?
Correct. Yeah, because you would get the coffee cup caustic either way, because it's just about proximity of the light in the dome, right? So even if it's outside of it, it's still going to wrap around it, and if it's inside, it's going to still wrap around it. And I actually think that there are layers to the container, and the sun's like inside it. So that's what I think.
And then, so what would the layers be consisted of? I mean, what would it be made of, or if you were to
I'm not
guess?
sure. Just a sec. I'm going to say a prayer of my wife. She doesn't go to sleep, so just.
It's okay.
Well, thank you. I just want to say I got to go, but I wanted to ask that question and thank you guys for letting me have the time and interrupting stuff.
Yeah, no doubt, man. If you hear tomorrow, pull up because we might still be live.
Yeah, I'll probably be back a little bit later after I'm done doing what I got to do.
All right,
guys. Have a great night.
No doubt, no doubt. One other thing, I kind of wanted to ask Wizard, but I'll wait till he comes back. Alan, do you want to chime in on anything?
Sure do. So I noticed a big discrepancy here in this conversation, and it's you guys keep mistakenly referring to kinematics and dynamics instead of calling them kinematies and dynamies. And I think that's really affecting the overall effectiveness of the conversation as a whole.
That may be way more digestible, yo. The kinematics and the dynamies.
We were talking
that
about
first.
Yeah, we were talking about attention spans and whatnot, and I think really min-maxing the syllables out of that will help a lot.
Yo, he's joking, but not joking, because literally, I'm telling you, y'all. Like, I think even I don't know, is Bill still in here? I think Bill is in here. Yeah, what up, Bill? Bill was rocking with us over in one of our TikTok lives. Shout out to the Level Heads lives that we be doing on TikTok. I think we're gonna start doing them like Tuesdays, Thursdays, somewhere around there. Not really sure. I don't have a schedule yet. But Bill was like, man, I can't even type a full thought. I don't got enough characters. Because you really can't. Like, it's not like you get 200 characters to type in the comment section while you're live. You could type on somebody's like post, but not while you're live. Like, it's very, very limited. So it's a tug of war balance between being specific, articulation, and grasping the listener's attention in a short amount of time. So it's a real struggle. It's not like Twitter. It's TikTok, and that attention span is super short. But go ahead, Alan, continue.
Yeah, let's see here. So, Witsit covered pretty much everything I was gonna say, like getting into the specifics and minutia of relativity and whatnot. But an important thing that he raised was the difference between fictitious forces in heliocentrism versus inertial forces in a geocentric model. In a geocentric model, all forces, inertial, fictitious, whatever, are all real forces. In the heliocentric model, they'll invoke fictitious forces, but then say that that those fictitious forces have an effect, right? So they'll say like the centrifugal effect as a consequence of a fictitious force known as the centrifugal force, even though it's the force that you can feel when you're in rotation, right? So it's like you definitely feel it. It's not fictitious, but it's all just different verbiage is used to make it confusing as hell for everyone because they need you to think that the real force is gravity, and that's always counter to the centrifugal force. So they need to, be like, oh, you're experiencing this, but it's fictitious and you're not, it's a really small amount. And, well, okay, cool, dude. So anyway, they got that all ass backwards. And what's really important is that, you just making that distinction that all forces are real forces if you're taking the geocentric position. So that was really nice. And then give me 1 second. I got a cough. And let's see. So, in some quick notes on relativity in mainstream cosmology, right? So relativity demands equivalence between all frames, regardless of any observation and everything. Everything has to hold true in both frames. So it's not even necessarily that the heliocentric frame is the important one. It's like everything has to be backwards compatible with the geocentric frame, not the other way around. So that's an interesting aspect of it. And then when you get into the general theory, right? So check this out. If you invoke a geocentric frame in the general theory, anything that goes out past Saturn to complete the daily rotation has to travel faster than the speed of light to complete the circuit. And what do we all know about relativity and the speed of light? You're not allowed to have c plus or minus v, but they have to make this like weird exception, that's like not really spoken about. And because, all the matter in the universe is literally has to be c plus or minus v, or I'm sorry, c plus v to an insane degree to complete that rotation. So it's a really interesting one for them. And they don't really have like a good explanation.
Not relativity failing at scale.
Yeah, sadly, bro. Sadly, peace be upon them.
I'm telling you, y'all, there's just so many different ways to like attack the details of the sciences, which if you talk to like a PhD, they'll get to acknowledging a lot of this stuff. But you talk to the average person, they're not going to have any clue. So it's definitely a ongoing conversation. You really can't just hit them with every single, refutation at once, because it's just going to be overwhelming, and they're not going to internalize it. So, I'm hoping to continue to engage with those guys, because at least some of them seem to acknowledge some of the points that I was saying, as long as it took, and as frustrating as some of these certain parts of the conversation was, we finally got to a place where it seemed like we had some common ground. I don't know why it's so like it hurts them so much to acknowledge some of this stuff. But again, I just think that we're just seeing some of the cogdis. Yeah, you got anything else?
Yeah, man, cogdis is pretty intense. And I think you handled it really well. You didn't get like aggressive with them or anything. But when they hit that barrier and they're like, I don't understand equivalence, I think it'd be really important to just like reiterate, like, yeah, well, we're talking about kinematics and dynamics and the equivalence between the two frames of reference, one being heliocentric, the other being geocentric. And when we're talking about things in the sky in their motion, right? When we're just talking about the periodicity and no cause, right? We're talking kinematic equivalences, which have to be equivalent between all frames. And then on the other end of that, we're talking about dynamics. So like the forces involved to be the causal mechanisms of what we see in the sky, and just like reiterating that, because it is, redundant and all that. But we've seen at the highest levels, PhDs will, conflate it and don't get it right and act like they don't have the definition and, all these different things. So it's really important to just reiterate it at all levels and stick to those principles, because you really can't go wrong once you're in the lab frame, dude. You're good.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. And sometimes we do feel like it's a little bit redundant, but I always try to keep in mind, like, we're gonna have some new listeners, like every space, so they may be hearing it for the first time. And again, it's just like kind of saying it maybe in multiple different ways, and maybe that third time you say it in a specific way, it'll resonate. So I just try to keep it in my mind, like, okay, it kind of sounds like I'm repeating the same thing over and over and over again, but I just know I'm gonna say it in a specific way where they gonna get it, and then we never have to go back to this, because that's my main goal, at least on TikTok for now. That's the first goal anyway, is to get all of them on the same page about geocentrism, so then we can start talking about geometry and weeding out the people that just are blatantly dishonest. I'm not gonna waste my time with it, because there's a lot of them out.
Yeah, and the best way to do that is start by building from the definitions. So like you can see how a conversation can completely diverge where people are just talking past each other because they don't even have the same fundamental definition of the word. And I think Galatrax has been harping on that lately, of like the importance of that. And dude, it's so fundamental, because if you don't have the same interpretation and you start down an argument, well, they could just change their interpretation or whatever, to fit whatever argument is happening, and then you have to do like this weird rigmarole to catch them in a lie, or to make them see the contradiction. And I think it's much more beneficial to start with, let's lay out the positions on the record, and then we'll examine different evidences, and we'll compare our interpretations that we agreed upon and see where there's a contradiction.
Yeah, that's a fact. And at the very least, man, like, y'all gotta see the effort. We are trying to communicate with the ops. We are trying to get the information over to the other side. You know how we have the open mics for them to come, express their position.
I'm right here, bro.
Okay, cool. We got one, y'all. We got one. Well, actually, you're the second one. So appreciate you for pulling up, man. Hopefully you understand some of the things that we're talking about. I'll say one more thing before we get to the hands. I know Wissett brought up PhD Parks, and kind of the same thing that he was talking about. I saw with the back and forth that he had with Dr. Bennett, where it's like he started talking about like the age of the Earth, like if that was like a refutation or something, and it's not even really settled for real, even in globe Earth heliocentrism. Just like it seemed a little bit like a diversion, or just like something that is like a red herring, maybe, or something like that. Just it's a weird approach. Some of the things that I heard from Parks, definitely respect them in certain aspects. I did want to ask Wizard if he's seen that he was doing reviews to his middle ground. I don't know. What's he still there?
Dude, what a homie, dude. I did, but I didn't watch it. But I just assumed that it was like, not very good.
I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched like 10 minutes and I had to go do something, but it's in my playlist. So I'm gonna go probably look at it this weekend. But yeah, man, Parks is dropping reviews on Middle Ground, bro. Don't turn anti-flurf on those, Parks, please don't. Shout out to PhD.
Dude, what can he even possibly be saying to those first two episodes? They're just objective.
Bro, that's why I couldn't believe it. When I see the ping on my device, I'm like, oh wait, there's a review from Parks. Like, is he like conceding? Is he trying to refute? Is he just doing this is my commentary? I wasn't really sure. I just want to see if you've seen it at all, or anybody else seen it.
No, I'll be honest, I'm not gonna watch it. So there's nothing he can say to those first two. He's conceded like all of that and much more in a conversation with me directly recorded on my channel, right? So it's like, unless he's just like, yeah, this is true, but I promise that it's still heliocentric. Like, I don't know what he could possibly say.
Voice three does that.
But I promise it's still mutually exclusive to heliocentrism. Yeah, dude. I mean, dude,
right here's my philosophical reason why.
So if anyone recalls back to the conversation with Bennett and Parks was like, yeah, I'll hit you up with some papers that provide mutually exclusive observations. Boys, insert skeleton meme of the skeleton on the bench where you're waiting for the thing to happen that never happens, dog.
22,000 years later.
That's why he's actually doing it, probably because of he's spiraling from the Bennett thing.
Dude, it's the cope, dog. It's like it's the reclaiming of the lost honor. Like you said, those first two are just objective. There's nothing in there that's like, oh, you misrepresented the like, nah, dog. So it's like, why are you even bothering with this unless it's to just say, you know what, I really respect this show. You're doing great. I'm gonna just agree passively as you speak. I don't know what would even be the purpose. But
Yeah, it's like elementary stuff, bro. The first one was what was the first? It was just the Copernican principle. It was like just explaining the principle, and then the second one is like kinematics and dynamics. I don't even understand. I mean, at least wait till we get to like episode 4 and 5 where I'm claiming exclusivity. You know.
I know they gonna spiral, bro. Like I couldn't even really get to the reputations when talking about this stuff, and I want to. Like I want to show. I want to like literally just put it in a body bag and be over with it. But I know that's just not going to be the best digestible approach to these guys. Like they're not even understanding the word equivalence.
Yeah, I want you to be able to. I want someone to be able to send a playlist to someone that's completely unfamiliar with the topic, and they just start at the beginning, and then they can learn it all. You know.
Yeah, facts, man. Hey, if y'all haven't tapped in with Alan or Witsit, Alan is at space_audits. Witsit is at Witsit Gets It. YouTube, Rumble, probably Rockfins, some other places, pretty much all platforms. And y'all know where they be at every single Friday. Flat Earth Fridays, of course. Shout out to the level heads. Everybody pulled up, man. Retweet the space. We're getting it rocking. I think we're going to slide to some of the hands. I want to thank the guys for their commentary and breaking down some of the sciences and just equipping us with the information that we can go ahead and talk to some of the other guys while they're doing their own thing. Because that's the main point, right? These guys are putting in a lot of work, and they're making it easy for us to get it, easy for us to understand, so that way we can go ahead and articulate it to other audiences and kind of get the word out and get on the same page so we can start moving to more pressing arguments, which are detrimental to the globe, which is probably why they don't want to really give us anything, because they know the moment that they start acknowledging some of this stuff, like that globe just going to start deflating.
Dude, before we move on,
I've got some questions.
I wanted to say real quick, I can't believe dude came after the Flatter Round song. That song's bis, bro.
Bro, can you believe that?
Dude, when we get into the transition to Flatter Saturdays, can you definitely put that on the roster? And because like hearing that little clip a couple of times was like such a tease, bro. You're like, I'm gonna play it. I'm like, in the full context though, please. Come on. But anyway, I forget the other thing I was gonna say, but definitely play that. All right.
Yeah, we're gonna need the entire shaft on that song, not just the tip.
Yes.
Please. Hey, I am a geographer. I'm a sci-fi writer.
Hold on one second, Edge. Hold on one second, Edge. Hold on. Probably add that to the playlist when we go into transition to stationary Saturdays. Y'all know we keep it rocking. Let's do this because I know we got the little level head homie, young homie fishing here. Let's slide to Leliana, the ambassadress. We gotta respect the ambassadress, and then we'll go to Edge, and then we'll get to some of the other homies after that. Fish, man, good to see you, my guy. How you been, bro?
Good. How y'all been?
Are you going by Fish or are you Big O? What are we doing now?
Big O. I mean,
Big O. Big dog. What's up, brother?
Well, first of all, I just want to say I'm watching this amazing video. It's called Professor Dave Humiliates Flat Earther Dave. It's a great video. Y'all should go check it out.
Oh, Mom, Big O.
But I was gonna ask you a question. So in your model, is gravity there?
So first things first, right? I would highly advise you, after you watch that weird edited whatever you're watching, watch Professor Dave and Witsit. That's the newest one. So make sure you search that, Professor Dave versus Witsit. It was on.
Yeah, it's right here in my recommended. I see it.
All right, dope. Click the watch later. Make sure you watch that one because I want to hear your ideas about that next week, okay?
Roger.
All right, now as far as gravity, the way that they describe gravity, we don't appeal to that, right? Some say in some part of physics that gravity is a force pulling towards center mass, but then it fails. So then they had to switch to new physics, which is Einstein, and they say that gravity is not really a pulling force. It's an effect of the space around you bending and warping. Okay, so just real quick, in the globe Earth model, Newton says that gravity is a pulling force towards center mass. Mass attracts mass. Then they found issues with that on certain scales, on the very smallest scale and on the largest cosmological scale. And they said, oh, our theory doesn't work, so we have to transition over to something new. And Einstein said, well, mass doesn't attract mass as an actual force. When there's a mass, it bends and warps space around it and then causes two masses to fall towards each other due to like a gravitational well, because the space around it is bending and warping. So when you drop something to the ground, it's not a force pulling it. It's the space around bending and warping, causing the floor to come up to the object. That's how the globe Earth describes it. Now, we know that there's a downward acceleration, but there's multiple different things that cause that downward acceleration, right? So just trying to keep it general in layman's terms, we have like an electrical field gradient, like a gradient of equipotential field vertically. And there is, let's just say there's a positive charge in the sky and a negative charge in the ground, which really is just a charge and a discharge. So this sets the direction of why things move. And then based on its density, if something's less dense than its surrounding, it's going to go up. And if it's more dense than its surroundings, it's going to go down. It's not some bending and warping of space-time. It's not like a force pulling something towards center mass, but there is a downward acceleration, just not how the globe describes it. I know I said a lot, but hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. And you can always go back and replay this and listen to what I said again. You got more clarifying questions?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so in a hypothetical standpoint, if I were to take your model, right, and I were to take a road all the way across to the ice wall, I guess, what would happen? Wouldn't it feel like almost you're going kind of up a slope?
That's only if you apply Newton's theory of gravity to flat Earth. So Newton's theory of gravity is mass attracts mass, and things are being pulled towards center mass. So what a lot of the things that you'll find on the internet, which I'm glad that you're coming here asking questions so we can clarify, what some of the anti-flat Earth propaganda would put out on the internet, they'll say, let's take Newton's gravity and let's apply it to a flat Earth, which no flat Earth agrees with. But we're going to tell everybody that this is what should happen, even though no flat Earth agrees with this. So if you applied Newton's gravity to a flat Earth, then everything would be pulled towards the center of the flat map, which is why they keep saying when you go towards the edge, it'll feel like you're going upwards because something's pulling you towards the center. But we don't say that's how gravity works. And even in the globe model, their Newtonian form of gravity, where things are pulled towards center mass, it fails on different scales. So they have to go develop a new form of physics whenever their model fails. So not only is their model failing, they're taking their failed model and trying to apply it to the flat Earth model and saying flat Earth is debunked. You see what I'm saying, Fish? Imagine me having a framework and I'm saying this is how it works, but it fails in my own
That's
framework.
fascinating, but you're wrong.
Okay, we can get to it in a second. Imagine saying, hold on, I'm not done, bro. Please stop interrupting. I'm trying to talk to my guy, Fish. He's a young level head, so he's asking questions. And if you want to chime in a second, you could after Liliana. Please don't come off of mic again. I'm really trying to make sure that he digests his information. So Newtonian gravity fails on the smallest scale, on a quantum scale. Can't find any gravity. Outside of the solar system, Newtonian gravity doesn't work either. So they have quantum mechanics and quantum physics where it doesn't mesh with Newtonian gravity. Then they have Einsteinian gravity to try to account for some of these things outside the solar system, and that doesn't even work. So then they take Newton's gravity, which they abandoned, even though they can still build things with this classical mechanics. But they take this and say, let's apply this model to flat Earth and show you why it doesn't work over there. We're saying we don't appeal to Newtonian gravity, bro. It fails on your globe model. Stop trying to apply it to flat Earth and saying flat Earth is failing. You see what I'm saying, Big O?
Yeah, it's definitely different than what I thought, but I mean, it's completely understandable. I mean, like your model's different, but I don't.
You're
When you say our
pretending
model
like
failed,
you disprove Newtonian physics.
Yo, Edge Lord, this is the last time I'm gonna tell you. I definitely want to hear you, okay? But you cannot interrupt other speakers, and you cannot come off your mic. If you come off your mic one more time, you're letting me and my co-host know that you no longer want to speak. So that means you're probably going to be giving up your mic. We don't want you to give up your mic. So respect the other speakers the same way that we're going to respect you, and stop interrupting other people before it's your turn. I still gave you the third in line, even though you was the last person to come in here, because we want to hear from the Globe Earthers. But you need to respect the people that's before you, and we'll get to you in just a second. Big O, I'm sorry. I know he's trying to censor your thoughts so you can't digest anything that we're saying. Hopefully you remember what you were trying to say before you were so rudely interrupted by the Globe Earther over there. You wanna restate what you were saying before, Big O?
yeah, bad boy, Edgelord. Come
Real
on
quick
now.
before you continue, Sacred, there's periodically like a sharp noise in your microphone, like a squeak or whatever. I don't know what's going on. It comes in and out.
Let me see if I can adjust. Thanks, appreciate it. Go ahead, Big O.
Well, what I was saying is, I don't understand how our model fails in that situation. I've never heard of a second way that we've explained gravity. You know, I've always thought of it being a pulling motion to the core. You know, that's why it works as a globe. But I was just wondering, why are there so many different models of flat Earth if you're correct? You know, I mean, there's the one with the ice wall, there's one with no ice wall, there's one with things beyond the ice wall, there's one with, I don't even know. You know, there's hundreds of them. I don't understand why there's so many if your model's correct. It's like religion, you know? I mean, like...
You know, that you have a really good point. See, the thing is, we all have different ideas of how things are working. We're trying to figure things out. So when something fails on the globe or through heliocentrism, then we take that information and we try to develop new theories. Now, we don't have like this one cultish, one hive mind where we all think the same thing. I think the mostly quote unquote flat earthers or helios skeptics or globe skeptics, we're all saying there's definitely some things that we can claim. One being that if there's no curvature, that means the surface is flat. And if there's no motion, that means the Earth is stationary. Now, anything outside of that, we're pretty much going to theorize, and any claims that we do make is pretty much we could demonstrate it. But there's a difference between making claims and then theorizing. Now, I will say that doesn't only happen in flat Earth, bro. So, yeah, you should go look up quantum gravity. You know, they say everything on a quantum scale is particles. And if there's gravity on a local scale, right, I could shake your hand like that's a local scale, then that gravity should be here on a smaller, way smaller scale as well, if everything's being affected by it. On a quantum scale, they have what's called gravitons, which is supposed to be the particle to represent gravity, and they can't find it. So it's not only is it different than Newtonian gravity, which is mass attracting mass, a pulling force. On the quantum scale, they say it's particles because everything on the quantum scale is supposed to be particles, which we have our challenges, but I won't go there right now. But they can't find gravity on the most smallest, most like we make them the craziest measurements on the quantum scale, and they can't find any gravitons. So that means their idea of Newtonian gravity doesn't work. And then if you ask, or if you go Google it, you don't have to take our word for it. If Newtonian gravity works outside the solar system, they'll say it doesn't work. It fails. And that it's no longer a pulling force. Now it's the bending and warping of space-time. Two masses aren't attracted towards each other. Two masses bend and warp the space around it, causing these masses to fall towards each other. So that's a different framework than Newton. So as the same thing that you're saying, yo, why does Flat Earther have so many models? Same thing with science, bro. There's 3 different theories of gravity. Gravitons, you can go look that up. Einstein's gravity and Newton's gravity. Now, whether you can mathematically derive one from the other, that's just a description. We're talking about how does it work in real life. If Newton says that gravity is a force and Einstein says it's not a force, 2 things that are opposite can't be true. No matter if the math is equivalent, quote unquote, as they would say. They're different theories. That's also different from a particle. So globe Earth shouldn't have all these theories of gravity either. There should be one theory of gravity that applies to the quantum scale, to the local scale, and to the cosmological scale. One unified theory. So not even the globe Earth has the thing that you're asking for Flat Earth. Does that make sense?
Yeah. As much as I can take it in, yeah. But that's really all I had. Thank you.
So Biggo, do this. Make sure that you read, and you could just write this down or do like a quick search. Gravitons, Newtonian gravity, Einstein gravity. Go talk to your parents. Go do your search on Google.
I'm right here. Isaac Newton's theory of gravity, and then Einstein's. I have them both here.
Right, and gravitons. And I want you to search up, whether you got to do a Google search or whether you want to tap into, an AI, ChatGPT, and ask what's the difference between them. And if you find anything and you want to bring it back when you do a little bit of research, whether it's later on tonight or next week, then we could talk about some of the things that you learn from the differences between all 3 of these theories. And they're trying to figure out even more because none of it works. So just focus on the differences between those. So that way we can further that discussion a little bit later. Gravitons, Einstein's theory of gravity, and Newton's theory of gravity. Because they're not the same thing. They're different theories, even in science. You feel me?
Got you. I'm looking it up right now. I'm going to be reading.
My boy. All right, let's do this. While you doing that research, take some notes down, but let's slide over to Miss Leliana Poppins, and then we'll get to Edgelord after that. What's up, Leliana? Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too. Can you hear me? Because as soon as you gave me the mic, my volume for listening to you guys went way down. So can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, yep. Loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I just want to say, huh?
That's normal. Once you get the mic, your volume will drop. That's normal.
Oh, yeah. It's like really low. I have it turned up all the way, and you guys, I can barely hear you guys. I just want to say that last dynamics and kinematics lesson that Whitsid gave on YouTube is brilliant because literally even a 4th grader should be able to understand. It was so clear. Anyways, I wanted to just talk about, I think the same person I'm going to be talking about is who you were talking about, but I don't want to name any names. But there was some weird little thing that happened this last week. He posted like this really nasty video about me and called me like literally the worst bad word in Hindi, which I don't think he realizes how toxic that word is and what a horrible insult that word is. So I don't blame him. He doesn't know Hindi, but it's like literally the worst way you could insult a woman. And anyways, my whole point is that a few months ago or whatever, I kind of was vaguely aware that there was some conflict between two people, that have held spaces. And I mean, I stay out of all this drama because I just don't like it. And anyways, long story short, he was really upset that I didn't completely like jump on board with him, jump on a ship, and then read reams and reams of whatever material that he was accusing the other person of. And I was like, look, I just want to stay neutral. I love everybody. And that was it. But anyway, so I just let it go. And then he posted this really nasty video about me. And just for the record, in case he's listening, I want to say that, when anyone has shown me some kind of kindness in the past, I can never get angry with them for saying anything nasty to me or about me or slandering me in any way. Like, I just can't, because you've been very nice and kind in the past. And that's what I remember, and that's where I focus on. But having said that, I'm not going to stick around and take verbal abuse. And I've never said one harsh word to this person ever. So, like, my conscience is clear. All I did was, want to stay neutral. But long story short, I just want to say, that by slandering me, essentially you just put money into my karma bank, because that's how karma works. So I'm not even mad at you. I just feel sad for you because you're putting your karma money into my bank, and you shouldn't do that. So by slandering me, really, you just shot yourself in the foot. So for your sake, maybe you should stop slandering others. But I still love you. You're a child of God as much as I am, and you'll always be a child of God as much as I am, and we're all children of God, etc., etc. So yeah, I'm not even mad, but it was just kind of sad to see that completely unprovoked, that I would be slandered in such a horrible, demeaning way. But anyways, aside from that, I want to say that it's just been a brilliant week with our teachers as usual. And I want to keep inspiring people each week to tune in to what the teachers have to say, because not only are we going to learn real physics and the truth about the world that we live in, is at least in terms of figuring out what are the lies, which is a big part of getting to the truth. But I think that also, they just improve your overall sense of logic. Like, your brain starts working a little differently because you're able to see and recognize lies and untruths and illogical concepts much better. It's like they sharpen that. And I think that if you actually contribute and donate money, and for me, the monthly subscription works really well because I don't have to think about it then. So you just subscribe for whatever year or whatever, you don't have to think about it after that. And you can just subscribe to your own ability, right? But I think that if you have a little bit of skin in the game, you literally will absorb the teachings and the lessons of physics much better, because you now have something invested in it. And it's a really karmically, it's a good cycle, because when you give, you receive. And it also inspires the teachers to teach better, because they actually are seeing that people are taking it seriously. And what other way to show it than contribute and give back? Because what they're giving us in terms of knowledge of physics is worth more than its weight in gold. You can't put a value on knowledge. So in spite of being accused of being like a cult member, and because that was part of the videos, because I called the teachers, I called them by their name ending with a G, J-I, which is a sign of respect. I had a singing teacher. He was American. Michael. His name was Michael. But and he was teaching me singing. He was teaching me actually Hindustani classical singing, and I just could not get myself to just call him Michael. I always called him Michael G. And he always got a kick out of it. It was really funny. But yeah, it's sad to see people interpret that as some kind of a cult, because this is the kind of thinking people have, is that, somehow showing respect, they have to even slander that. So that it's very pathetic. But anyways, long story short, I had put all the teachers' names in the reply section here, which would have been normally the purple pill, but since we don't have it, I'm calling it the reply section. And I've also listed a bunch of other people's names who are totally worth following, because they are some of the people that literally are just like keeping this train going. They are the ones that are feeding the steam engine coal every day to keep it going. They meme, they hold spaces, they're very active in the community, in our community. They are posting great videos all the time, and, different things. So, yeah, and I think, as far as learning the physics and supporting the teachers and making sure that the teachers have all the resources that they need to keep doing that work without having to worry about having jobs and making a living and all that, that's really not only for our benefit, it's also for the benefit of our children and our children's children. It's that these are the Einsteins. Well, I mean, I'm just saying that, but these are like the Einsteins and the Newtons and the Copernicans, the real ones of the future. So I can just see that by the time they're old men, that, they will have so much respect and recognition for what they've done. So get in on the ground floor, people, because this is a great opportunity. And Sacred, thank you so much, you and Proud, for making this space happen each week. It's kind of like a focal point for so many of us flat earthers. So folks, just jump aboard and, try to enjoy this ride of truth and justice. So thank you, and loads of love to all of you. I'll be listening on the YouTube because the stability and sound is better. I already got cut off literally like half a dozen times. I'm surprised I didn't get cut off while I was talking as usual. So lots of love to all of you, and I'll be listening in. So have a lovely night.
No, thank you, Leliana. And it really breaks my heart because you're such a beautiful person. You're always filled with so much positive energy and light. And to watch somebody like harass you or make you feel uncomfortable, you've never had a hating bone in your body, like it breaks my heart for real. Especially when this person, like this failed space host, like claims to be like, a prophet of God and all this stuff, or whatever what a self-proclaimed label he gives himself. Just making, again, like I got a soft spot when it comes to protecting women and children, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you making women feel uncomfortable, using slurs and just misrepresenting things, it's like, whoa, like for what, bro? Like it's not that serious. Like if you want to challenge something that we're saying in regards to the science, that's cool. But to take slurs and then, harass women, and this ain't the first time, bro. Like I've really been trying to take the high road and ignore the drama because I'm trying to stay focused on the task and the journey at hand that we're on. But bro, don't act like I can't make this whole thing about you taking advantage of women and how you have the history of doing that, bro. I'm getting sick of it, man. Like I don't want to hear my people coming into space saying that they've been feeling uncomfortable from the things that you're saying, using slurs and all this extra stuff. You've been calling me a grifter for a very long time with no evidence. You will never have any evidence of it. And don't cast those lies on me, bro. Because I swear to you, I will sit there and make a whole space about the truth about you and every single female that you have taken advantage of in the past. Like, they're out there, bro. And I've been sparing you. Keep playing, bro. And I will make sure that every single one of them women that you took advantage of, whether you took goods for them, whether you took money for them, I'll have each and every one of them come up here and tell their story. So that way you have to face it. When you're talking about cults, let's see if the people around you, bro, hold you accountable for these things. Let's see if they sit there and say, hey, bro, why are you using slurs towards good people? Why are you sitting there saying that these people are grifters and you don't have no evidence? Why are you sitting there making light of accusations of PDF files because of a song that you completely misinterpreted while trying to be like the arbiter of truth of scripture? Like you want us to believe scripture and you can't even interpret a song while you taking advantage of women and misrepresenting things and making light of children being abused? Like, bro, you are on a path to destruction. I agree with Liliana that like we are all children of God, bro. But some of y'all got demons in y'all spirit. Some of y'all let the demon energy take over you, and you're no longer on that righteous path. And if you're doing this just for the internet or just because your space failed and nobody want to rock with you because of all of the things that you did to yourself, bro, stop projecting your hate for yourself onto other people. What are you praying for, bro? You need to get in touch with whoever you appeal to, whatever you pray to, and really look at yourself in the mirror, because you are on a path of destruction. And anybody that's not holding you accountable for the things that you're doing, all this negative energy, that's the real cult. That's a fact. And if any one of y'all from over on that side want to come over here and challenge them, come grab a mic, bro. We right here with it. You're not going to do it. You're going to stay behind your keyboard because that's where you feel safe. And nobody around you is really going to hold you accountable. Prove me wrong. All of y'all in that other space, prove me wrong. So again, Liliana, on behalf of that, I feel totally bad about that situation. And I mean, I don't know if there's anything I can do, but just know that you always got my support. We not focused on that negative energy. We'll get to cooking their ass if we need to and make an example out of them, but they don't want to do that. They're not really with that for real. We know why, because they're literally on a path of destruction. And we're not gonna pay no mind to that. But it just breaks my heart to hear that you're dealing with stuff like that, Liliana, because you definitely, out of all people, man, you don't deserve that. So
Sacred. Yeah, Sacred, thank you so much for your support. It means so much to me. And, I hold you in such high regard. I mean, when I think of somebody who, in my life that I know, I mean, because even though I haven't met you in person, but I know you, right? Because I've heard you speak. I know what your soul is all about. Just from months and months of hearing you, we always reveal ourselves. And when I think of, who represents justice, I think of you first. Like who represents truth and justice and fairness. You're the one that comes first to mind, because you just know that you have that energy in you. But, having said that, Christ said, blessed are those that mourn, for they shall be comforted. And so like I said, I'm not even angry at this poor guy. I feel sorry for him because, like I said, he shot himself in the foot and he just put money into my karma bank. So I'm almost like grateful to him, but I feel like, hey, don't do this to yourself. It's not good energy. It's just wasteful energy for everybody. But I'm not mad at all. Like I said, he has been kind to me, showed me kindness in the past, and I just want to focus on that. There's nothing to forgive. Even it's like he shot himself in the foot. How am I supposed to forgive him for shooting himself in the foot? And just because he slanders me, it's like just water off a duck's back. I'm not anything that he said I am. So why should I worry about it? But thank you so much, Sacred, for your love. And, I reciprocate your love and your respect. And there's so many wonderful, beautiful, supportive men and women, but especially like when I think about the men here, everybody's been so kind and so respectful towards me that I have nothing but love for everybody in this community. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you for all the hearts. I can't even keep up with them. Yeah, thank you so much. Love you guys so much.
first things first, protect the community. Shout out to Liliana, the ambassadress, Mrs. Poppins herself.
She keep it on and poppin'. Shawty keep it on and poppin'. Ooh, yeah.
You ain't got no haters, you ain't popping. And Liliana Poppins is definitely popping. You feel me? Go ahead, girl. Shout out to Liliana, the ambassadress. Hey, Proud, you got anything? I just want to tap in with you. Make sure you get over there.
Testing. Can you guys hear me?
Sound great.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, no, I appreciate Liliana. She always brings the positive energy, and she definitely nicer than I am. That's for sure. I can't stand these people, sick individuals. Yeah, man, those tweeting in the comment section, feel free to come grab a mic if you have any evidence to support your claims. Appreciate that.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we're gonna rotate soon. Soon we free up some mics. So appreciate y'all for hanging out with us thus far. Retweet the space, episode 118, Heliocentrics. Flat Earth Fridays, man. Actually, the stationary Saturdays, yeah, stationary Saturdays in some part of the plane. Let's keep this thing moving, man. I want to hear from the squad. But let's tap in with Edgelord because he was super excited about telling us why
Thank
he
you, sir.
globe on going around the sun. So yeah, talk to us, man. What do you think about some of the things that you heard thus far in the space?
So I would like to echo Liliana and thank you, Sacred, for letting me speak. I am a sci-fi writer and geographer. I've been, full disclosure, I've been indoctrinated in the heliocentric globe Earth model, but I live in the southern hemisphere. I believe in the scientific process, and I would like to know what scientific experiments, tests that I can do for flat Earth to prove or disprove the model, the globe model. And I really don't have any questions or comments. I just want to know what I can do for the scientific process because I am in the southern hemisphere, and I don't want to take pictures of my toilet or anything. But yeah, that's me.
Hey, one thing I would say you should get a pendulum and see if it works properly. But setting up that Focus pendulum is a little bit crazy. Might be kind of difficult, but that would be something I would say. Does anybody else have any suggestions for the Southern Hemispheric geographer to test whether we're on a globe?
Laser test.
I mean, your beats and your beats.
So we got laser tests. We said focal pendulums.
How far down in the southern hemisphere are you?
Say it again, Prop.
Yeah, how far down is he? Is he like?
So I'm in Buenos Aires, Argentina. I could go as far as Tierra del Fuego, but I'd really rather stay in Buenos Aires, if that's all right.
Do you know where the highest point is? I mean, well, let me ask you this: do you feel like climbing a mountain?
There are very high mountains in the eastern, the western, sorry, part of the country. But yeah, whatever. It's. I mean, I don't know what that would prove. It could.
Yeah, I was gonna say long distance observations are always great. So
Long distance observations to what?
I mean, I don't live down there, so that would be for you to explore.
Right, I'm here. I'm asking.
That's why I
I
said the
wonder why I
highest
got
point.
you blocked, Edgelord.
You what, Taylor?
Very sorry if you have me blocked. I understand. I sometimes I'm very drunk when I come in
Oh
here.
God.
I'm less drunk this time.
Drunken geographer.
You don't have to be sober in my line of work. I'm sorry.
Writers are kind of notorious for that. So some. I mean, I distance is good. Like I knew it was flat. We were in a level station environment, and I believed it. I knew it. But then I look back at pictures I had taken myself, like the year before. Like I felt it for 3 years. It was true, and then that I had taken a picture the year before from a ferry to the beach, and it wouldn't have been possible on a globe. It was too far. I was seeing too far. It hit
No,
me
no,
like a
no.
fist almost. Yeah. So
I'm wondering specifically about experiments that would
yeah.
differentiate, that would disprove the globe model because I'm in the southern hemisphere. For
It's not.
instance, in Antarctica, there would be a 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere's summer. Or
but that's
something
not on
like
the flat
that.
Earth.
Would there be a test like that that would disprove globe Earth that I could try? Any sort of something like that.
So Ezra, let me ask you, Ezra, real quick. As a geographer, what type of instruments do you have access to?
I have my cell phone, and that's it.
Respect.
All right. I don't be handing out mad respect in this space today.
It's got a lot of respect for the
But a
boys,
cell
dude.
phone is a very fine instrument. If you had a cell phone 1,600 years ago, you would be very well off.
He makes a good point,
What
bro.
is going on here? Do you have anything? Do you have any experiments? Can you think of anything that would disprove the globe Earth theory?
Okay, so let me.
You have somebody in the southern hemisphere right now. Ask me something. What can I do for you? I'm trying to disprove globe Earth for you.
What difference does it make?
No, it doesn't matter.
What difference does it make? I am trusting in the scientific process.
Bro.
I want to disprove the globe Earth theory for you. I trust in the scientific process. I would love for globe Earth to be disproven, and I'm looking for experiments.
Well, it hasn't been proven.
What instrument?
Oh my God,
You're like cutting out a little bit. I don't know if that's because they're all like losing their marbles.
And what instruments should I acquire if I need to do these experiments?
We gave you three different options.
All right,
So do you
Edgelord.
want to go ahead? Go ahead.
I have a pen. I'm ready.
Go ahead, bro. I'm going after you.
Yeah, we already gave him like three different options. So it's between if you felt like building a pendulum, if you felt like buying a laser, you could take some observations. I mean, you could see if you could see Antarctica from where you at, but
Experiments specifically disproving globe Earth because I'm in the southern hemisphere. Experiments that wouldn't matter because they're in the northern hemisphere. Specifically, I'm in the southern hemisphere. Do you get it? Okay. Anyway,
Well, you're saying sphere like it's a sphere. You're stuck in that box.
Libra.
Okay.
If you hold on, Libra. If you have anything to add to this question, then you can reply. But let's
let's finish like the distance.
Hold on, bro. Let's not
on the beach. That's why I start. That's why I didn't finish.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let's not dismiss what he's asking. He's asking us if he can perform any experiments in the southern hemisphere. So, Edgelord, do you know the significance of why we brought up the pendulum, or do you want to?
I'm wondering if there are any experiments specifically while I'm in the quote unquote southern hemisphere. If there's anything that I can perform in the southern hemisphere,
Edgelord, focus, bro. You can't be coming up in spaces drunk if you're not going to be able to focus.
I'm very sorry. Sorry, but I know most of you are in the northern hemisphere.
Listen, bro. Do you understand the significance of why we recommended getting a pendulum? Yes or no?
Not at all. Why?
Okay, so a Foucault's pendulum is supposed to precess a specific way in the southern hemisphere when you're on a specific latitude. So if it doesn't precess the right way, that may falsify the claim that we're on a globe.
What's it called? A what pendulum? Just a pendulum or a what pendulum?
It's called a Foucault. Foucaults. Foucault's pendulum. Now, you gotta, you be drinking. So I don't know if this is the right experiment for you because you really gotta be precise and I don't know if you would
So-called
be.
pendulum. It may be possible for me, but what am I looking for?
So you're supposed to figure out how it's predicted to precess while it's in motion on your latitude. So on your specific latitude, you could figure out how the pendulum is supposed to precess. If you do it the correct way, which I'm not sure if you can or not, I'm just giving you what you're asking for, and we find out the prediction of how it precesses fails, that would challenge the globe claim. Do you agree?
I honestly I have no idea what a Foucault pendulum measures, so I don't know if I have the information to agree or disagree. But tell me, what is it supposed to measure? What are your expected results? What have you seen in the past? Have there been experiments before with the Foucault pendulum? What's going on here?
Okay, so the claim is that on a globe Earth that's spinning, based on your latitude, when you have a properly established pendulum, when it swings, you should see a specific deviation in how it swings. They say this deviation is caused by the Earth rotating. The problem is we don't have too much data of how Foucault's pendulums work in the South. A lot of them are only in the North. We
Correct.
do.
Okay, I'm listening.
Let me just finish. Last thing I'm gonna say: there has been some that was demonstrated in Antarctica, and they had trouble getting it to function properly. So if you could go and reproduce this and show either whether it works or it doesn't work, we can extrapolate information as long as you set it up correctly. That makes sense.
So I'm in Buenos Aires. Foucault pendulum, Foucault pendulum.
Yes.
All right, and I'm taking measurements on what?
You're gonna have to look this up probably when you're more sober. But when
No,
it's
I'm completely cogent right now. I mean,
I don't know,
what
bro,
are the
because
measurements?
I'm repeating it for the third. I don't know the measurements because I didn't look this up in Buenos Aires or Buenos Aires. I'm like,
So is it dependent
but
on the
listen, bro.
latitude, or is it?
Yes, I've already repeated that. That's why I said you probably gonna have to replay this when you're more sober, so we don't have to keep repeating
No,
ourselves.
I've written it down. I didn't hear anything about latitude, but
Okay, just one last time, bro, and then we're gonna move on. Unless somebody else has a different suggestion.
no, I really want
Based
to
on,
know about this
listen, bro.
experiment. This is the
Listen, I
only
said
reason
one
I'm
more
here.
time. I said I'm gonna explain
If
it.
you're
one
not
more
going to
time.
take this seriously, I'm not going to take this this place seriously ever again.
Sacred,
Is
I
it all right
really
if I
think
take a whack at it?
Sacred, I really think you need to take this guy seriously, bro. Yo, Edgelord.
Ah, fuck you.
No,
Come
for
on,
real.
give me the fucking specifics.
No, for
Do you
real,
know the
bro.
experiment, or should I look it up myself?
Listen, bro. We really appreciate your enthusiasm and your willingness to help out. We'll have to get back to you, man. We haven't really had anyone from the South actually make an effort to do anything like this. So this is a really big opportunity for us, and we don't want to blow it on something like a pendulum
No, actually, you
or
have.
something
There
really
has
quick.
been an
Well, hold on,
offer
dog.
of
Well, hold on.
a
Let's not get carried away
expedition to
here.
the southern
Let's end on
hemisphere.
amicable terms and not overtalk each other, right? So we'll get back to you, man. We're very excited to be working with you, man. So we'll get back to you on that.
I do think that Matthew wanted to maybe have a suggestion. Matthew, did you say you had a suggestion for Edgelord?
Yeah, sure. So one of the challenges that might appear if you're trying to use a pendulum to measure some effect of the Earth's rotation, whether it's a sphere or flat surface or whatever the case is. I mean, there's a lot of other scientific studies that go into more the energy work side of things, where they use pendulums for measuring a lot of other types of energies that might interfere with the experiment, if any of those have any sort of validity or impact on the nature of the pendulum or how it's swinging or rotating or whatever the case may be. So a different experiment that you could possibly try if you're looking for more of like a hardcore, like math-based sort of experimentation, is a lot of spherical earthers, when they try and look at a model of flat Earth or a model of spherical Earth or any sort of a model that they can like measure distances over, for example. One of the challenges that a lot of spherical earthers present is that it's very difficult to take a three-dimensional object and then display it on kind of a two-dimensional surface. And there's, you know, hundreds of different types of ways in which they've tried to map it out in a way that makes sense. And one of their big complaints is that there's a distortion if you take something like I think it's called the Mercator projection, where it shows the North Pole kind of in the center.
Yes, I'm a geographer. I'm aware of the projection problem.
Yeah, so if the flat Earth kind of matches that sort of projection, and if the spherical Earth can kind of match up with that sort of projection, one of the things that you could do, especially because according to the Mercator projection, if I'm getting the names correctly, is that if you can travel some sort of a distance, either via car or vehicle or airline flight, and you can say, okay, if this flat Earth model is correct, and if this is in fact the correct model of flat Earth, then it should take me X amount of time to get from destination A to destination B, whether it's by flight or whatever else, you know, however fast you're going. And then
distance and time while
Right,
I'm traveling,
right.
it doesn't matter how I'm traveling, right?
Correct. So if you take destination A to destination B, you're saying I'm traveling this fast. It should take me this long to actually arrive at that destination. Now, if the model for flat Earth proves out to be true, then that distance should take the same amount of time, regardless as to whatever points you do, whether it's northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. Like it should all prove out as time should travel when you're going over land or sea or whatever else on the flat Earth model. Now, if it's actually a spherical Earth, for example, then what you will probably see that a lot of spherical Earthers try and indicate is that the further away on the Mercator projection that you get from the North Pole, the distortion that necessarily needs to happen in order to portray the quote-unquote spherical Earth in that manner is that distances really don't add up for how far you're traveling and how fast you're traveling as you get kind of into the southern hemisphere on that particular map projection. So as is the case with any scientific approach with methodologies and trying to find the truth of the matter, this I think is a sort of test that can go either way. So if you do go from a point A to a point B and it proves that, hey, the Earth is in fact flat because that's what the data indicates, great. If you go from point A to point B and it indicates, well, the Earth can't be flat, at least as this model depicts it to be, because the math just simply doesn't add up. So I think that's a fairly fair and reasonable experiment that you can go through that may end up in either case, depending on what the data ends up showing at the end of the experiment.
I'm here on the ground. I'm wondering what you think. I think a latitude measurement would be more the further south I go, the latitude measurement would be more conclusive, right?
I'm not as well versed in
East and west, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, I see. I think I see what you're getting at. So, like, if you were to choose a direction of travel that was more along the east and west axis,
east and west would be
because
longes.
Yeah,
Assuming
so-
a globe Earth model, you would see, you know, more.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would see a more obvious distortion of which one is correct or not. Like if you're going north to south on like a Mercator projection for a quote unquote spherical Earth model, you're not going to see as much of a distortion just because of the way that spherical or that two-dimensional presentation of a spherical Earth is trying to portray things. But you know, again, if that is in fact what the Earth looks like as the flat Earth model, and if that model is correct for flat Earth, then that that sort of a measurement is going to prove out that the Earth is in fact flat if that's what the data shows. So yeah, I do think that's definitely a better way to conduct the experiment, is to travel in a direction that's either east or west rather than north or south. So I agree with that assessment.
Yeah, I'd encourage anyone to help me with this experiment. I would love to carry it out. I have the means, the resources. I want to disprove the globe Earth model because that's what science is all about. Even though I am a geographer, I'm sorry, I'm a heretic here. I get it, but I am a geographer. I'm indoctrinated by the universities, but this is science. I'd love to disprove the globe Earth model. It'd be historic. I'm very sorry. I'm not on your side, but it would be historic. And I'll leave you with that. Thank you so much. I'm here. I would leave something in the pill, but I'm vigilante GPS, whatever.
Thank you.
Shout out to you, Edgelord. And I appreciate, even though you may not agree with some of the things that we're articulating, hopefully you're digesting it, though. I do appreciate you wanting to help out and trying to figure out the true nature of our reality, because at least that's a step in the right direction. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. A big salute to you, sir. Sacred. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My man. Let's slide over to Orwellian, Libra, and then Mystere. Bill's up here too. Oh, I see Taylor up here too. What up? But yeah, let's do Orwellian first, and then we'll slide to the rest, and we'll rotate some of these mics. Let's get it.
Yo, what is going on, bro? Episode 118. First and foremost, shout out to the level heads, man. And congrats on 10K. For real, that's dope, man. That's an achievement. And hey, shout out to you for that, for real. Bro, this shit went on so long, I got bullet points, for real. So this is gonna this is gonna take a second, bro. Like, I actually took notes, man, because
take your time, man. Take your time. You got it.
Yeah, we got after it. But no, Proud's intro, bro, again. Proud, shout out to you as always. The intros are always dope. But man, B.O.B. Stanley Kubrick goes hard, right? And so that hit me right in my wake up point. Because literally, like, it wasn't that song, but it was that mixtape, and there's a video that goes along with that song that woke me up. That's how I got here. My journey started with literally that, with a rapper that I don't know, a lot of people don't even pay attention to anymore because, well, he never went to a Diddy party, right? So shout out to B.O.B. Shout out to B.O.B. for never getting oiled up by Diddy. But all right, so hey, we'll keep it moving. Holy shit, man! It's been a week. It's been a week. So Tuesday, I think I just got over Tuesday. All right, election night, whatever. We're not going to get into politics, but just going to throw it out there. Yeah, I think I smoked like 3 packs of cigarettes and consume more alcohol than I would recommend that anybody consumes ever in spaces. Dude, it was rough. It was rough, but yeah, I'm alive, man. But I think that the purple pill's gone because well, Elon's got to abdicate his duty now to Linda Yasserino, right? Since he's in the administration now, he's going to go in there and give it the Twitter treatment, I hope, right, for our taxes, and just slash 80% of that shit. All right, fuck. Let's keep it going. Where's the next bullet point? Wanted to talk to Alan real quick, and shout out to Alan for this and for rehashing it. I'm actually surprised that somebody wanted to challenge this. Genuinely surprised. So Battle of the Beams, are you serious? My prediction is that Battle of the Beams will remain undefeated. And I really don't care. And I mean, if you don't understand what, oh my God, dude, he invoked Wi-Fi as if that's comparable. And well, I mean, we're talking light years in technology difference, right? But we're literally just talking about intersecting radar. Jesus Christ. So that'll be fun. My prediction for 2025 and probably the entire year, and I don't know, for as long as people want to continue to challenge it, I believe Battle of the Beams will be undefeated. It's refreshing that somebody wants to challenge it, but to hit us with Wi-Fi, yuck. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Dude, Wi-Fi and also just arbitrarily setting a height cap on the beam, dude. And then just saying like, there, it doesn't work because I arbitrarily defined this. Like, yeah, dude, sick. A good one.
Right. No, and I thought that was cute too. But at the end of the day, like, dude, you're literally we're talking about horizontally intersecting beams, right? And when they intersect, they do what? Okay. So at a certain elevation, these beams that are projected horizontally intersect, and you're over here talking about some shit that literally doesn't operate even remotely close to that. Cool. Okay, if that's your argument, I can't wait. Can't wait. You're going to get dissected. But my prediction is Battle of the Beams will be undefeated and will probably remain so. And one of the coolest things about Alan putting that out is, dude, it's gonna be a tough uphill battle for people that even try to argue it. And then when they get to the top of the hill, which is going to be the fun part, they're just they're just going to get knocked off of it with a 2x4. Like, nope, sorry, bro, because it doesn't work. I don't think that you can argue this. I don't think this can be refuted at all. So we'll see. On to the next bullet point, and probably the final one, because it's well, it's kind of personal to me, because I've been affected by the same failed space host, and I will keep this YouTube friendly. Obviously, we know what a PDF file is. So yeah, I've unfortunately, I have that guy, his second account. I didn't even know his first was nuked. I have that second account on mute, and I have to have it on mute because, well, before his first account got nuked, he clipped up a space that I was in and clutched his pearls when we were discussing this poor individual and his dwindling cult following. And Sam Smith was referenced. And you want to talk about clutching pearls and grasping at straws. The context of Sam Smith being referenced was just about gathering clout. He came into his career not being what we recognize him as now. And I just kind of glanced over it and kept it moving. I was actually told by this failed space host, cult leader, that I had endangered this man's life by labeling him as a PDF file, literally by just going, yeah, no, kind of the same deal, chasing clout. And we kept it moving, literally didn't spend another second on it, right? Been holding on to that forever. Recently, I was threatened, not directly, but just in chat and clips, like that guy likes to do, with a lawsuit, which is hilarious because my lawyer informed me that this would be a really good case. Yeah. Imagine my shock. Most lawyers will literally take your money and run with it and tell you that they could literally prove that the globe works. They'll do anything, right? Okay, so cool. He wants to sue me, whatever. Right? This is months back. Okay, water under the bridge.
What do lawyers have to do with the globe Earth model? I'm sorry.
No, I was making a comparison. Like, a lawyer will take your money and go, I can prove the globe works, right? They'll take your money for anything. So
they'll keep it going as long as they can. Just
well, I mean, if you want to say that I endangered your life by making you look like a PDF file, by saying that you chase clout, just like somebody who later on in his career turned out to look quite a bit like a PDF file, yeah, it's not really a strong case. But go ahead, right? So that was the point that I was making there.
One thing I'll say, Orwellian, I do think that we should, again, like, we shouldn't really play around with that word. Like, when I hear an accusation, I want to make sure that that accusation should follow some evidence or something substantiated. Like, I don't really want to joke about that type of thing too much, even if it is just in passing, because that could be why he triggered and trying to call everybody else the same thing.
I don't think it's that though, and I got a follow up for it. So we talked about this with Hopeful in a space. I don't know, it was 3 or 4 spaces back, where that dude that claims he crushed you He's got, his own fan club account, keeps getting blocked. Right. That one space that was never recorded. Star Crush. Yeah, that dude. Yeah, that dude actually used my picture and libeled me directly. And labeled me and put me right next to somebody from the Flat Earth Society, which I think is super ironic. And said, "Hey, this is the same dude. And y'all want to, you know what I mean? Y'all want to associate with him." So like direct libel. And so back to my point, like if you're going to clutch your pearls on something like that, failed space host guy, like this shit actually happens to me in real time, in the real world, by people that are actually nuts. And I don't cry about it. I don't clutch my pearls. I don't make clips. I don't stretch. I don't, disrespect people that have nothing to do with it. I don't attack women. You know what I mean? So like at the end of the day, I'll wrap this up, man. At the end of the day, I had to bring that up since it was brought up because Mr. Failed Space Host, man, has done that same thing to me with 2 accounts. And I'm not crying about it, bro. Like, get a lawyer, waste your money. I don't care. Like, I ain't never
What are
done,
you talking about?
Hold on a second. I've never gone that way with this dude ever, but he's gone that way with me, right? And I've had people actually try to frame me that way, and the community has brought it out like, yo, Orwellian, these people, this dude is actually trying to frame me like this. You see this? And of course I'm not aware of it, man. I got a job, I'm like Sacred, man. I'm not I shit
bro.
post.
You're amazing. Thank you.
I'm really not on here like that. So when people bring that to my attention, I'm like, holy shit, dude, this is what it is. So, I mean, at the end of the day, man, yeah, I kind of fall in the same category as Liliana. Like, I don't know what happened to dude. Feel bad for him. Like, sorry you failed as a space host and your animus has bled over into other people's shit that they like to do on X. But, bro, you're gonna have to let that shit go, man. Like, I've actually been libeled. The example that you want to sue me for, bro, go ahead and do it. I'll actually donate some money to your lawyer too, just to try to help your case. It ain't gonna happen. But I'm gonna land on that, man. I'm stoked for 118, man. This is I mean, we just keep it moving. But no, at the end of the day, man, that PDF file thing getting thrown
We
around,
got
we can't be doing
100
that.
Bitcoin on this space, bro. Chill.
Yeah, we can't be doing that PDF file thing, man. And Sacred was right for calling it out. Like, if people are gonna go that route, nah, man, we're not playing it. And people have been playing it with me, and I don't clutch my pearls about it because I don't need to. I'm not worried about that. I know it's all smoke. It's all people that well, they literally get frustrated because you won't scream back at them in the vacuum of your mentions. I recognize it for what it is, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, man, this failed space host. He's been playing games with a lot of people for whatever reason, man. And at the end of the day, like, maybe seek help, but yeah, if not, I mean, there's receipts, and yeah, maybe
You're
not.
racist. You're so racist. This host is not that guy. I'm sorry.
I
can't hear you all well.
I'm gonna land it. I'm gonna land it there. I'm gonna land it
drop
there,
that,
man.
please?
I've been talked over a couple times, and I can't even see who the hell is calling me a racist.
Yeah,
So
bro is drunk as fuck.
yeah, I know he is. But so nah, bro. At the end of the day, Sacred, man, I'm with you on that, and you already know I've been with you on that. Nah, we don't throw that word around lightly. We don't PDF file label people. But it seems like the people that are doing the labeling might have something going on with their own hard drives. Yeah, I'm gonna land it there, bro. 118 on their head. I love it. And yeah, back to Alan, bro. The Battle of the Beams. My prediction, bro, is there may be challengers, but dude, it's just laughable. And you invoked Wi-Fi. I can't wait to see what's invoked next. Scuba gear. Like, what the fuck? Hey, shout out to the Big Bear, bro. Love you guys. Gonna be kicking it for a while. Kiddos are asleep, so let's get after it. I love you guys.
Yes, sir. And we got a lot more in store, man. Like, I know we've been doing this for 118 weeks, but we got some sauce coming up. So stay tuned, tap in with us. Follow anybody that you resonate with. retweet the space, or is it repost?
Tweet.
No, hell no. Hell no. It's always going to be retweet.
Yeah, if I don't got no purple pill, we saying retweet, man.
Yeah, Elon, give that shit back, bro. I know you're in the administration, but you need to get in touch with @Linda Yasserino X and sort that shit out, because this is retarded.
she'll set you up, Elon.
Not gonna happen.
Shout out to Orwellian in the Ethermobile, man. I appreciate you. I don't know who I said was next. I don't know if you helping me keep up with this. My bad.
I think it was Mr. Taylor.
Yup. One or the other. I don't know who has a coin. Taylor, your hands down.
Shout
Are you
out to
still there?
Taylor. She got at the Adelaide.
Well, I was actually next, but I could be quick.
I'm good.
I took notes.
Okay, I don't know if Taylor's good. Let's go to Libra first and then see.
I'll be quick. I put notes. It was about your audio. Like I was disappointed there wasn't a twist. Like we're actually on a globe, you know. But I didn't know. I'm kidding. I mean, I didn't expect any surprises there. But I'm not used to hearing their voices because they never come in unless they're usually crazy. But you know, it was good. It was good. Like you went easy on him. You could have gone in, you know, with the ISS, like that's not even a red herring. It's like it doesn't even reach a level of red herring because it's not even close to trying to be about the sun and going around the sun. I think you made a comment, but you didn't go in on it, like, because he starts talking about what FE thinks about the ISS, you know, and like you didn't go into all those problems with the ISS, which you could have, like 17,000 miles an hour. How do you like? How does a human not turn into a paste in that acceleration? And like the video from the ISS, which some people think is looped, some people, you know, I would trust to say it is. I don't know. It's like anyway. Yeah, I mean, those guys are kind of I don't know. And I was waiting for it. They said delusion, and that's projection, and it's in the cult of scientism. You know, when you lie, you're forced to project. It's like a law of the universe, and you know, they do it every single day in the thread. They always have to project, and that was kind of that. That was like that was annoying to me. That delusional part, because you know, where's your proof of anything? It's like, you know, anything at all. You have anything? Not just around that we go around the sun. That we're in on a sphere and not a level environment. And that's about it. Oh, I had a question about the Battle of the Beams, about the history. Like, I heard that at the last minute they went to check it out, but it was too late, and then the Germans bombed the Rolls-Royce factory, which seems a little weird to me. That I never a little questionable, the whole thing there. But anyway, that's it. Thanks for the space, guys.
Hey, that was a really good recap, Libra.
Yeah, awesome.
We missed
recap.
a little bit. We missed a lot of laughs there because there were some funny moments. And when you're fast forwarding, I'm like, wait, that could be comedy gold, you know?
Yes. So to answer your question about the bombing, that was their original target, the Rolls-Royce factory in Derby, and they had already deployed countermeasures and stuff when that, because you know they had all that circumstantial evidence and whatnot, and then they went and measured the beams. So they had actually already had countermeasures set up, and that helped save the factory the first time. So it wasn't actually destroyed on that run. It was destroyed at another bombing raid during the daytime. So at a much lower altitude. So completely different when it was actually destroyed. But they used that system to bomb other targets all throughout the year, and it had an effective range of 800 miles. So
countermeasures? I don't want to waste you guys' time. It's all I had. That's okay. More to the story then. That's interesting.
Yeah. So the countermeasures were part of the circumstantial evidence that they had uncovered throughout their investigation prior to measuring the beams. Was they had recovered a radar system from a downed plane, and it was tuned to a specific frequency that was much more sensitive than it would normally be required for normal operational use for a night landing. So they had suspected that this was like the frequency range that they were using, which was like I think it was a 30 to 33 hertz or something like that. So anyway, they had that estimated cycle, so they would send out radio signals next to like, you know, high value targets that they had assessed that would be like the most likely for target. And actually, in particular, because of the intercepted information that they got from the Germans that they were able to decode from the Enigma system, they actually knew that the Derby station, or that the Derby factory, was going to be targeted specifically, because part of what they decoded was the lat long coordinates of the two towers and the intersection point, which was, you know, the intersection point was Derby, which was that factory. So they deployed, you know, radio transmissions to, you know, jam that signal and like give like a false equisignal, so to speak. So that's the other part too, is like when they talk about how diffraction somehow magically explains this, dude, if the beam starts diffracting and overlapping, this was so easy to jam. That's what the literal countermeasure was, bro, to just send up the same signal and it would create its own equisignal in between the main one that they had to fly through. Like, bro, it's so crazy. And so anyway, there's like absolutely zero chance that diffraction.
The countermeasures wouldn't work on a globe, you're saying? Either.
No. The system itself wouldn't work on a globe, like the outward radar system, because of that same diffraction reason. Like, it was that easy for it to just accidentally create an equisignal. So if there was divergent beams that were diffracted around and bouncing and going in different directions and whatnot, like, it would completely it would just make fake equisignals. It would be so dog shit. That's so crazy. To even anyway. And then the other thing they did, the other countermeasure, was they set up what would be like burn piles that were like about a mile or two away from the actual target. So when the bombings would start, they would light these burn piles up, and it was basically, it would create, you know, giant cinders and stuff that could be seen from about 20,000 feet. So the bombers, while flying in the equisignal, still had to deal with the problem of not knowing their absolute velocity. So it was just like a timing approximation that they had to go through when they hit that second signal, and they were just kind of like, you know, going with the feel of it to get that to know when they should actually drop the bomb. And so what they would do when they would see those burning cinders, you know, they would hold off until they were over those, and then they would drop the bombs. So and that was called, I think, Starfish, the cinders and stuff. That was called Starfish, and then the other thing was called Aspirin, the radar jamming. So you know, it saved the factory that on that first run.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. How crazy is that it was that easy to jam, that the like, dude, the fraction's not even on the table at all. That's so funny, because you know, last week one of the guys, you know, big reputations or whatever, he was like, the countermeasures alone disprove it. And it was like, go on, let's hear your argument. And he didn't say anything specific because, you know, I don't know, ChatGPT didn't tell him, I guess. But yeah, just thinking, but yeah, just thinking about how easy it was to spoof an equisignal. It's like, if it was diffracting, it would be so fucking useless. Like, just if it's not line of sight, dude, then it just doesn't work at all.
This is why I always say, like, trying to establish that baseline with some of these guys, because they'll just flat out just deny shit dishonestly when it's like right there. We're talking about people who, like, it's in the business. God, I got credentials, you know, with radio. So it's just like,
dude,
bro,
yeah.
You know, like, what are we supposed to do at this point, bro? Like, if you're not going to honestly acknowledge the things that we're saying, or you're going to misrepresent values, like, for what, bro? Like, should we waste time? Like, I don't know. That was an awesome breakdown, though. Let's keep it moving. Shout out to you, Libra. Thank you, Alan. Appreciate you, bro. Taylor, you back? Taylor got caught in the ether. I was gonna shout her out for coming to rock over on TikTok. Yo, she's getting in the field in some of these TikTok lives, man. Y'all gotta see Taylor in action. Y'all already low key went semi-viral, posting these star videos and Lake Pontchartrain. Oh my gosh, you got TikTok in a spiral.
All right, Sacred, do you see me over here, buddy, or am I lost?
He was having like mad connection issues. I don't know if he could hear us. Game of Thrones.
Yeah, and can you hear Proud?
I can hear Proud. Can you hear me, Sacred?
Yeah, we can hear you. We're gonna go slide over to you right after we tap in with Mister.
Yo, what up, level heads and all the haters? Miss Proud. For all of you who haven't heard, there was an election that took place that Alan, I didn't even know about it until Alan told me about it. And apparently it was such a tight race that I didn't even know I was involved in. And it was still a banger. And I'll just let you know that Run Boston, he is your president. I'll announce it. I'll first, but just so you guys know, he hasn't been in here until the last like 5 minutes. And that's only because I texted him and I said, hey, yo, scandal or what? And he said, this is what kind of president you guys voted in. A president who falls asleep while praying with his wife? I don't believe that for a second, dude. And for the facts that we all know, he's not actually running. He's a speed walker. He has bad knees, dude. I've seen it. He's a bona fide speed walker, and I just need to set the record straight. Like, you guys made your choice. It's fine. I'm not mad about it. But just don't be upset when it comes crumbling down, you know? I'm just throwing it out there. And don't come crawling back, because, you know, I don't know. I've had enough. And see, he has nothing to say for himself.
Bro, I fucking love this, dude. I fucking love both of you guys. Just for real.
Dude, bringing so much hate. Okay, first and foremost, I've been training hard. I've been running a lot, been lifting weights. I'm really sleepy these days compared to the JT you're used to. Got my kids down. I was like, hey, babe, I'm set up for Flat Earth Friday. Got my new mic. I'm ready. I'm ready to talk. And I was like, let's pray real quick. And I put my hand over on her pregnant belly, been feeling the baby kick. And we prayed. We prayed over some good stuff. And then conked out, man. I was conked. Dude, listen. I woke up on my own and I was like, oh, shoot, I'm missing it. How far back am I? Oh, hour 40? Oh, I got this 2 times, 2x. And I was letting people know in the YouTube lands, you know, Alan's streaming, Shane's streaming. I'm talking like telling people what happened so you can check my receipts. I'm a human. I fell asleep. But you know what? I got notes like Aurelian. I'm going to wait my turn because I got to work on these notes a few more minutes. Glad to be your president. Love you, mister. Better luck next time. Peace.
First of all, dude, to Mister, I just want to say I can't believe you had the gall to show your face here after the political subterfuge you tried to do to overthrow JT in a perfectly legitimate election that we were trying to hold and extend the democratic process and show that, you know, maybe the government was wrong about the shape of the earth, but they were definitely right about the electoral process and how it can't be corrupted and it works and it's, you know, genuine and true. So it's a real shame that you sullied all that with your actions. When I went to YouTube and I started seeing political ads against Run Boston Bear saying, did he really run in the Boston Marathon or was it the Boston Walkathon? Like, dude, that's so slanderous and insane to even suggest that. We have so much video evidence of JT running and doing things really fast that it doesn't make sense that you would even take it to that place. And it's a real shame that you did that.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
Bro, I was just looking for the purple pill quick. I was going to post a picture of me at the Boston Marathon in full stride, off the ground, not power walking, Olympic speed walking, but running. And I was going to post it up, but where's the purple pill? Yeah, I remember Elon gave the axe to the,
You would have known if you were here in the beginning, because this was old news. And your excuses of loving on a pregnant woman's belly, I don't buy it for a minute, dude. You can't. No, I don't care.
Guess who I seen tweeting Elon right before Flat Earth Fridays went live? It was Mr.
The president.
Tweeting about the purple pill. Interesting.
Bro, I don't know where the smoke's coming from. I said that I put it on 2x and I heard everything. So I must not be awake yet totally. But yeah, I know the purple pill's missing, but instinctively I was like, oh, I can show him. But yeah, the purple pill's not there, so I can't. Here, I'm gonna text you, bro, this picture of me.
You know, these pictures, I've seen you basically as Obama. So how do I know what's real and what's not?
You know what, bro? I didn't even know that picture morphed my faces, like my face to Obama's and back. I didn't know our bone structure and our face was as similar. It's weird. It freaked me out.
It's almost as if you're the same person and we're just going to live this same 4 more years. It's incredible that you guys fell for it. I tried to warn all of you, dude, and this is what I get. It's cool. It's cool. I get it. It's fine. I'm not mad.
That's
I don't know
hilarious.
where Alan concocts these ideas, but I'm gonna ride with it until it's dead. Did that Edgemeister guy leave? He's already gone. I had an experiment for him.
Oh, really?
That's a well, and I was gonna get some second thought about it, but if you're in the southern hemisphere, isn't there a thought that if you basically time the twilight from when the sun sets in the summer, during the summer in southern hemisphere, shouldn't the twilight be shorter because the sun would be moving faster over a longer distance than it would be in the north?
Yes, but I think we need data from further south, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh. Well, good. I'm glad. It wouldn't have been worth it anyways. He was probably blacked out when he was having the conversation that he was having, so he probably wouldn't remember anyways.
You ain't black.
Whoa. Yeah. No.
You said
Anyway.
blacked out.
Yeah. Blacked out. Yeah. That I do know something about, but it's been a hot minute.
Blackout Jones, they call him. You guys don't know about Blackout Jones?
You know the thing.
Man, that was a hilarious back and forth. Hey, I just found out if I'm on my Mac and I'm on Chrome and it gives you the hand. The hand raise is there on Chrome. It's not on Safari that I know of.
You guys voted in a guy who can't even use a computer.
Bro.
We're doomed.
Dude, stop trying to overthrow the system, bro. Everything's going good. Just where's your concession speech at? Yeah, didn't you say you were going to deliver a concession speech instead of like dragging it out and acting like JT caused an international incident?
Well, seeing as how this was all your idea, yes, I do have a concession speech planned. And it goes something along the lines of this. I've met JT in person. I shook his hand. He's much shorter in person than he looks in the pictures. I'm pretty sure that one of his legs is bionic. You did pick who you picked, and I will honor that, his role as presidency or as president. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to have gone up against someone who's busy doing other things, but it's been a worthwhile race for sure. He ran a good race. Oh, look, it's Edgemeister. He's back.
Oh, look, man, much love, brother. I mean, being in the race.
I love you. I love you. He's a friend. Yes, for sure.
Yeah. If you don't know, if you don't even know what we're talking about, this is freaking hilarious. But I invited Mr. to Flattoberfest, his first one. Got to hang out in person, see him do music. I didn't know that he could play guitar. I didn't know he could rap. I didn't know he could freestyle. He got up there with Witsit and was just slaying the musical instruments. And I was like, dang. Took care of me. And yeah, you're a brother for life. No matter what, even if you lost the race, we're brothers for life.
Yeah, I expected to lose because I didn't know this was happening, but I'm proud that it was such a tight run, you know. What was it, like 92-8? Something
So
like that, Alan? You had the
there's
numbers?
yeah, there's still a bunch of mail-in ballots coming in, and there's a couple of swing states that could happen, and we're coordinating with Dave Weiss's app to see, to make sure that we have everything accounted for. So there's still some things coming in, and like honestly, like there's a potential that you won and stuff, but we'll never admit that publicly. And it's always going to be JT no matter what. So, like thanks for participating, and it's dope that you were able to get a bunch of donations and funnel that through your charity on your campaign. That's so cool. Like mad props and respect. And then everyone also got a nice tax benefit for contributing to your charity scam that's protected by a 501c3 that we can't figure out what you're doing with the money. But honestly, we trust you, and it's so cool that you have a Haitian foundation and that you're using that money from your political campaign to help the children over there and figure out what's going on with why they're always missing and stuff. I really hope you get to the bottom of it, and shout out to the Haitians.
Well, and don't forget the cat and dog rescue missions that the Haitians I've now hired to put on the scene to gather up all the strays. So, we've got that going as well. So, anyone that wants to contribute to that, I'm happy to help with that as well. So,
My final word before getting to the hands, because we skipped Game of Thrones. Somebody else had theirs up. My falling asleep wasn't near as bad as Shane's when he was needed and called upon like 2 or 3 times. That one had me rolling because I was sending out the flat signal. I was like, dude, you got to wake up. They're asking for you. And homie was sleeping. It happens. We all get tired. Everybody needs a little recharge. But yeah, I'm gonna work on my notes for a few more minutes. Now that I know I can raise my hand with Chrome, I'll raise my hand in a little while when I'm ready.
Very presidential.
Much
Shane, throw up an emoji if you still awake, Shane. Shout out to Mr. Aaron, boss, and we'll swing right over to you in a second. JT, gang, what up?
Sacred and Miss Proudflurf, how are you two? Hello, Whitson. Hello, Orwellian. Grasshopper. Taylor. Oh my God, Boston. Thanks for the kind words, guys. As the grandpa, the old man here in the group. Just a gentle correct. It's electoral. I hear everybody saying electoral. It's electoral. There's no E in that word. Electoral college, whatnot. Anywho, my God, Orwellian, props, man. Did he drop? Where the hell did he go? Anyway,
He might have just split the listener. He might still be in here though.
Okay, Orwellian and I, and who was it? Prophet. I'm trying to think who else. Brian was in there. Geez, it was like a fight for the mics. And those guys, I don't drink anymore. So I went out in the garage. I'd vape. I'd come back and vape a little more, come back. Those boys were getting ripped on Tuesday night. I mean, something fierce. Anyway, Sacred and proud for you guys to be proud of me. Alan, I know for a fact, many of you been in the other rooms with me earlier today. We were talking of Tartaria. Keith was there. Trying to think the other gentleman's name was there, as always in Flat Earth Friday with us here. And we got some Globies in there. We got Jim Lee. We had a few others. And you know what? They're starting to even question their own shit. So, Sacred, take a look in my profile. You look real deep in replies, but just in posts, I gave you guys some of the album art of a group called Yes. Yes lasted over 35 years. 1972, they came out with an album called Tales from Topographic Oceans. Now, I put some artwork on my profile. Y'all go scroll. We don't have a purple pill. F you very much. Elon, for that damn noise. But seriously, go look at my profile and look at the artwork. Alan Dean is the guy's name. ALAN and then Dean, DEAN. Look up his artwork on Google. You will see literally hundreds of hand-drawn images. He did it for a group called Asia as well. Yes, for sure. I mean, most of Yes's albums had his artwork. Amazing stuff portraying what? A flat earth. And specifically, I put one there that talked about Roger Dean art. You'll see it hundreds of Future Proof's past album covers. If these people back in the late 60s and early 70s, guys, true, they had psilocybin, they had mushrooms galore, they had all the goodies. I mean, I was in college in the 70s, all right? This was a time for a lot of people, a lot of revelation before the time of now, before the Tartarian talk started to come into vogue, guys. You look at that one piece that I showed where you see the body of water and the little islands, then you see the bridge going off. Just focus on that, okay? There's hundreds
Well, you're up.
Sacred. Hello? Somebody, anyway, I just wanted to share, guys. It's been a very amazing week, and seeing all the Roger Dean art that I grew up with, from albums like Relayer and Drama and Fragile and Close to the Edge, and it's just tons of them, and even the words of the music, you guys, brought me back to, wow, why didn't this flat Earth stuff dawn on me? I mean, shit, this was during the same time of Richard Nixon talking to those bozos, quote unquote, on the moon. Y'all remember the guy that was so opposed and called out, you know, the bullshit about the moon landings? Well, Stanley Kubrick happens to be born on my birthday. Yeah, that guy, the guy that did Eyes Wide Shut, the guys that did 2001 A Space Odyssey. That's right, July 26th. Different year, but anyway, I don't know. I ramble a little bit, guys. I don't get to talk a lot with all of you. You're my newly adopted family. So, hey, if we're not connected, please connect tonight. Let's follow each other back. Let's grow this community. Let's make it happen. I love y'all, and I'm still learning. And it's just good to be here.
Mr. Kubrick, sir, I just want to say thank you for clarifying that it's electoral and not electorial. And just so future reference, it's Orwellian, not Orwellian. Not to be, rude or anything. But I appreciate you, Mr. Kubrick. You've done wonderful work, and thank you. I'll look deeply into the Yes artwork.
Yeah, no, shout out the game. I'm scrolling through some of this artwork, and it's really interesting, right? Because you can convey a message just with images, but you really have to have the eye to interpret what the artist is trying to, depict. You may have to go a little bit deeper than the surface level. So that is pretty cool, man.
Yeah, Sacred, I got to interject, man. Seriously. I mean, I kind of had an idea, brother, about this stuff growing up because I was 18 years old. 18 years old when Close to the Edge came out. The same year, that fall, they put out Tales of Topographic Oceans. Just Google, guys, do it. If you've got a browser you can open, Google Roger Dean, DEAN, artwork or album art. You'll be flooded with images, but the one that really hits you, Tales of Topographic Oceans, Sacred, you see the fish swimming where there is no water. It's like they're surrounded by water, but swimming over a desert. There's another thing I posted there that shows the all-seeing eye and the Osiris, the visual for Osiris on the pyramid. I mean, I didn't get it then because I didn't understand flat Earth. You follow me? We all grew up. We were told, yeah, President Nixon's talking to Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin on the moon, and yeah, they're 200 some thousand miles away. um, you know, we were all fascinated fools back then. Oh, mama, I'm not. Oh, shit. The point being, guys, this stuff really punches you really hard when you look at it. 50 years ago, this artwork was really there. 50 years ago. And they're trying to argue all this bullshit, Coriolis effect, and yada, 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 yada. Sorry, I got some new toys in my attic now. God bless y'all. Keep it going.
Yes, sir, man. Appreciate you keeping an open mind even after all these years and going back and looking at some of the things. I was like, wait, man, like I was looking, it was straight in my face, man. Like, that's normally how it works, right? It's like a retro active aha moment. So that's always cool, man. I appreciate you sharing. And just for everyone to know, you know, I linked the space up top. I know we like Elon finessed us out of a purple pill this week, man. We're gonna try to get it back next week though. But I put the spaces link up top. So if you guys want to just go, it's all the way to the left. Either save it or just comment right up there. I wish I would have known I would have put it in the beginning of the space, but it's up there. So if you have anything that you want to link, you can link it right down there and it'll just stay underneath that space. Usually when it generates like an actual space link, I get a purple pill. So don't know what the disconnect is, man. Maybe it's a relativistic purple pill this week.
Somebody get in a bucket and see if you can see it.
Talking about Newton's Bucky.
An inertial frame of spaces.
Sacred, I know now it was eyes to see. He and I were in the room and we were like, wow, he was tripping over it too, man. All the artwork. We were having a good time. It was he, I, and Keith and Jim Lee, and we were talking about Tartaria, you know, and trying to feed it into flat Earth, basically. And then somebody else got upset, whatever. We kind of devolved, but I put a shit ton. If you guys see anywhere the Tartaria room, it was recorded. I put a ton of artwork there. Like almost 100. I went nuts. That's what happens when you're happy. Yeah.
That's what's up, man. Y'all tap in with some of the squad. I know we do spaces on Fridays, but some of the guys do spaces throughout the week. You know, they'll do flat earth spaces, they'll do Tartaria spaces, you know, hidden history, maybe some health spaces and things like that. I'm gonna try to get a little bit more active. I just can't be, I mean, I am omnipresent, but I'm playing some away games on TikTok. It's hard for me to get to some of these spaces, but I'm gonna try to jump in some of these spaces with some of the guys throughout the week. So yeah, stay tapped into the community, man. There's always something going on. So shout out to the squad for real. Appreciate you, gang. I'm gonna keep going through that arc. It's pretty dope. I never seen none of this before. I don't know who was next, bro. I see we got Concave here. I see Cosmologicals up here.
Yeah, Cosmo didn't
Hello.
get to speak, but I did want to hear from Concave since he's back.
Hello, I had a quick question.
What's up, Concave?
What does the group here think? What's bigger, the equator, like if you go a full circle around it, okay? What's bigger, the equator or Antarctica?
Antarctica.
Thank you very much.
Because you're talking about total miles to, like, if you were to circumnavigate or follow it, track it, go all the way around it. Yeah, the North Pole would be a tiny little circle. If there was an actual pole, you could walk around it, 10 feet around it. The equator is further away from that North Pole, and the Antarctica is further out, much further out than the equator, and it would be massive. I would guess 75,000 plus miles to go all the way around the known world.
Thank you very much.
Is that your only question, Concave?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, no doubt. We kind of had a space a couple weeks ago on Concave Earth. It's too bad you weren't there. I mean, you do got a new account. Were you there? I don't know if you were there or not.
No, I just joined X today.
Oh, that's what's up. How'd you find the space?
It got shared in Discord.
Interesting. What are you about to say, bro?
Interesting just about sums it up. Nonetheless, feel free to bring your pals from Discord, or stick around, discuss globe Earth theories. I think Cosmo was next, and then I see Matt jumped in. So, Cosmo, you wanna take it away? If he's not in the ether.
Cosmological.
Damn, are we putting our guests to sleep? Do I need to play some like music? Wake everybody up?
Yeah, we did start a little bit late this week. Better late than never, though.
Yo.
Damn, are we putting our guests to sleep? There we go.
Hey.
Do I need to play
How y'all doing?
music? Wake everybody
You got my co-host cloned in your background. What's going on?
A little bit late.
Wait, I'm cloned too.
Right. Let me disconnect.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
Cosmo,
sorry about
we
that.
can hear you. Can
Yeah.
you turn your
I
background down a
want
little bit?
to give a shout out to all the flatheads out there. I did pass out, y'all. I do apologize. Yeah.
I'm so overstimulated.
Okay.
I hope you're
Thank
not
y'all for
driving. If you're driving,
allowing
you're
me a
gonna get
chance.
in trouble.
Driving and sleeping ain't the best combination.
Well, this economy's got me working back at a tattoo shop, so. But hopefully that's going to change.
Oh, bro, you got to do some flat tats.
Yes. Flat tat smacking. But anyway, look, Sacred, I appreciate what y'all doing. Proud, Witsit, Alan, all you people, Shane, thank you again. It's been a while since I've been up. I've been so busy trying to put some stuff together because I'm going to start doing a thing where I'm auditing LIGO or LIGO, however you want to say it. So that's going to be coming up. I'm going to do some live feeds, and also I'm going to be doing some recordings on it. And I'm going to go get with Alan if I can sometime and ask him what kind of questions, because I know he's really good with interferometry and what they're doing there. So I want to see if I can just message him at some point and find out what kind of questionnaire I can put forth. You know, I'm 15 minutes from LIGO, so I'm going to see if I can reach out to them and question some of their particle physics, you know, and just see how lost in the sauce they are that work there. So that's going to be coming up. Also, Run Boston Bear, God bless you. Thank you for the kind words on Discord. Pebbles, which is something simple. I don't know if you know who, I know you probably know who I'm talking about. That's my fiance. She says hello. And all you flatheads out there, everybody on the panel, what's up? Also, I want to give a shout out to David Weiss. Thank you for introducing me to my lunch break. Yeah, I just want to, if you're up and awake and you're hearing this, that is a remarkable like content creator, hands down. He's coming up. He's going to be very prominent in the truth community. And I just want to give a special shout out to Mr. Weiss with that. Other than that, I'm going to land it right here. Thank y'all so much for letting me speak. God bless the panel. Y'all keep doing what you're doing, because we're living in one of the most monumental times on this earth, on this flat earth. So y'all keep doing what you're doing. God bless.
Appreciate you, my brother. Dave probably gonna pop in here later on talking about we messed up his sleep schedule again.
That's right.
Hey, but you know we keep it rocking though. I don't know who was next. Was it Matthew? Prop.
I mean, I can go next. I just don't want to cut in line or anything.
Yeah, he's up next.
Cool. All right. So just first of all, I really appreciate how chill everybody is. That's come on. So just kind of a shout out and kudos there. I mean, one of the things that I try really hard to keep an open mind on, anything that I kind of run into, which can kind of get a little hard to not run into some form of like confirmation bias or something like that. So to give you an example, like whether it's in amongst people that are oriented with the flat earth model or people that are oriented with the spherical earth model, I mean, like both sides, in my attempts to try and take as neutral a perspective as possible, like both sides seem to have their sources that they like to credit back to. Like, I mean, as much as I would love to find my own methods of developing credible sources or measurements or proofs rather that I can kind of discover on my own. I I can't even accurately measure how long across my kitchen is, much less try and measure like, how big the earth is or the shape or stars or whatever else. And so it just a lot of the times what people in kind of in my position where we're not the best educated or we don't have a lot of information or a lot of the history into things. And, we try to do our own research, but like it's very difficult to not just want to default to some sort of an organization, whether it's, heaven forbid, NASA or something like that, to try and say, okay, there's supposed to be a bunch of smart people in such and such organization. And I want to try and believe what they tout is accurate in regards to shapes or distances or science or math or whatever else kind of stuff that you hope they're not just simply making up or trying to cover for something, but like, what is the process that everybody here goes through in terms of trying to like check ourselves to say like, okay, I'm like, this is an actual journey that I'm on. This is a truth that I'm discovering. And it's not just simply me looking for information that reinforces a confirmation bias that I might accidentally be holding on to. Like, I mean, that's kind of my question. Like, how do I prevent myself from accidentally forming a confirmation bias in either direction as I'm just trying to look for the truth? Does that make sense? Okay, I'm seeing 100%. It's like, okay, I don't know. I mean, other people are welcome to answer or speak up, but just that's kind of my inquiry.
Yeah, I'll pop in. I'm working on my notes, but I really like how well spoken and how you formed your question. And as a man that I don't know if you heard me speak before, I didn't need flat Earth. Like I wasn't looking for it. Wasn't lonely. My wife of 11 years, and I'm a stay-at-home dad with 3 small kids. So like an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 4-year-old with a new one on the way. A friend of mine from high school told me like, hey man, space as you were taught when you were little is not a place you can actually travel to. And he was just very matter of fact about it. And he started me in with, Dave Weiss videos. There's some Eric DeBay videos and some other content creators that did touch on the topic of what is this place that we live? Is it really a spinning planet orbiting the sun? And that was the question. My default reaction, I mean, I'm 44 years old. My default reaction was to be like, why is my friend crazy? And like, what is he trolling me? Is he joking? This is super weird. I mean, what am I even supposed to do with this information? But as I've dug over the last 2.5 years, I found places like space audits, but ether cosmology, like Alan and Shane and everybody doing work over there, and they have databases. So like Shane and Alan's databases alone, if you go in and look at them and go slowly through the information, it's actual science. And a lot of it's historical and what people were saying back in the day and what they were finding in interferometry, Dayton Miller and Michelson Morley. And when you start looking into that, you realize that motion, the actual spin or speeds in which we're supposed to be orbiting the sun, hasn't been proven actually in reality using science. So if there's no spin, if there's no orbit around the sun detectable scientifically improvable. And then there's also no curvature. That's the other thing that's really trippy. That's a problem. And so if a man or woman can kind of digest, like, wait a minute, let's look into this. Has there been speed detected or rotation or any of that? And what about this curvature, without like gaslighting and just being emotionally like insecure or scared? Because a lot of people are freaked out to even think, could we have been lied to on such a big scale about where we live? And my answer is yes, they've lied to us about many things: history, the medical industry, cosmology, the dinosaurs, billions of years, trillions of light years. To me personally, a lot of that stuff is just a narrative created to push the idea of a creator out of the picture. And I'm just talking out of my heart. It's just what I believe. So like, I don't think we came from primordial ooze that triggers some people. I don't think that we were once monkeys years ago. I think we're unique, created in the image of God, special, more special than any of the animals. I do believe in microevolution, but not or macro, not the whole like species to species thing. And it's been a wild ride. I mean, I'm educated. My wife, she's educated. And in the journey, I've met Air Force pilots, like F-15 pilots that are flat earthers because of the way their instrumentation works with the radar. Other people, PhDs that are waking up, like Dr. Steve Young, and then like Princeton graduates, magna cum laude, Mark Gober. He's written books on what I mentioned a second ago about like the medical tyranny, big pharma, and the upside down cosmos thing. So I don't want to ramble forever. It's just, if you or anyone listening is hungry for truth, truth can be found. Now, I say that I don't know if we'll ever understand every single aspect of this realm, because some things may be unknowable, and some men don't want to hear that. They want to say, we know the size, we know the shape, we know the composition, the chemical composition, the exact distances, the heat of these planets or stars, however exact far away they say. But my opinion is they don't really know how far they are. They don't really know what the stars are. And that's, some people are like, you're uneducated, that's goofy, you idiot. But I just think it's a matter of fact that a lot of stuff was made up and just force fed, and we're a part of awakening. And that's what Flat Earth Fridays is for, is to ask questions and seek the truth. But thanks for giving me time to kind of respond.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I just to kind of share a quick story. Like, I've heard, I don't know if this is true, but what I heard once upon a time is like some college students went and got the remains of like a dead seal or something like that off the California coast, and same day, like it had died just that day. Same day they brought it into a laboratory and did carbon testing on it, and the carbon testing showed that those bones or whatever came from a creature that had died like several hundred years ago, even though it was the same day. So I don't know if that just throws like every form of carbon dating off, if that story is true, like if the story even is true. I mean, just it's so tricky. So like I'm totally, I think, primed and ready to entertain the possibility that there are people with levers of power in control in this world, and they recognize that if they can kind of control the flow of information or the story that's told or history as it's written, that they can somehow gain some sort of an advantage. I mean, heaven knows how much historical documents like the Vatican has hidden in their vault somewhere, of like all of the Dead Sea Scroll type stuff or similar documents that they just have not released out into the world, and that they have chosen not to translate. I mean, it was a task. Like, if you look at the King James Version of the Bible and some of the introductory notes from like a letter from the translators to the reader, it's really kind of interesting. Some of just the spite almost that the translators had against a lot of the Catholic priests in their day, because a lot of the Catholic priests like were super snobby about not wanting to translate the Latin Bible into what was for them like the vulgar English language, was some of the verbiage that they used. So, and some of the people responsible for translating the King James Version of the Bible, I mean, even made fun of the Latin edition, saying that, oh, Satan obviously had a hand in translating, the Latin version of the Bible. So, I mean, they love poking and stabbing at each other. It's just really interesting to kind of see just the influence of, fallible men throughout history, and what they have on trying to tell each other things. So it's just, And in all of that, it almost seems as though, to see if I can kind of maybe summarize some of the points you were making, like, speaking from the heart, it's almost like the information for what questions to ask can be found anywhere, whether it's in, flat earth circles or spherical earth circles or whatever the case is. Like, the information is out there, but really finding the truth just kind of comes between like a personal conversation of between you and God, or whatever it is that a person believes in, and just trying to find the truth inside, see what resonates the most, and
concave,
hold on to it. What was that? Concave? Oh, had something to say? Okay. But thank you.
Oh no, that's great back and forth, great feedback. And just for a little more context, I have served and followed and trusted in the Messiah for 15 years. I surrendered from, I had, and this, I don't really want to go on too long about me. If you want to reach out and hear my stories, definitely feel free. I've got a channel on YouTube at Run Boston Bear, and I'm doing interviews with people. If you were ever interested in hopping on and either doing a conversation like what we're doing right now, just you and I, back and forth, that'd be cool. Or if you just want to talk privately, I'm available as well there. Now, the interesting thing about me is I'm not as well versed as like Witsit or Sacred and Proud and Shane Allen. They're excellent at debating the science and absolutely holding their own, like, to the nth degree, as far as you want to take it. Like, Witsit can sit down with a PhD in any field for hours, and as long as they don't get triggered and emotional, he can answer their questions. He can give them responses to what he thinks it is, because sometimes there is conjecture, or there is like, well, I think it's this. I mean, eventually at the end of the day, we got in this position because man wanted to know and wanted to say they knew. When that chasm, or that divide between the physical material world, like what we can touch and what we're walking around in, what we would call all of our reality or our environment. I think above us, when we look at the stars, I think that we're actually blessed as humans and as people to look into the heavens. And when we do that, I think we're actually looking into another realm, a realm we can't go. Sounds, woo-woo or metaphysical or whatever, but the sun, I mean, it's in my notes, like, because people were earlier, I don't know if you were in here, people were saying things, or a person was like, well, where's the sun in your model? Where they want to ask, like, where's the dome? What's the dome made of? How high of it? Where's your map? A bunch of questions. Usually get people machine gun firing a whole bunch of questions. And even if a person, a flat earther, begins to try to answer every single question, they're not even listening. They're just wanting to fire off more questions that pushes the truther, or the flat earther, into the corner, so that if they can't answer something, then they must be, oh, there it is, they're dumb, they're wrong, you're stupid, we do live on a spinning ball in space. When if you can just get to the fundamentals of, you can't have gas pressure without a container, like 14 point whatever PSI at ground level, what is causing that? And of course there is answers like gravity, but you just, like, as you go, you'll start realizing there's a lot of threads you can pull. And when you pull them, it unravels, in my opinion. But at the same time I'm saying this to you, I also don't want to be haughty or egotistical and say that I know everything, because I don't. I do think there are deceptions in many categories. I mean, I don't think there are more genders than male and female, and some people hate me for that. I think it's obvious who's a male and who's a female. I think we're designed and created that way. But yeah, man, it's a deep rabbit hole, and it's almost like flat Earth. Once you start kind of grasping and seeing that we were lied to about where we live, it's like a house of cards falls. And I'm speaking from a place where 3 years ago, I didn't know any of this stuff. I was asleep. I just believed the mainstream. I just like kind of not bowed, but I just said, okay, those people, they have lab coats and they're the professionals and they have the PhDs. They must be right. And I was just over here doing life, following Jesus, loving my wife, raising kids, doing stuff. And for me, I'll end my plane here. For me, when my friend kind of dropped that information that space is not a place you can actually go to, it started the journey of wait a minute, is he trolling me, or is there truth to that? And as I started to seek the truth, I'll say that truth has a frequency or resonance. Like as you find some, you'll find more. And as you dig and ask questions all over the place, you'll find either not a consensus, but you'll find people that are running alongside you that you didn't even know were running as hard as you are for the truth. And then you'll kind of cross reference what they have. And you're like, oh man, yeah, I saw that too. What do you think about this? And it's like actual human beings discussing in love and in hope to find the truth, not deceptions. And that's, I think, why all of us are here. Many of us are here, is to keep running that race. But yeah, hit me up. My email is runbostonbear@gmail.com if you want to talk more, but I'd be happy.
Thank you.
Boston, God bless you for just quickly for that story, man. You touched a grandpa's heart, really, to hear that love you have for your kids, your family, the whole thing. Man, it's a rare thing, and it's a rare thing for people to be open as they get older. It was like 3 years ago that I finally slammed on the brakes in my head and said, this bullshit of NASA. And every time I've gotten in an airplane, I've flown all over the frickin' world. This is the biggest bullshit lie I've ever been told. Then more seeds started to drop. I started to look out and I'm going, damn, everything is flat. Water's flat. I've never seen water curve. Come on, people. Anyway, I see Missy Moo up. I'm not moderating. That's for Sacred and Proud to do. But yeah, we got a good flow going here.
Yeah, I hear you, Game, and I have it. I still have my open invite to you to come on and share your awakening story for sure. I love when you speak. I listen. I think you have nuggets of wisdom to pass along to people. And yeah, I'm gonna mute up for a little bit and get through some of these hands. But that was great, Matthew. Thank you.
Shout out to the squad. Yeah, let's start over to Missy, and then we'll try to rotate some people up.
Facts, welcome.
Missy, you're up. Do you hear us?
They have to press the mic button in the corner.
Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me now?
Yeah, you sound good.
Yes, ma'am. Go for it.
Okay. All right. Well, I've been listening to again, I agree with and again, I don't know everybody's name or anything, but the fellow that just said, about talking about God and things and the different ways that we get to the point we're at. I was a kid in 6th grade. It said, I don't believe in dinosaurs. And, the teacher just said, well, how could you say that? I said, well, we went to the museum. I was from Houston, born, and went to all the greatest museums, and I saw the big Tyrannosaurus Rex there and all the bones missing. And I was like, and they'd filled them in, and I thought to myself as a kid, how did they know exactly what those bones look like? How did they know? And that same teacher that I said that to, he had a fake leg, and he said, well, how can you not believe? I said, and I explained to them about what I saw with the bones. And I said, well, it's just like you have something wrong with your leg. They gave you a leg, they made you a leg. So, how that happened. So basically, and again, many other questions, again, as far as the evolution, again, as I always said, again, as a young child, why, if we evolved from a monkey and it took millions of years, true, however long, billions, whatever, where is the pile of 1/4, 2/3, 3/4 skeletons of all these half man, half monkey evolution? And why aren't monkeys still evolving? So just again, this is just who I was as a child, but to touch on some things in regards to and again, I'm not a physicist or anything like that. And again, y'all are talking in things that's Greek to me, but I do have an understanding much, like, and I wish I could, someone would tell me, was it Ron Dean? Robert Dean that just spoke. Yeah, I mean, he just was touching a lot of chords for me because I'm new to believing in flat Earth, and I call it actually flat-ish Earth, um, because it's the terrain, obviously, and that is, and again, I also went into airplane and when I was young, in my early 20s, and yeah, you get above the clouds and it's flat as far as the eye can see forever, and I was like, what is this? And again, I'm just taking it in as I go, and again, and it's only been a few years, but I found basically I asked, I was considering it. I was thinking, this I believe yes, we're stationary, but the earth, the stars are revolving around us, not the other way around, as science says. So of course yeah, the 20 to 1, 30 to, I've been for days talking, and I understand the the patience required, because it's just an absolute onslaught. They're just a pack of wolves, just wanting to tear the flesh off your bones, for having an opinion different than theirs, and no other reason. And I kind of really stabbed two bears at one time with, I don't believe how anyone who believes in God cannot believe in flat Earth. So yeah, I got the whole army of, again, all of them, that would be, what, I had the Bible people, I had the atheists on against me, I had the globers calling me flat. I didn't even flirt for whatever. Okay, whatever. I just have my belief system, which again is derived completely different. And let's again touch on the physics. Is that when, as again young, again, I just have an inquisitive mind, an open mind. I always have. And so I always thought about stuff. I think about stuff a lot, big things. My brother called me a philosopher or whatever. I just wonder about things. So I ask questions. And so I picked up a small 1-page pamphlet for children, literally, because that's how much I have. That's how much of physics I would be able to understand. So I opened it and I read it about the string theory. And I do have a base and a belief in God as the creator, period. He came to me. I didn't choose him. That's not the way it went. I ran a long time, but eventually I couldn't run anymore. I have to, accept what that he wanted to talk to me, he wanted to show me stuff, and he has a lot, and there's no way there's time on this space or any space probably for that. But I picked up a 1-page pamphlet. I opened it up to the string theory. I read it and I said, well, and it's basically that everything's connected. It all comes from one place, and it's all connected. That's my basic 101 pamphlet that I had. And I was like, well, that makes sense, because everything came from God. So if God created everything, or he's all in all, then he would be, the string theory makes perfect sense. And, and I was, that's just my outlook on that. Makes perfect sense. Of course, it's all connected. And then the next thing I would touch on is in regards to gravity. Now I have how did the wise men, as he was saying, and like in the old, how did the wise men find Christ? They saw a star rise, they followed the star. So if the star was just moving in a straight line, what's the chances that they are just going to leave from there, wherever they're at in Babylon? Because that's 70 years and 70 generations and 700 years after Daniel, who told them about this star. So these were wise men. They followed that for that long. How much they must have believed Daniel. They are the ones who saw the star and showed up 700 years later. So yeah, they're probably wise. They were astronomers, obviously. And so basically they thought, unless the star was directing them, it had a movement. It had the stars the stars had a curvature, not the earth. The stars were curving and taking them and directing them and guiding them. So they're again, I believe the everything up there is revolving around us. It's not the other way around. But I also agree with what he was saying in regards to there's so much more that we don't understand. And that's why I call it flat-ish. And whenever there's all the questions of, and like you heard early on in the space that someone said, it could be outside, it could be inside, it doesn't matter. I agree with that assessment, and you're talking about like the pendulum, how it would move in a certain place, a certain way, a certain correlation or rotation or whatever it does. Um, and you're talking about gravity, and there's no really, there's three different, types of gravity that they're going by. And again, I'm layman. I'm very layman's term, and I think very simplistically and simple and common sense wise. I don't have anything else at my disposal, besides my research and the things that I feel and have been taught. That I feel that I've been taught. It's been a long process, but one of the main things is basically, yeah, they were led to them and it occurs, but it's the most interesting thing that I've ever had as a presentation is, I'm sure y'all have heard of the Fibonacci code, the
Yep.
Fibonacci sequence, excuse me. And it's imprint on everything that God touches. And so that leads me to the vortex. You said everything is going to a central location, which I believe is something magnetic in the center. It's got a pull and it creates a vortex. And what if it's not again, whether, like he said, it's not inside or outside of the dome, but what if it's just like, it's a vortex? I believe God told me a long time ago, because someone asked me to draw space. I'm an artist, and I was drawing. I was like, "Oh, how do I draw space? It's so big, it's so vast. How I don't know how to present that." And then he told me, and I felt like the small still voice said to me, "Think about it like you're looking through a microscope." And I was like, "Okay." Okay, and everything you look through a microscope, ironically, it kind of looks kind of like space, moving around, stuff moving around, blah blah blah. Every element, under, whatever. And that, again, this is just learning the steps, whatever, little baby steps. And then, so basically, it went to again a vortex that is moving. I believe the sun and the moon. God made the sun and the moon for the earth. There was light before. He created the earth, and the first sentence, he created the heavens and the earth. It is separate from all the heavens. And again, that's where that's what I guess I'm getting to the foundation of my belief in flat earth is in the word itself, because of the way God talks about the whole face of the earth. A watch has a face, not a globe. Also, he said and again, when I read the first 10 verses of Genesis tells everything you need to know about the creation. And I remember the first time I read it, I drew. I'm a visual person. I always draw for what I'm reading. And I drew it linear because that's how he was describing it. And he divided this. So I draw a line, and he divided that. Then there was the firmament, and then he gathered the waters into one place. And then again, the way he talks about the earth, capital E, was separate from the seas with a S, with a capital S. So, but the earth came up out of the sea. It came up. He said, don't create any images of anything above the earth or in the earth. That's where there's more to it than we think. I believe there's more going on down there, or the waters, or any images of anything in the waters below. So, again, it's the way it constant from Genesis to Revelations and everything in between, the way he talks about the earth. Another question, I had a friend that I've known my entire life. She's my second mom. I talked to her about flat earth a few times. She was like, "Well, I just don't know. That's a lot of speculation. It's all speculation." I was like, "Yes, but so basically I asked God, I just asked him, is this, show me something about that. Help me out to understand, like show me in the word." And so I asked her, then I got, again, God will tell you something and then he'll confirm it. That's what he was looking for, the word earlier, is confirmation. He'll tell you something and then this person will say it, or the TV will say it, or the radio will say it. And it's confirmed, and it's God is as simple as confirmation. He'll tell you something and he'll provide several more things, and then it'll be confirmed in the word. So basically, that I asked him, how do I say? So I asked her one question. I called her and I said, "I'm going to ask you one question." I said, just put all the things that we know about, forget about, whatever they've said in science. We're spinning through Earth, the Earth's spinning this fast, plus it's spinning through the solar system this fast, plus it's spinning around the universe this fast. And why doesn't it look like the stars are going by like we're flying? We are going so fast. If you the mathematics behind that, we're going so fast. Why aren't the stars spinning by like we're looking out our car window when we go through a city? You know, like flying by. I mean, just zooming, like it should be insane. As far as math, you know, as far as scientific math and their explanations. So anyhow, and again, also the same thing with the sun. If the sun is as far away from as the moon as they say it is, it would be microscopic and it would not do no total eclipse the way it does. It just doesn't make any sense. So again, I look deeper. So again, I asked him, and that's what I asked her one question, which is again this, and I'll try to wrap it up here for y'all. I know, but either way, I said, how if when Christ returns and the sky the scroll the clouds depart is a scroll, which a scroll is flat, it's laid on a flat surface, just like the clouds above. He's coming in the clouds when he's going to roll them apart like a scroll, and they're flat as they can be because I've been up there, I've seen them. The question I asked is, if when Christ returns and the sky departs as a scroll, and every eye will see him. I said, how is that possible if the earth is not flat? I said, I didn't even ask her if this, I said, how is that? I said, use your common sense. How is it possible for every eye on the planet, every eye to see his return at the same time? And I gave her a minute, and she's very smart and she's very common sense. And she said, it has to be flat. One question. So, you know, that's for someone who has a basis and a foundation of a belief and can go and can confirm that in the word. And that's how I've done it. That's how I believe. That's what I believe. I've, you know, been attacked, but I'm not worried. They don't bother me. They don't upset me at all. I do feel also, like Liliana said, which was, you know, I feel sorry for them. I know that they are lost. They are saying the most vicious things. It's projection. Oh my God. I've never seen such projection. I've never seen such people tell me I'm going to hell. Everyone telling me I'm going to hell. I'm doing this. I mean, I'm denouncing God. How could I say that? Because again, I didn't just say flat earth. I said, how can you believe in God and not believe in flat earth? Because it's all throughout the Bible. So that was how, you know, that's just one of many examples, again, of how he talks. The earth, you know, the heavens, the firmament is above the heavens, you know, above. So that means we're below it. It's revolving around us. So those are just a few of the takes that I had on, you know, listening to everyone and everything that was said. And I think that I really enjoyed listening to you. I'm glad and appreciate y'all letting me speak. And I hope that I have, you know, added a little salt to the you know, to the meal. So and for everyone else to digest, and maybe much like you said, for newcomers, very simple terms, or maybe something that they can relate to. That's pretty much it. I've enjoyed listening to y'all.
Missy, clapping it up for you big time. That was a great, basically, you just revealed a lot of your journey. And I'm the guy you were kind of like calling me Ron, but my name's JT.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm
JT.
just clarifying and introducing myself, basically. Run Boston Bear is because I run the Boston Marathon every year. A lot of people think I'm from Boston because I have Boston in my name. I'm actually a Texan mostly my whole life. So,
Yeah.
you know, I just wanted to say what I heard you sharing, and this is beautiful for people to hear, is your personal journey. It really, really started with you being bold and confident and not caring what people thought about what you were looking into. And I mean, you may not be totally sold on all aspects of flat earth or what it even means, but you're not going to let somebody just push you in a corner and say, this is what it is. You better believe us, like trust the science. Like that's not the type of person you are, which is amazing. We don't have a purple pill, but I'm going to tag you in some posts on my personal page. I'll just use your name. I'm gonna send you to this website. Dave Weiss actually just did an interview with these people that the website is WSTEIF, and that stands for Who Said the Earth is Flat. They wrote a book for kids. Who Said the Earth is Flat. It's pretty cool. He did an interview with them, so I'll link that interview.
Oh, I bet that's interesting.
Well, you'll
I bet
enjoy
that's
it.
very interesting.
You'll enjoy
Because
it.
children are simple.
Yeah.
They think simple common sense.
Right. And
Misty, if you don't mind, I wanted to segue off of what Boston just said. You and I are, I don't know, I was born in 55. I'm not saying you're anywhere near my age, but your experiences are very similar to mine. I followed you, Missy Voodoo. This is Game of Thrones. Up here above.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, nice to meet you. Follow me back if you would. I'm on here every day. I'm on Spaces, and a lot of times they're flat Earth Spaces, they're God Spaces, they're whatever. But we're pushing truth now. We're in a very strong spiritual awakening time, more so now
Absolutely.
Missy, than I've ever seen in my entire life, sister. So God bless you
Well,
for
if I
your
can wait.
for your testimony. Thank you.
No problem. It was my pleasure to give it. And again, if I can turn around someone who's just watches the news, doesn't know about anything, has a flip phone, doesn't know internet, doesn't research anything, but she knows the word, and I know the word. I don't believe in religions. I believe in God, the Father and the Son, and I believe religions only separate belief and spirituality. And I always ask, that's again another question I asked when I was a child. My mom, I said, if there's only one God, why are there so many churches? You know, that's just always been I've always had an inquisitive mind, and I think that's all that's really required for someone to, and like everyone's saying, everyone just just is like a punch in the gut or knocks them over and they pass. It wasn't like that for me at all. It was, oh, that I didn't see. He's been saying it the whole time. It's right there in front of right there in front of us. In every way that he describes it. And again, I also want to say that I don't think we understand the fullness. I don't think anybody can. I don't know. Again, vortex would explain gravity. A vortex, which again goes back to Fibonacci sequence, which is everything that he touches, and it goes around, and that's what's keeping the things in orbit. That's what it's holding. It's all there for us. It's all there for us. It's there to, it's for us. And like you said, we're blessed to be able to look up at the stars and be amazed and be here because he made it for us. We are special. And that's what I've said to people. If you don't think that because we're the only planet with water, they can't go to all these other fake planets, that the 1,000 different ones that have possibly life and so on. If you don't want to believe it, he created the heavens and the earth separately. First sentence in the Bible. That's when I asked God, is there other planets out there with people on them? He said, go to Genesis 1:1. I went there and I read it. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. It's separate. And so I say to people, if you don't want to think you're that special, that he made this whole deal just for us, that we're special, that we're the ones with the water, because that's what gives us life. He separated the waters. Again, Genesis 1-10 will tell you that from creation beginning to end, and it's linear, but he does gather the earth into one place, but he doesn't say how he does it. He doesn't say in what form. It was void and without form. Void just meant desolate, and void meant desolate, and without form meant in chaos. There was something going on before. I don't know all the details. We were from before. So something, and I think it was Jeremiah 3:23 or something like that, but it was saying, it was there's some very interesting things that are again, I know the word too well. So again, after he told me it, everything in the Bible confirmed it. That's what I'm basically saying. And it was right under my nose the whole time. And again, acquisitive mind, a questioning mind, and absolutely having faith in not what you see, but what you can't see. And that's what they want to, their proof. We can't prove, but God does tell us. And if we have faith, he can show us, and we know it's the Spirit leading us. If we have that relationship with God, we know it's him. We don't have to prove. We just hope that God will show them too. And so again, I'll end on that note, and I hope that he does show and enlighten all the people who are in darkness, because again, when the light's off, you don't know where the coffee table's at, you're tripping over it. Click on the lights. Oh, there it is. And so that's what I hope we all have that moment come to where we recognize, oh, this is so much yes, they've lied about everything. And why wouldn't they? Satan runs the world. He gave technology. God's in control of it. It's controlled, but and he's going to use it for his will, as he does. But the word's going to be fulfilled no matter what. And it is being fulfilled. And I believe understanding where we are and or what's going on and how it really is, that they've lied to us, that the world is a lie, that opens our mind up to the whole can of worms of what is really going on. If they lied about everything and they're all saying they're lying about it and it's all coming out to be lies, then what really is it? And so again, I think it's flattish. I don't know if I don't believe there's a dome. I think it's a vortex, and there's a protective, but it may be more like a shield or something, not so much like which I guess that is type of dome, but there's something that's keeping but I don't know. I think the vortex has a lot to do with the gravity, because it pulls it to a central place, which would be explaining the force from the outside pushing on the inside being double, which is keeping us in place, which again, a vortex would explain that in my mind. And it also explains the movement of the orbit of the stars above us which again is Fibonacci. So it's just it does have God's signature, though. Everything does, and again, that's all for us. So again, sorry to run on, but I just was a little excited, and I'm like a dog off a chain. I don't talk about these things with anyone ever, usually. So it's been a pleasure to be with like-minded people, at least to get to put my little 2 cents in, and again, hope somebody relates to it or it opens their mind in some way.
Totally, definitely, and thank you for stopping by. We do this every week, so we're glad you could come and join us. Shout out to you if you're new here, if this is your first time listening as well. We discuss the sciences, the nature of our Earth, and pretty much almost anything in between. A lot of the times when we run into globers, some of them are definitely on the atheist side of things. So we try to keep it
Right.
more science oriented, because they're just going to dismiss the Bible or anything related to religion.
But they do
it
the
gets
same. They do the same with flat Earth. So why not? You might as well throw it all in
it's
there because they're
harder.
doing the same.
It's harder when
It
there's a
is, but
scientific paper backing what we're saying versus they're not.
right.
So
And
yeah,
that's
so
why
it just depends on the audience.
that's the main thing that I took from this, is that there's so much scientific, all all the information. That's the thing that had me listening, is because I don't understand it to only a very small degree, but I understand that there's so much science and so much verification and math and laser and all these different experiments. And again, I've stood at the top of a mountain, like you were trying to tell the man, observe, look out and see how far you can see. Get a camera, get a high powered lens and zoom and see. It's just going flat. It's flat above the clouds, it's flat below the clouds. So I don't know what shape we're in. I do think it's round, because he says round and he says circular, but he doesn't say globe. So yes, I again, very intriguing. It's very useful to have that type of information and be able to spew and spit it out and say, hey, what about this, that, and the other? And I don't have that, but all I can use is the tools I've been given. But I'm always open to learn. But I do learn in simple terms, and I guess that's the way I was meant to, so that I can speak to people in a simple way that they can understand me. Whereas I didn't very much understand some of those things, but the people who are contesting it, they absolutely do, the strongest contesters, and that's the kind of information they need. So I understand that, and I appreciate that. I definitely respect the people that have that information. So again, glad to be a part of the conversation, and yes, I'll check back in, because I enjoyed listening. Thank you all for listening to me as well. Thank you.
Nah, Missy, like that was so fire. It's so dope to kind of hear your backstory. Like you are such on the right track. Like wait until you start like tapping in with us more often and learning about like the ether and the ether vortex and the ether wind, and how things are operating in the sky. Like it gets really eye-opening, to say the least. So glad that you're up here. I do want to kind of apologize on the behalf of the anti-flat earthers, low key, because that's what always happens. You go to start, just tweeting out some ideas and some thoughts, and then you just get attacked and swarmed and insulted. And it's like I be telling them every week, I'm like, bro, like y'all not helping if you're trying to convert her back to the it's like you
Yeah, they're
driving her
killer
more.
bees.
Yeah, that's a fact. It's like you
A
just pushing her
swarm, a
further
swarm.
away from the globe with all the weird stuff in the comments and the behavior. So
They are crazy. They
it's
are absolutely insane. They repeat.
seriously.
I just kept doing a broken record. It's like, can you say anything? I've literally answered 1,000 of your things with responses, and no one's answered a single question that I've answered about, well, how does everyone see him? Oh, that's right. For the ones who do believe in God, because there's people, I'm a believer. Well, then how come you don't seem to know the word? And that's the same thing I had in some other forums with some people who are very uh very knowledgeable about the religion. And again, this is totally off topic, but religion of Catholicism. And I just, it's like, well, I mean, I talk in layman's, and you're a Calvinism, yes. And I guess to a degree, because he was very persecuted too for his belief in something different and going against them, which were, that was death as well. So, it's like, I'm not really that. I don't label myself. Everyone's labeling me. I don't label myself as anything. I'm just someone who's trying to figure out the truth.
Yeah, and you could definitely tell that you are thinking for yourself, and that's the most beautiful thing. Is like when you have critical thought, you could question things, and you're not scared to be wrong or to learn something new. And I think that's a lot of the issues that we see on the other side. It's like they can't internalize that same approach. Now, I don't know what their emotional
They can't
attachment
even
is.
handle you thinking something different, like it's insane. And I said that's so.
Right.
It's like you can't handle my not believing what you believe, but I don't believe what you believe. So they're they're going into seizures on the floor. So it's like, why can't we just accept that we both believe something different? And that's okay. I'm not attacking you. You a bunch of
To them,
wolves.
it's
You
not
pack of
okay at
wolves.
all. We cannot think with something
No.
different.
We cannot think at all. Just stop, shut up, and it convert to whatever every single individual perspective is.
Yeah, it's wild, man. It gets really crazy,
I
and like
got
you could,
my own.
yeah, no, and look, you could ask JT the same thing because I had the same approach where I was like, okay, let me see if I can come on the internet and maybe start bridging the gap with some of these guys that are trolling us, and some of them, man, you really just can't. Like, you don't know who you're really talking to on the other side of that keyboard, which is why I think like the spaces and having a mic kind of like allows us to kind of navigate through those um who deserve to get our attention and our energy, and those who don't. Because those same people that's probably tweeting at you and telling you, they all know about Flat Earth Fridays. Like these are guys
I
that,
ended up talking. I ended up
yeah,
talking to them all about God. That's all. Just it went from flat Earth to God, and they just because that was more fun because, like you said, most of them are atheists. So again, that makes sense if they're atheists again, and also there's I'm sure that was a pretty bold statement. How can you believe in God and the Bible and not believe in the Earth being flat? Because of the fact that every eye will see him. How is it possible? I asked the person I live with, and they just said, that's not true. And I said, what is it? What is he? He's omnipresent. I said, yeah, but is there like 1,000 of them for or billions of them for every single person to see? Is this a kaleidoscope? Explain it. Just explain how can how can God be seen by every eye if it's not flat? So how can you believe in the Bible and not believe that it is flat? How can you see him? How will the whole face of the earth see him? So it doesn't say globe. Again, a watch has a face, not a globe. So yes, it's a very intriguing, very deep, and then there's so many levels of it. And again, thankfully, there's not someone here with their with their tape measure trying to say, well, is that whatever. And again, the flight patterns and all that stuff. It's like, yes, if that was a great. I love the example of one place to another and timing it, but in reality, they've got us going all over the place, trying to confuse us and convince us that it is a globe, that it takes this long and it's a curvature. I don't believe any of that. I believe it's straight line flying, and that's all it's ever been, and that's why it's flat, and that's why I think that's why they fly above the clouds, so that you can't see that it's flat. You
yeah,
reckon?
and they'll have you looking through curved windows on the plane and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a lot of deception going on. But that's why I said like it's all you have to do is just have the mindset to like think openly, just question the things that are being given to you. And then you'll find your own truth, or you'll find the truth and come to your own conclusion, right? The last thing I will say is that, well, two things. Just be careful about expending too much of your energy with those that are in your comments. Like obviously you engage with those people that, may say something that's intriguing, but you could be responding to the same person on 4 or 5 different accounts, literally just trying to drain your energy. I've learned
Probably
that.
they certainly sound the same.
Yeah, they literally
They sound the same.
all sound and behave the same way. So just be careful. Like,
But they just come from a different angle. But it's all projection. It's
yeah,
when you don't immediately accept, it's projection. You're a liar. You're going to hell. You can't. You've lost your way from God. How could you say? God's the one that showed me. Oh my God. They went insane. And so I kind of had fun with them. They did not bother me, and I didn't expend a whole lot of energy
that's
because
what's
again,
up. That's
I'm
good.
not
That's good.
angry at them. I just think they're not wise, or they're not, again, I just think they're ignorant to the truth. And, I was ignorant to it not too long ago, so I'm not going to hold it too much against them. And I talked to them again. I ended up talking to them mostly about God, and, just showing that I do care and love them, and and care about them and their ignorance. And I want them to come to the truth as well. And, there it's again, Liliana said it best. It's with love. If you respond with love, again, the truth has its own power. There is power when you speak the truth. And that is what people who are not meant to accept the truth, it just upsets their demon. It makes them go insane. It makes them want to rip the flesh off your bones. You're just going to hell. You're the most evil person. How could you say so? It's blasphemy, but they don't believe in God, but it's like blasphemy to what? To scientific. And then I put CERN up there with all their ritualistic stuff, and they really love that. And then the recent one with Elon talking about how it's satanic and all that. I'm not going to say anything else about him, but anyway, but maybe he has some knowledge that we don't about that. But either way, it's like, again, you what you even believe in, like you said, they turn on themselves because they don't even believe what they believe, and they keep moving the goalpost every time you put something forth that they can't answer. That well, what about it was actually about, no, it was about that, and I answered that. Now I'm saying that they all petered out. They all went away. Finally, the wolves all left. I didn't throw them a meaty bone. So they just kind of all just put their tail between their leg, or I won. Okay, you lost. I have everything. You've lost everything. No, I haven't lost anything. I have everything because I know the truth.
They're trying to project how they feel.
It's a circus. It's kind of fun. I was the queen of the circus in Houston. I got picked, and I was the queen of the circus when I was a little girl.
We chased
what
all
irony in life.
Off of Twitter. We chased them all into the corner of Discord, so they
Yeah,
can.
you can do it. It can be done. I mean, they'll go into convulsions, and after that, they're pretty much down and weak. And then once you find out their weakness, like for instance, again about the Catholics, I found out that all they knew about was their religion, but they didn't know the Bible. They didn't even read it. They didn't even know what it said. We got 7 more books. You don't even know the ones that we have. But I'm just saying, it's okay. You got to actually know. I'm just using the tools that I was given, and I think that that's all we need. Which is again, God came to me when I was a child and put these things and talked to me. And so and then all God's children are taught and learned of God. Then He leads you to Christ and to salvation, and then you get that to go. Then you get to talk to God. You get to go boldly before the throne of grace, where even Christ Himself said in red, and I wouldn't have believed if I wouldn't have read it myself in red. There'll come a day when you no longer come to me. You'll go straight to the Father. We can ask God questions. Knock, seek, and ask. He will tell you. He does tell you. I took some college for advertising design. I don't know crud about mathematics and geometry. I did horrible in algebra even. Forget about geometry and trigonometry, any of those things. I only took 2 maths. I couldn't make it. But business math, 100%. I didn't even have to go to class. I just took the test. So again, it's about.
That's the best. That's the only math that really counts. That business math.
Right, isn't it? All money does is go. You better learn how to keep it, or try to, or make it stretch as far as you can. And if I'm coming from with 5 brothers and sisters, I learned that art very well. So thrifty gal. So again, we all have our different ways to learn, but I think that's the amazing thing about all the different intellects on here at the moment, or that were or have been, or that will be, is that everyone comes about it a different route, because how many individuals, my nephew that has the identity thing crisis or whatever, I said there's how many people's on the planet? And how many ever billion? I said, that's how many identities there are, because every single person has their own independent individual. We're so five brothers and sisters. I learned we're so different. We was all in the same house. It was a horrible mess. We're so different because every person is created so uniquely individual. It's amazing. So why put yourself in a box? You can't put yourself in a box with anyone because we're all individual, and so is our perspective. And that's why we can all learn so much from each other and just listening. And and I will check out. I've already followed back Game of Thrones, I believe it was. I did follow him back, but I really enjoyed this. And again, talking with people who are at least open-minded. You don't have to, I don't know if anyone believes like I believe or knows the things I know or whatever, and I don't know what they know, and that's fine. As long as we all come to the same conclusion, which is we want to know the truth. We don't believe what they told us. We believe that it's something else going on. And again, in my walk, the word confirms that it is again, that's how he told me and began it. The stars revolve around us, not the other way around. Everything up there is revolving around us. And again, he made the sun and the moon for the earth. That's why they're the same size. That's why the eclipse works perfectly. And I believe, again, it's something to do with the Fibonacci code and the vortex that keeps it in place. I don't know about the dome and the rest of it, but I'm curious to listen and hear what other people's takes on that are, and possibly again the magnetic center stone that kind of keeps it all moving towards the center. So wherever that is, that's where the vortex is coming down to, and keeping, I believe, holding everything down. And I believe under the water, it says the water's under the earth. Now they said the sun's going under the earth. Well, how can the sun go under the earth when there's water under the earth? Under the earth, not like, well, that's just the water. No, it's not the water under the continents, because that's not the way it's made. And I don't believe in that. I'm already past that. So it's like it does it. So there's there's waters below the earth, and don't make any images of stuff in there. And he's not talking about fish. So there's a big, or in the earth, and all the caverns and all the things inside the earth. And it's not talking about the tunnels. There's stuff that God made that we are not going to understand until we are a different being in He's return, and we are on that level. And if we can remember from whence we came, we could return. When we get to that point, then we'll understand. But in the meantime, knock, seek, ask. He'll show us. He'll show us a little here, a little there, precept upon precept, line upon line, and we'll just be kind of. I hope I never stop learning until I die. It's when you learn everything and you know everything, that's when it's too late. You can't learn anything else ever again. It's over. So I hope I always stay in that learning position, and my heart stays in the posture to not get angry for people who don't believe the same as me. So again, I'm sorry for rambling on a very long time.
It's all good. We love hearing the new speakers. We're glad that you found us, and we're so thankful to have you. Feel free to pull back up any single week. We're here every Friday, and we go into Saturdays in case you didn't know. We want to
I
make
heard you
sure
say
that
stationary Earth, and I was like, man.
Yeah,
okay,
go from Flat Earth Fridays to stationary. Yep, Flat Earth
That's
Fridays,
fine. I'm already
stationary
there.
Saturdays. Yes,
It's
ma'am.
been wonderful. Thank you all again. Y'all have a great night, and I'll just listen to y'all and whatever y'all have to say after this. Y'all have a great night. Thank you.
I appreciate you, Missy.
Thank you.
Thank you all. All right. Bye-bye.
I will say, just to cap this off, that I do kind of side with Proud in the sentiment where we like to lead with the sciences than to get into too much of the religious and spiritual stuff. But it is very interesting, just like Missy said, interacting with globe earthers who, appeal to religion or appeal to the spirituality or appeal to the scripture, because it seems to be like a blatant conflict in the things that they hold their faith in versus the signs that they appeal to. A blatant, like so many. I mean, Missy was talking about the geometry conflicts, right? But there's also motion conflicts as well. And that's like the foundation of flat Earth. It's like if y'all could just have the curvature where it's claimed to be, if the Earth is moving the way they say that it's moving, then this should be a game, set, match. We wouldn't be here 118 episodes later. You know what I'm saying? So when you start looking into these things, though, you do find that there's a connection between spirituality and the immaterial world and the sciences. And, I think that's the most intriguing part to this conversation is when we're pulling these bits and pieces of information from here and there. And then, we're using our own understanding to interpret some of these things, we find that connection and realize that it's not that difficult to see what this really is for real. It just takes a certain type of mindset in order to see through some of the scientific jargon. So just keep an open mind, keep pulling up. We here every single week, like I said, and hopefully you're having fun and learning at the same time.
I wanted to like chime in on that. It's kind of funny. We actually talked to a Glober before that was under the impression that God created science. So all the things that we kind of push back on, like how Missy was saying, it all leads back to one thing. It's basically like God to them would have been the creator of the Big Bang or evolution or string theory. Like I thought that was interesting that they tied it together that way to say that why can't God have created electrostatics? Like basically like that.
Yeah, I mean, they do say that God is almighty, all powerful, so it could do all the things in the globe earth paradigm. And that's cool. That's fine and all. But when you're aiming to try to remove God from the equation and you can't do it, that should be something to pay attention to, right? We keep on going back to the same thing with trying to create life from nothing, abiogenesis. The moment they can do that, they could just disregard the immaterial world. Like, oh, we can create life from nothing. Here we go. But they keep failing over and over and over again. So it seems like if there's going to be some type of creation, you should have a creator. Like that just kind of like logically follows. Until that can be falsified, there's no reason to just dismiss it. But again, like, we like to stick to the sciences, but if there's any globe earthers out there that does appeal to scripture or some type of religion or spirituality, we'd love to have a conversation with you as well to see how you navigate through some of those glaring conflicts. Just a thought. But shout out to Missy. Thank you, Proud, for adding a little 2 cents there.
They say flat earthers want to feel special, but in my opinion, science wants you to feel insignificant. And like that's like really weird that science has this inability to create life, but they want you to feel as though your life is insignificant. You're just a speck in the cosmos. So it's like this weird contradiction with that. But yeah, I'll shut up so we could get to the hands.
Yes, I'm more projected. You just want to be special. No, you want me to feel like my life don't mean anything. That's what it really is. Stop trying to play with me. Stop trying to gaslight me. This environment has to be a specific way in order for me to thrive here. And there's nothing else like this in the entire universe thus far that we have observed. Looking up in the sky, everything seems to revolve around us. And even at the smallest scale of everything that we can observe, nothing in the current world of physics works on that scale. So just, got to keep an open mind. We're here to figure it out. There's a lot of honest people and a lot of dishonest people in a conversation. Just got to navigate between the two and figure out, what's the truth of the matter. So that was a little dope build, man. I appreciate that. That was light. I think we have Karina, Matthew, and I see my guy Limitless. I haven't seen Limitless Energy in a while, so maybe we could slide to him. Should we go to Karina first, Proud, and then see what Matthew got to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, welcome to the stage, Karina, new speaker.
Hi, it's my first time here. I loved what Missy had to say. So I had a question. Are quote-unquote space rockets even